Chapter 1084. My lord Lalo is not an evil god. Melisandre said coldly. There were more than 20,000 Red God believers who participated in the final battle. Of course, not all of them had died, and now they had an important seat in the meeting. If Theon Bella was still alive, the leader of the Red God priests would be the king. But now it was Melisandre who sat below Lancel. Sorry, I'm used to it. Tyrion smiled at her. To the believers of the seven gods, Lalo is an evil god, but in the overall situation, he barely qualifies. In the final battle, he secretly contributed a lot, so he's much stronger than a real evil god. Of course, you have to inform him to register with Chizong as soon as possible. If he doesn't enter the investiture of the gods, he can't be considered a true god. Aunt May snorted and didn't say anything else. Actually, the little devil's words are not crude. It's his choice to believe in a god, and he should bear the consequences, Mattis Rowan said slowly. Indeed, if he believed in the seven gods honestly, he wouldn't have been possessed by an evil. Lalo. Jaime sighed. Everyone else chimed in as well. Erlu's virtue of being introverted was not favored by the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms. When Robert was still on the throne, he had no reputation among the nobles and the common people, let alone now that he had killed his brother and daughter. Seeing this, despair and sorrow slowly crept onto Davos's old face. Sansa smiled as if she was satisfied with the result, but she glanced at Marjorie secretly. The Onion Knight is still lacking. It's your turn to assist. You can't say that. Marjorie stood up under everyone's surprised gaze and pointed at Lancel, who had been silent all this time. If it's the Archbishop who represents the seven gods to Judge Stannis, it's not a problem at all. I'm not targeting Duke John. Everyone please think about it. If a lord in the future becomes delirious, or is under the control of evil spirits, should his vassals immediately free him? Or should they subdue him, and hand him over to the cultivators to deal with? The vassal was stunned, looking at Marjorie with bewilderment. First of all, her attitude made them feel strange. What good would it do her to offend the Northern Ice King and the current queen? It was definitely not for the sake of justice, nor was it for the sake of Stannis. Secondly, what she said seemed to make sense. Of course, the patient would want to be taken to the doctor for treatment, instead of being buried by his subordinates. Marjorie, don't be an alarmist. Queen Sansa scolded. Margaret bowed to the queen and solemnly said, I'm not deliberately targeting anyone, but there's something that everyone has overlooked. After this long night, the structure of the world will change greatly, and supernatural forces will participate in our lives more and more frequently. The Queen had also said before that more attention should be paid to magic talents, and that the City of Learning system should be reformed. It was conceivable that there would be more extraordinaires in the future than there were scholars in the past. The nobles might have more frequent contact with them than with scholars. For example, in today's Riverbend, almost every earl has a small magic school, and Dragonstone Island has an advanced magic academy. There are many mage professions that are beneficial to humans in the academy, such as high-energy potioneers, scalpel priests, mechanical wildfire specialists, weather forecasters, pest toxicologists, plant and animal breeders, magic blacksmiths who forge special materials. Marjorie looked around. Let me ask, who can leave a mage in the future? Now that our horizons have been broadened, we also know that Yashar has terrifying professions such as necromancers, soul wizards, blood wizards, and so on. I'm a priest, and Her Majesty the Queen is also a priest. With the protection of the Holy Mother, we're naturally not afraid of evil curses. But it's very easy to disturb the curses of ordinary lords. Are we supposed to kill the cursed lords immediately? Today, we're not only putting Duke John on trial, but also establishing a system, a new tradition. Our future generations will remember the results of today's trial, and then when they encounter similar incidents, they will imitate the trial process. The vassals in the hall looked at each other. Some were at a loss, while others had serious expressions. We're not stupid. A lord losing his mind is completely different from Stannis being blessed by Lalo, the dwarf said with a forced smile. He was smart enough to notice that something was wrong with Marjorie. He didn't dare to make any more guesses. This time, no one responded to him. Even Jamie's brows were furrowed, as if he had encountered something extremely difficult. Archbishop, what do you say? Sansa looked at Lancel hesitantly. Holy Light sighed. Faith and education belong to the church. We swear to protect our believers from evil. Our priests and paladins have the ability to deal with such incidents. So I hope that in the future, if there are any commoners or nobles who lose their mind, or are controlled or cursed, they won't be killed immediately if they can be controlled. Let us deal with them. Under the Holy Mother's witness, the priests usually don't have obvious political leanings. At least, they won't use divine spells to kill the innocent. Archbishop, you're right. We all trust the church, Marjorie said immediately. The nobles nodded silently. It was obvious that when they encountered something like this, they all hoped that they could be treated by the priests instead of being beheaded by a vassal, and their corpses burned to ashes. Queen Sansa said awkwardly, Archbishop's words can become a rule for future generations. But Jon and Stannis's incident is the first. We should treat it differently. Your Majesty, it's because it's the first that we have to treat it seriously. Marjorie shouted. This time, the dwarf didn't defend his nephew. Instead, he looked back and forth between Marjorie and Sansa with a strange gaze. Sansa said in a low voice, In the last battle, Jon contributed greatly. Jon looked at his sister with a complicated expression. He suddenly sighed and turned to the Onion Knight. Earl of Rainforest, what do you want me to do? Wu was never stupid. If the dwarf could sense that something was wrong, so could he. I don't know. Davos shook his head blankly. Ever since he knew that Queen Sansa was determined to protect her brother, he had the idea of dying to repay her kindness. When Queen Sansa and the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms opposed the trial of the Arctic King, he would challenge the Arctic King to a duel and let the seven gods decide everything. Whether or not the seven gods were on his side, he could at least tell everyone that Stannis was wronged. As for what punishment to give to Jon, he didn't even think about it. He didn't dare to think about it. When Marjorie spoke up for him and used her sharp words to tilt the situation in his favor, the Onion Knight was stunned. He even suspected that the seven gods heard his prayers and arranged for their followers to help him. Archbishop and my lords, Jon turned to the others. If I confess, what sentence will you give me? Jon, you are not guilty. I am the queen. If I say you are not guilty, you are not guilty, Sansa said anxiously. Jon lowered his head and didn't look at her. He only said calmly, I am guilty. Sansa opened her mouth to speak. She looked to Tyrion for help. The dwarf sighed and closed his eyes. He didn't say anything. He respected Davos' choice. Archbishop? Jon asked Lancel again. Shinguang one-handed said hesitantly. With the Duke's achievements, no matter what the crime is, it is enough to make up for it. With a sincere expression, Jamma nodded in agreement. Yeah, you've never rested during the 8 years of the war against ghosts. You've been fighting on the front lines, slaying countless deviant ghosts, including nearly 10 evil ice gods. The honor you received can wash away any sin. Plus, killing Stannis wasn't a big mistake. If it were me, if he dared to touch my brother-in-law, I would have stabbed him with my sword. It wasn't easy for you to endure until then. The dwarf looked up at his brother with a strange expression. Wasn't Jaime's brother-in-law himself? Matthews Rowan glanced at Little Rose. Perhaps we can have Duke Jon repent in the cathedral, just like Lady Marjorie. Marjorie's expression was ugly. However, no one cared about her expression. Yes. Elaine nodded. Marjorie also committed the crime of murdering a king. Today, we will follow the precedent. The others nodded in agreement. Sansa's eyes darkened. Marjorie saw the queen's gaze and said loudly, I am different from Duke Jon. My punishment came from Cersei, the victim's family. I am the plaintiff. If killing a king only took 5 years of hard work, who would still have a heart of respect? Hearing this, everyone's expression twisted. Are you saying that Cersei should have killed you back then? Don't forget, the Grey Guards were also the plaintiffs. Lancel said, Sir Davos, you are the plaintiff now. What punishment do you think is appropriate? Davos nodded hesitantly. Perhaps Marjorie looked at his expression and guessed that the Onion Knight was going to be lenient. She immediately interrupted. Earl of Rainforest, You are only the plaintiff's representative. Lady Celis is still alive. Marjorie, what's wrong with you today? Elaine couldn't help but ask. Everyone knew that Celis was crazy and wanted to eat John alive. How could she let him go to the Holy Church to repent and atone for his sins? Marjorie waved her hands in front of her. I am not targeting anyone. You just have to use my case as a reference. I don't dare to lie to everyone. I have to speak the truth. If you think my words are unreasonable, you can pretend I didn't say anything. After all, I am just a small earl. Elaine was speechless. This Marjorie was too good at talking. Davos suddenly regretted. Perhaps he shouldn't have jumped out today. Things were already out of his control. In the awkward silence, John sighed. Earl Clinton, can you arrange for a winged dragon knight to go to King's Landing and bring Lady Celis here? After old Barton left the Westeros, old Helplessness took over his position and became the leader of the Dawn Warriors, Winged Dragon Knights and Tile Steel Army. Erlu originally had a group of Winged Dragon Knights. Unfortunately, after the appearance of the evil ice god, King's Landing lost its air superiority. Almost all of them lost their lives in the battle to defend King's Landing. The remaining few Winged Dragon Knights also changed their faith and joined the neutral force, the Dawn Warriors. The Dawn Warriors were stationed at Dragonstone Island. It was the safest place. After the Megalosaurus left, there were also wizard towers protecting the airspace. After Erlu died, the magic dragon went out of control. The Red God Knights gradually lost control of their winged dragons. In order to protect their mounts, they could only change their faith to the 7 gods and become holy knights. Otherwise, they would have to give up their winged dragons. For example, Davos needed to deal with the Red God Priestess, so he gave his winged dragons to his youngest son Steve. His 5th and 6th son were believers of the Red God. He, his wife and his 7th son were devout believers of the 7 gods. Are you sure? Old Helplessness was surprised. We can't avoid her in the trial of her husband's case. John sighed. Old Helplessness sighed and called a fire mage to send a message to Dragonstone Island. Half a day later, Steve brought a white-haired old woman with a sinister face. Pay with his life. I want him to pay with his life for my husband. Ha ha ha. The Light King bless us. The ingrate Jon Snow has finally received his retribution. Celis's eyes were wild as she laughed like an owl. Chapter 1085. My husband saved the Great Wall. It was also at the Great Wall that he swore loyalty to my husband. Because of his loyalty, my husband traveled thousands of miles and led the elite knights, who defeated the King of Savages to attack Winterfell. Celis seemed to be crazy, but her words were not completely illogical. She pointed at Jon and scolded. Your title as the Duke of the Northern Territory was bestowed by His Majesty himself. He lost his life to protect your Winterfell. But how did you treat him, ingrate? I want Jon Snow to pay for my husband's life. Her face twisted as she shouted at all the nobles. Queen Sansa's expression changed. She said to Steve, take Madame Celis away. We already know her opinion. Steve looked at his father hesitantly. The Onion Knight nodded slightly and said in a low voice, Madam, follow Steve to the guest room and wait. I'll stay here. I want Jon to pay with his life. Celis hissed. I'll do my best. Davos sighed softly. Ha ha ha. Ingrate Jon Snow wants to pay for my husband's life, ha ha. The woman cried and laughed as she was taken away by 2 guards. After she left, Davos smiled bitterly. Everyone saw Madame Celis's situation. She's almost lost her mind. There's only hatred and vengeance left in her heart. Marjorie looked at the dejected Jon. Duke Jon, you insisted that Madame Celis come. Now that she's here, do you think her suggestion is meaningful? Marjorie, that woman is crazy. Are you crazy too? Queen Sansa scolded angrily. Jon's eyes were dim, and his face was pale. He tilted his head to look at his sister, then slowly lowered his head and murmured, I confess. I confess that I once served Stannis. I also confess that I committed regicide. Ah, everyone was shocked. Jon, don't talk nonsense, Queen Sansa said anxiously. Duke, don't be agitated. Margaret's face twitched a few times, and she forced a smile. Madame Celis's suggestion is only a reference, and not the final judgment. We can discuss it slowly. Sigh, there's no need to discuss it anymore. I want to end this matter as soon as possible, John said in a low voice. Sansa's body stiffened imperceptibly for a moment, and her eyes became uncertain. Marjorie's pupils also contracted. The two shrewd women seemed to have understood something. No matter what, with Duke John's status and his contributions in fighting the deviant ghosts, he doesn't deserve to die. Even if you plead guilty, you don't really have to pay with your life. You can swear that you will use the honor of the first half of your life to wash away your previous mistakes. I think everyone can accept that. At the very least, you can wear a black robe and forget all your sins. Margaret sighed. The dwarf's mouth twitched, but he did not say anything. John finally raised his head and looked deeply at Queen Sansa, whose face was full of worry. She wanted to lower her head. After a long while he stood up and looked around at everyone. I swear, right here and now, I will give up all the achievements and honor that I have gained in fighting the deviant ghosts and protecting the kingdom for the past 8 years, including the achievement of killing the deviant ghost king in the final battle. But not to atone for Stannis's crimes. He doesn't deserve it. Other than my own parents, no one else deserves that honor. From now on, you can treat me as a newborn baby after the end of the long night. I am no longer a hero. My honor is all given to my own parents. John exhaled, as if he was exhaling all the bitterness and hesitation in his heart. With a smile, he announced loudly, my father Rhaegar Targaryen and my mother Lyanna Stark. One of them is a married man. The other has a sacred marriage contract, but they are together. I often wonder, are they both crazy? If they aren't, why would they do such a crazy thing? Perhaps my father's mad blood flared up, and my mother's wolf blood burned. Until a few days ago, I met a short old woman with white hair. She came to me and cried, saying that she had finally seen the child of the prophecy. The child of the prophecy has finally fulfilled my prophecy. After a pause, he smiled and explained to the confused vassals. In the Targaryen family, there is a not-so-ancient prophecy. The descendant of my grandfather, the Mad King Aerys, and my grandmother, Queen Layla, will give birth to the child of the prophecy. My lords, you may have heard of this prophecy. The prophecy was said by Jenny's dwarf friend in the city of Barrenstone. She survived the fire in the summer hall. She is the old woman I met a few days ago. The soul of the noble heart? Many of the Riverside Knights exclaimed. John glanced at them and continued. My parents' meeting may have been a mistake, but their union was definitely the arrangement of fate. Why did Lalo descend upon Stannis to murder me? Because I have something he wants. I was originally the prince of the prophecy that he chose. Of course, we all know now that the person who truly saved the world was my aunt. We only managed to stop the long night, but she ended it completely. I only have one purpose in saying this. I want the people of the world to understand that my parents met the right person at the wrong time under the arrangement of fate. I do not deny that they brought great harm and shame to others. They are guilty. Today, I will use all my honor to cleanse their sins. I hope that they can be forgiven by the 7 gods. Marjorie's expression was very complicated. The others were dumbfounded and shocked. Only she understood why he said that. He understood what she had said to him half a year ago, but he had rejected her suggestion. As for myself, John grinned. I was once a night watcher, and even became the 998th commander-in-chief of the Night Watchers. But this time, I really do not want to wear the black robe. The young me took the initiative to wear the black robe for glory. It was also because I did not know where to go after leaving the family that I loved, but could no longer accept me. Now I am no longer lost. I have a lover, family, and friends. In a few days, my first son will be born. He is a boy, and his name is already prepared. I'd Targaryen. Sansa's expression changed. John changed his mind. Before today, his son was still called Id Stark. I know how hard it is for a child without parents. So I really cannot go to the Great Wall to be a night watcher. John looked around and said slowly, according to the traditions of the 7 kingdoms, the most common way for a guilty noble to atone for their sins is to wear the black robe, followed by exile to a foreign country. Ah! Everyone in the hall exclaimed. Hee. Actually, when the royal family makes a mistake, it is rare for them to wear the black robe. Exile is a common occurrence. For example, Mager in the early stages, Elon and Cold Iron in the middle stages. Speaking of which, my sister and my poor dead third brother are also exiles. Tyrion chuckled amidst the shock. Chief Bishop Sansa. Queen. Although he was calling the Queen, Jon did not look at her. Also Earl of Rainforest, do you think this punishment is reasonable? I will no longer have any glory or achievements. At the same time, I will give up the title of Duke of the Northern Territory and my land. I will leave the Seven Kingdoms forever with my 2 wives and the title of Northern Ice King. Jon's title of Northern Ice King was the same as the dwarf's title of Prince Zeon in the early years. They were both Targaryens who obtained the title from the Dragon Queen. Apart from her, no one could abolish it. Why do you have to go to this extent? Davos muttered. Have you made your decision? Holy Light One-Handed asked seriously. This is a sacred oath, Jon said in a low voice. Lancel looked at the Queen and said, even if it is true treason, this punishment is enough. What do you think, Your Majesty? Jon. Sansa's expression was complicated. She had mixed feelings. Your Majesty, I have made my decision. This is the best outcome. Jon looked down and sighed. Sansa was silent. Lancel stood up and faced the nobles and knights. She said seriously, in the name of the Church, I declare that Prince Rhaegar and Princess Lyanna are no longer guilty of violating the sacred marriage. May the merciful Holy Mother bless them. Holy Light One-Handed sighed. He walked up to Jon and said, Jon Stark, kneel. Jon did as he was told and got down on one knee. The chief bishop placed a hand on his head and solemnly declared, your parents will forever bask in the glory of the 7 gods. Your birth will not be tainted. Holy light shone from Holy Light One-Handed and flowed from his head to every part of his body, as if to cleanse him of all his sins. Whether you and your mother believe in the 7 gods or not, the 7 gods church will recognize you and Prince Rhaegar as saints. Lancel sighed. Thank you. Jon teared up and kissed the back of the chief bishop's hand. Did you have to do this? Tyrion came to him angrily as soon as the trial was over. Queen Sansa sat in front of the dressing table and stared at herself in the mirror. The person in the mirror looked dazed, as if she was a stranger. Is this necessary? He pulled her hand and made her face him. Sansa lowered her head guiltily. She quickly looked up and stared at him coldly. I don't know what you're talking about. Still pretending? Do you take me for a fool? Tyrion roared. Do you dare swear to the Holy Mother that Marjorie is not one of your people? I am the Queen of the 7 Kingdoms. The nobles of the 7 Kingdoms are my people, Sansa said calmly. Can't you let Jon return to Winterfell? How many days has it been since the war ended? Why do you have to kill them all? The dwarf said sadly. Sansa was silent. Say something. You dare to think and do, but you don't dare to say it? The dwarf shouted. It's not that bad now. Sansa said softly. Not that bad. Tyrion's voice was so shrill that even Brittany and Theon, who were outside the door, poked their heads in. They looked at each other and retreated silently. It's only not bad to you, right? From today onwards, no one will be able to threaten your throne. I don't understand. You told me that family is above all else back then. How did you become like this? Or were you lying to me from the beginning? Tyrion's gaze was sharp. You purposely used me to remind Jon of his promise to you. You wanted him to put his family first and give up the Iron Throne? Sansa finally raised her head and looked at him calmly. Do you still remember what I said to you when I first mentioned my dream of fighting for the Iron Throne? You said that years of suffering made you understand the importance of family. Sansa shook her head. I said that when I walk by the river, the Iron Throne is like a sheep flowing downstream. I will try my best to get that sheep, but I will not trap myself in the river. The dwarf was stunned. So you mean, as long as you don't fall into the river, it's okay to throw your family into the river as stepping stones. Chapter 1086. In the Game of Thrones, the first rule is to ensure that you don't lose. Only by becoming the victor can you protect your family from harm. It's not that I don't love Jon, but I have to at least ensure that I win. Sansa sighed. You can just say that you love the Iron Throne more, the dwarf mocked. I told you and Jon a long time ago, that I would do my best to fight for the Iron Throne. But you already got what you wanted. Sansa hugged her head and said in distress. After getting it, I realized that I have to ensure that it will never be lost. The dwarf was stunned and muttered, You're crazy. You actually suspect that Jon will steal your Iron Throne? I'm not crazy. Sansa shook her head. If Jon is always full of honor, if I do anything wrong in the future, others will say that liar Sansa won't do. It's better to get the real one. I know the history of the Targaryen dynasty. Maregal the Cruel was originally ambitious, but he never thought of stealing his brother's dynasty. Some of the nobles supported him, because he was the eldest son of Queen Dowager Visenya, and had the right to be king. So he stole his nephew's throne. During the Dance of the Blood Dragon, the usurper Aegon II, was not willing to steal his sister Rhaenyra's throne at all. It was because he was the eldest son, and had a reason to be supported to the Iron Throne. Thus, more than half of the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms supported him to be king. Before this, the old king had held his daughter's hand, and made the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms swear loyalty to her. Before Aegon II was born, Rhaenyra was widely loved, and the nobles and people called her the light of the kingdom. When the old king finally had a male heir, Rhaenyra was still the eldest princess of the kingdom, but because she did not have the second eldest son, the nobles found a reason to rebel against her. During the Blackfyre Rebellion, the reason for Demon Blackfyre's rebellion was very simple. He was a noble illegitimate son, and had the right to inherit. Why was Mad King Aerys afraid of Liga? Because the nobles thought that he was crazy, and wanted to secretly convene a meeting to let Liga take the throne in advance. If Liga did not reject those nobles, history would have changed. So, do you understand? If you want to sit firmly on the throne in Westeros, either you don't make any mistakes, and win the favor of all the nobles, or no one in the 7 countries is qualified to challenge your throne. I can't make everyone respect and love me. They're all secretly calling me Sansa the Liar. Sansa said excitedly. Compared to Meg, Aegon II, Daemon Blackfyre, and Prince Rhaegar, Jon has too much of an advantage. If he wants to kick me off the stage, it won't be any harder than riding a dragon in the sky. I know that you will say that the Dragon Queen promised a 10,000-year dynasty, but she gave the crown to Jon back then. The final explanation was in her hands. As long as Jon wanted to be king, the Dragon Queen could give another reasonable explanation. Do you understand? I'm only afraid of Jon, because only Jon was qualified to move the Dragon Queen. To the other usurpers, the Dragon Queen would definitely not explain it again. Of course, I know that Jon has no intention of stealing my Iron Throne, but Meg, Aegon II, and Daemon Blackfyre were all loyal subjects of their siblings. They were influenced by their family and the people around them, and changed their persistence in the past. Aegon II was unwilling to usurp his sister's throne, and was practically tied to the Iron Throne. But once he sat on it, he immediately smiled and said, It's great to have the throne in my hands. Rhaegar didn't rebel because he's the eldest son, the Mad King's successor. Jon is my family. I love him. This will never change. But can you make him lose the right to challenge me? Take away the sharp sword hanging over my head, and finally let me sleep soundly? She cried. You can still sleep peacefully after doing such a thing? Tyrion mocked. I will lose sleep tonight because of guilt, and I will continue to lose sleep tomorrow night. But as long as I see Jon return to his normal and happy life, I will feel more and more at ease, Sansa said. What if Jon is not happy? Tyrion asked. Sansa's eyes flashed and she said calmly, If he keeps holding a grudge, it means that I did the right thing today. Since I didn't do anything wrong, I can naturally feel at ease. Fuck. The dwarf gave her 2 thumbs up and praised. Sansa, I'm willing to call you the #1 player of the 7 countries. This kind of thinking, this kind of mental fortitude, you have almost no weaknesses. Don't mock me. You are also responsible for the fact that things have developed to this point, Sansa said coldly. My responsibility? Tyrion pointed at his nose and said in disbelief. Did you awaken our family's mad blood? Sansa said calmly. Even Marjorie knows that no matter what Jon thinks now, he will always be my biggest threat. You boast that you are more intelligent than others, but you can't see through it like her. If you can prepare a way out for John, I won't have to personally come and cause a gap between us siblings." The dwarf was stunned. Sansa softened her tone and sighed. "You are not as good as Marjorie or old Ymont in this aspect. Look at what he did back then." His younger brother Aegon V had just ascended the throne, and Ymont immediately took the initiative to put on the black cloak and completely cut off the possibility of returning to the center of power. "If you can prepare everything for John, I can also learn from Aegon V and use the grandest, most honorable, and most reluctant way to send John off from King's Landing." When she said this, Queen Sansa's tone had a hint of genuine complaint. Old Ymont was clearly an example, so why couldn't the dwarf think of a similar example? His younger brother took his throne, and he took the initiative to exile himself to a bitter cold place, and he still missed his younger brother for the rest of his life. She really wanted her relationship with John to be like Aegon and Ymont. Yes, all the kings in the world wanted a brother like Ymont. The dwarf said bitterly, "You already told me that family is far more important than the Iron Throne. So what else do you want me to see through?" While saying this, "I also want to remind you that I will use all means to seize the Iron Throne," Sansa said calmly. "All right, I admit my mistake. I made a mistake that all men make. I thought that just because the small part is deeply rooted in people's hearts, the big part can really see through a woman's thoughts. But even if I didn't think it through, can't you give me a hint?" The dwarf said helplessly, "What's the difference between giving you a hint and now? You will think that I am ruthless and heartless, and the atmosphere will not continue to be harmonious." The dwarf could only smile bitterly. "You are right. If you had hinted that I wanted to get rid of John, my feelings would be exactly the same as right now. I only hate that little Rose is not smarter and more secretive, so that I can't see through your tricks at all. It's rare to be confused in life." He held his head and sighed. Sansa suddenly grabbed his hand and put it in front of her chest. She said softly, "You still have a chance." "What chance?" The dwarf was stunned. "To make up for my mistakes." Sansa's face was full of sincerity. "I love John. He is my family. This will never change. He seems to have noticed something. Can you help me talk to him and let him understand my helplessness and guilt? Do you feel guilty?" The dwarf asked doubtfully. 2 streams of tears flowed down Sansa's face. "I am very worried. I am worried that John will no longer like me and no longer treat me as a sister." Her eyes were red, and she choked with sobs. The dwarf was stunned on the spot. "I know." At this moment, the cry of a cuckoo came from outside the house. "Is that John?" Sansa looked at the dwarf in shock. Tyrion frowned and nodded. "It is him." The two hurriedly ran out. During the rebellion of the 40,000, Huggian had already been corrupted. Before the long night, most of Huggian's population had moved to King's Landing, Valley and Crabclaw Peninsula. Later, after the change in Casterly Rock City, the western region was empty, and a large number of people moved to fill the western region. Therefore, the Dany Rise belt of the Three River Basin was not located in the center of Huggian, but closer to the royal territory. It was basically the land between Trident River and God's Eye Lake. The nobles and civilians of Huggian, Valley, and the royal territory could all move in. The final battle with King Strange Ghost was north of Dany Rise belt. It could be said that the human army was backed by the Shelter, which solved their logistical problems to the greatest extent. And right now, the human army's base was Derry City by the Trident River. The farmer's castle at the center of Derry City belonged to Queen Sansa. The vassals were scattered around the city according to their status, or they even set up tents outside the city. At this moment, John's cries came from the Holy Hall in the courtyard. The Holy Hall was built with a wooden frame covered with plaster. The wooden door was carved with a 7-pointed star, and the roof was made of sturdy black tiles. Although it was very simple, there was not a single statue of the 7 gods in the hall. There were 7 walls and 7 statues. The dwarf and Sansa squeezed their way through the crowd of onlookers and saw John wailing under the statue of the Holy Mother. The Holy Hall was made of mud, and there were no windows. There were only a few oil lamps under the statue. In the dim hall, the two of them had a hard time adjusting to the light inside. John knelt in front of the Holy Mother with someone in his arms. Whale stood to the side with a gloomy expression. Shengguang Wenhan's face was full of sorrow, and he kept muttering, "The Holy Mother is merciful." Sansa suddenly had a bad premonition. Her heart pounded rapidly. Facing Whale's resentful gaze, she carefully walked forward, swallowed, and asked, "John, what's wrong?" John was too busy sobbing to pay her any attention. She took 2 more steps forward, and finally saw the person in his arms. Ah! She couldn't help but cry out, and stumbled back 3 steps. It wasn't one corpse but 2. One was a woman, and the other was a baby. The woman had a round face, a flat nose, and a head of flaming red hair. It was Ygritte. Right now, her stomach was shriveled, and there was a layer of dark red ice crystals under her robe. Her face was paler than paper, and there seemed to be pain between her brows. On the mud ground in front of her was a chubby baby. There was a thin layer of pink ice on the baby's bluish-purple skin, and a palm-long umbilical cord was connected to its belly button. Thump! For some reason, Sansa lost all her strength in an instant. She knelt on the ground, her face pale, and begged desperately, "Chief Bishop, why are you still standing here? Quick, save them. Save-eyed he and Ygritte, isn't she about to give birth? Why is she here? There's no saving them." Before they were sent to Derry City, both mother and child were all ready. As long as there was a trace of life left, I could use it. But I can't revive the dead, Lancel said bitterly. Sansa was stunned. She shouted at Whale, "Why are you here? Ygritte is about to give birth, don't you know?" Whale said coldly, "The child's father is about to die. How can we just sit here? What nonsense are you talking about? Who can take Jon's life?" Sansa said agitatedly, I. Sansa felt like she had been shot in the heart, and she almost fell to the ground. Yup, the dwarf knelt down in time to catch her. Sansa came to her senses, and tears instantly fell. She shook her head and said, "Jon is my brother, my family. Why would I take his life? You're crazy, stupid." Chapter 1087. Who sent you here? The dwarf asked. Me. Little Crab squeezed out of the crowd with a bitter face, holding a windshield helmet under his armpit. In the morning, Dragonstone Island received a message from your side, asking for a winged dragon knight to bring Lady Sealis to Derry City. But less than 2 hours after Steve left, the King's Landing sent an urgent message from the Northern Ice Lord's residence, asking for another knight to escort Whale and Lady Ygritte to Hajin. I had nothing to do, so I took the initiative to go to the King's Landing. While flying in the air, Lady Ygritte suddenly began to bleed profusely. I don't know if it was because of the cold, or because of the turbulence, or some other reason. I could only make an emergency landing near Sow's Horn. It was empty, and the residents had already moved to Dany and Liz to settle down. It was difficult to even find an old house to shelter from the wind. You're a holy knight, so you should know the most basic holy healing, right? The dwarf frowned. You know, all the holy knights participated in the final battle, and the 2,000 divine art slots I accumulated over the years have long been used up. I've also been participating in various celebrations these days, so I've only accumulated a dozen or so divine arts. Little Crab was a little embarrassed. The dwarf sighed, unable to blame him. It was not easy to stay up until the end of the long night. Who would not be happy? A dozen divine arts should be enough to save her life, right? Little Crab said helplessly. If it was a simple premature birth, even if the child was weak after birth, a dozen divine arts would be enough. But Ygritte had a difficult birth. Before the child was born, how would I dare to stop the bleeding and heal her? I could only use divine arts to protect her heart and increase her strength, so that the child could be born smoothly. But the position of the fetus was not right, and the blood kept flowing. I used up all my divine art slots, but the child was not born yet. The weather was so cold that the blood would freeze if it flowed out, and the pregnant woman seemed to have a high fever. Her mental and physical state was not good at the time, and she was in a semi-conscious state. She kept shouting that she wanted to come to Derry City immediately to save Lord Jon. Sigh, what's the use of her coming? The dwarf sighed. Who told you that Jon would die? He turned to look at who was in a daze, and asked. Jon's trial came so suddenly and ended so quickly. The news shouldn't have spread yet. It's Silas. A look of regret appeared on Valley's face. Silas was laughing excitedly in the Red Castle. She said that the King of Light had blessed John, and that he would pay with his life. She spoke with such conviction that many people heard her, and Sir Steve echoed her words. Then someone rushed to the Northern Ice Palace to inform us. Afterwards we inquired of Dragonstone, and Dr. Malwyn expressed his astonishment and surprise. But he was sure that the trial was real. It was also real for Silas to come here to confirm John's punishment. I wanted to come alone, but after Yrgrit got pregnant, she became very stubborn, and my sister. She wanted to say that the freemen beyond the Great Wall were not so spoiled. Her sister Dana was much more delicate than Ygritte. But didn't she follow Mons all the way to the Great Wall? They walked dozens of miles in the snow every day, fed the pigs and goats, milked the goats themselves and cooked for the whole family. Then suddenly remembered that Dana had a difficult birth. She was able to give birth to Jaime Reed, who was born on the battlefield, thanks to the red-nosed old doctor. If it wasn't for you, War glared at Sansa with hatred. Do you know why Ygritte insisted on coming? She hoped that you would spare John's life for her and I'd's sake. She also said that if you dared to disagree, she would kill you on the spot. She would make you bear the crime of murdering a pregnant woman and her child, and let the Holy Mother punish you. Fuck, so ruthless. The women of the House of Stark, regardless of whether they were ladies or daughters-in-law, were all ruthless people. The vassals outside the Holy Church shuddered. Even a lunatic wouldn't believe that I would kill John. Ygritte is pregnant and easily agitated. But aren't you usually very smart? Sansa said with tears in her eyes. War said coldly. I'm just too smart and can see too clearly. That's how I knew that you wouldn't let John go. When I heard that you wanted to put John on trial, I knew that you had already become a lunatic even before you sat on the Iron Throne. You won't even let your own brother go. Nonsense, you're talking nonsense. Sansa stood up and pointed at War. Idiot, look at John. Is he dead? Enough. John, who had been sobbing quietly, suddenly shouted. Get out. John. Sansa called out sadly. Get out. John said coldly. John. War called out sadly. You too. John's voice softened. John. The dwarf called out tentatively. Get out, all of you, John growled. 3 days later, at the southern pier of the King's Landing. You're leaving already? Why didn't you tell me? At the pier, the two-headed demon dragon was already saddled. War was talking to a few spearwomen nearby. John hugged Tormund and the other barbarian leaders and said goodbye. Tyrion rode on Tessa and descended from the sky. The barbarians and northerners looked at the dwarf with hatred. John was expressionless. Fuck, I'm not the king of the 7 kingdoms. Tyrion cursed and pulled John to the side. He slapped himself twice and said sincerely, It was my mistake this time. I'm at fault. I apologize. It has nothing to do with you. John shook his head sadly. I'm Sansa's accomplice. Although I didn't want to hurt you, I couldn't see through her true thoughts. I was played by her but thought too highly of myself. In the end, you made a mistake. The Dragon Queen was right. You shouldn't have given the throne to her. The dwarf said bitterly. I chose my own path. John sighed. Did you contact the Dragon Queen? What did she say? The dwarf asked hurriedly. After they were chased away that day, Holy Light one-handed closed the doors of the Holy Church and prayed to the Holy Mother, hoping for a miracle. A day later, John carried the corpses of his wife and son out of the Holy Church with a pale face. He cremated them outside Derry City. John mumbled. The Holy Mother responded to the Archbishop's prayer. She said that miracles are miracles because they rarely happen. Now that the long night is over, there won't be any more miracles of reviving the dead. Also, Id is a baby. He died before he was born. His soul can only enter the first level of hell and wait for the chance to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Ygritte is a believer of the old gods. Her soul will enter the earth, sky, forest, and river immediately after she dies. No way. She's so heartless. We're all on the same side. Why can't she go through the back door? The dwarf said unhappily. John was not a muggle. He understood what the dwarf meant. Maybe she's angry at me? He said uncertainly. When she gave me the crown, she said that she chose her own path. You really chose the wrong path. Stannis wanted to kill you. You killed him in return. The nobles and archbishop are obviously on your side. Why do you have to confess? The dwarf sighed. Can't you see that Marjorie and Sansa? Tyrion rolled his eyes. If you can see it, of course I know that they're together. But since she's heartless, why did you let her have her way? Jon said bitterly. Marjorie came to me once half a year ago. Her words were very persuasive, and I listened to her. But my determination to not fight with Sansa for the Iron Throne has been shaken many times. But it hasn't changed. Ygritte and Whale heard Marjorie's words and knew of my decision. They were very worried that I would have a bad ending. At that time, I promised them that after I killed the Ghost King, I would immediately take them away from King's Landing. We would return to the north. In the summer, we would ride horses and hunt deer beyond the Great Wall. In the winter, we would hide in Winterfell. Beyond the Great Wall, I could follow the traditions of the barbarians and steal both of them as my wives. Their children would not be illegitimate. Our family would live happily in the north and never leave the center of power. The day Davos attacked me, I saw Marjorie's behavior and guessed that she had sided with Sansa. Her words were Sansa's words. Her thoughts were Sansa's thoughts. At that moment my heart was in pain. But I also understood that the Iron Throne could only be fought for, not given away. Those who were given away would feel uneasy. Since Sansa felt uneasy, I played along with her thoughts until she felt at ease. I knew that she still cared about family and did not want to kill me. As long as I lost my ability to threaten the throne, when I turned from a hero to a sinner, the nobles and citizens of the Seven Kingdoms would no longer think of me as the one who gave away the throne. I truly intended to stay away from the center of power. I even planned to never return to King's Landing, so I did not care about the title of hero. Just treat it as the last time I helped her as her brother. Who would have thought that Ygritte, fate was too cruel to us? The dwarf sighed and said, Since you see it so clearly, I will not say anything. Sansa even begged me to explain to you. She was obsessed with the Iron Throne and did not want to see the blood of her family. For the past 2 days, she has been repenting in front of the Virgin Mary and wetting her pillow with tears at night. I do not know if she was sincere or not, but I am sure that she truly felt that she had wronged you. She even asked me to be the mediator. She hopes that you can forgive her. Her actions only confirmed Marjorie's prediction. I had already guessed that this would be the outcome today, and I am willing to bear the consequences, Jon said flatly. The dwarf opened his mouth and then closed it again. The two of them stood by the river and were silent for a long time. The dwarf asked softly, Where do you plan to go? Why don't you follow me to the barren lands? The zebra people are almost extinct, and I will give you the Jajesni Plains. That place is much richer than the north. You have a large grassland, and you can herd sheep with Whale as you wish. The barren lands are yours? I am the current emperor's prime minister, and the future emperor's uncle, the dwarf said proudly. Jon shook his head. I plan to go to Queen's Corner with Whale. There are Dany, Liz, and many free people there. Whale's sister Dana and Mance Ryder are there too. Perhaps we will go to Slaver's Bay later and meet old Ymont and cousin Simba. When the sun comes out and everything comes back to life, I plan to ride the mystic dragon and take Whale to the ends of the earth. Good idea. The dwarf's eyes lit up. Perhaps we can travel the world together. To be honest, if I was not busy with work, I would have explored the secrets of the Four Poles long ago. You and Yelaine together? The dwarf shook his head sadly. Me and Tessa. Chapter 1088. Time passed and another 2 years passed. The sun hadn't appeared yet, and a fireball was burning in the middle of the sky. It couldn't bring too much light and heat to the earth, but it made the world almost dusk 24 hours a day. What surprised the living even more was the wind. During the long night, the north wind whistled, bringing coldness to the world. After the death of the king of deviant ghosts, the wind continued to blow, but it was always the south wind. It couldn't bring warmth to the world, but it blew away the coldness in the world. Anyway, they saw the thick layer of ice covering the earth begin to melt, and in some areas, they could even see the long-lost black soil. The most obvious change was the rivers. The Trident River and the Blackwater River, which had been frozen for years, gurgled with clear springs again. In the 2 years after the long night, the living people of the world didn't stay idle. For example, in the Westeros, Queen Sansa led the elite knights to clean up the deviant ghost strongholds from the south to the north. The king of deviant ghosts died, and even Frost God was killed, but deviant ghosts didn't go extinct. Slave Bay, a hot spring manor outside Astapor. The white steam on the surface of the pool was so thick that it was almost impossible to see the people on the other side. There were even bubbles in the center. 4 naked men, old, middle-aged, and young, were talking and laughing in the hot water. "I thought you were still in the Westeros," Jon said. I saw boredom in her eyes. The dwarf laughed self-deprecatingly. "In 2 years, the Queen's foundation has reached deep into the 7 kingdoms. I, who could help her stabilize the situation, gradually became an existence that threatened the stability of the political situation after you. In the wisdom of playing with power, she also gradually surpassed me. I can't give her any more good advice. And I'm not even as good as Chancellor Marjorie. Well, after I leave, maybe Little Rose can become the Queen's hand." "Maybe you're thinking too much. Sansa sent a letter to ask about your situation," Old Yemont said. The dwarf covered his face with a wet towel and said in a muffled voice, "When she brought a young poet into the inner room without hesitation, and had Brittany stop me outside, everything was self-evident. It's better for me to leave than to suddenly fall into the great judgment and be stripped of my honor." "Sansa, Jon's expression was complicated. "Is she very unrestrained now?" "That's not it. She just wants to chase me away." The dwarf smiled bitterly. "Actually, according to the laws of the 7 kingdoms, her actions are nothing much. Not to mention that she doesn't have a husband, even if she did. In the ancient times of the Celestial Empire, it was common for wives to be caught red-handed and drowned in a pig cage. But according to Westeros law, she could only be whipped 6 times, and the thickness of the whip could not be thicker than a thumb. The 6 lashes corresponded to the other 6 gods of the 7 gods, excluding Stranger. Each lash was meant to atone for one god's sins. There were no strangers because strangers represented death. Are Westeros men more gentlemanly? No. This law was made by a woman, Aegon the Conqueror's second wife Rhaenys. The tradition of the noble ladies of the 7 kingdoms raising actors, beautiful poets, and singers was also started by her. Sansa is currently rebuilding the section of the Great Wall at the East Sea. Earlier, she even borrowed King Kong from me to move the bricks. She didn't have time to mess around, Old Yemont said slowly. Building the Great Wall is a great achievement. It was Marjorie's suggestion. The achievement should be in one's own hands, the dwarf said with a smile. Jon frowned. To build the Great Wall, other than building the brick walls, she also needs to repair the formation. Who's helping her? Bran is in charge. Meribad and Lancel are the leaders. They've brought the most powerful group of monks from the Holy Church, a total of 1,200 level 2 priests, the dwarf said. Building the Great Wall is indeed a great achievement. What will Marjorie get in return for helping her? The Duke of River Bend? Jon asked curiously. A complete river bend is too powerful. I think Sansa will split it into 2, or even take part of it to build a new territory, the dwarf said. Will Marjorie agree? So what if she doesn't? If not for Sansa's help, she would have lost her position as the Countess of Green Pavilion Island, the dwarf said with a sigh. Why? Jon asked, puzzled. Her son is dead, the dwarf sighed. Marjorie doesn't go home all year round. That child misses his mother and runs to the docks every day. Recently, the ice and snow on the land are melting, and the sea's climate is changing faster and more rapidly. The child was accidentally swept away by the waves. That's really. Jon could not help but think of his son who had died prematurely. She really has a hard life. The dwarf smiled. It's not too hard. Without her son, her position as the Countess of Green Pavilion Island could no longer be maintained. Sansa helped her marry Huabai. Huabai and her original husband Horus were twins. They were the same people and had the same family. It was equivalent to restarting the marriage. However, Marjorie was not very satisfied with this marriage. She felt that she had lost out. According to her dream, She should have learned from Nymeria. Marry once, get a husband who can help her in battle. Conquer a piece of land, get a husband who died in battle. Inherit a piece of land, and then change to another husband. Back then, Nymeria married from Young Halbert City in the east of Dorne to Starfall City in the west. The land she married into was the land of the king, and she truly achieved a marriage alliance. Why bother? Why bother? Green Pavilion Island is already the top countess territory in the Seven Kingdoms. What else does she want? Jon sighed. You said it yourself. Green Pavilion Island is only a countess territory. The dwarf splashed water on Simba's face, who had been silent all this while. He smiled and said, "Not every woman can be like her mother, realizing her ambition with her own strength." Simba wiped the water off his face, and still did not speak. The temperature has been rising in the past 2 years. The temperature in Slave Bay is about to break through zero, which means that the sun is almost done. Danny should be back soon, right? Old Yamant chuckled. According to the current trend, in a year's time, bathing in the hot spring will no longer be a blessing, but a torture. Jon nodded and said. The dwarf picked up the silver wine jug from the stone table, and blew on it as he said vaguely, "What do you think is the difference between bathing now and bathing in summer? It's hot water that's close to boiling. Normal people can't stand it. Only we Targaryens have the right to enjoy this blessing." Jon nodded and looked at the burly silver brother beside him. In the process of forging the sun, Aunt Dany should have a deeper understanding of the first flame. In the past 2 years, her level has increased, and our bloodlines have also improved. Simba has benefited the most. Are you immune to normal flames now? Wildfire can't hurt me either. Simba nodded and said. Kid, don't be so smug. Uncle Tyrion can swallow wildfire alive a long time ago. The dwarf shouted. Jon looked at his uncle indifferently and asked, Simba, you're a fire demigod, right? What? The dwarf almost choked on his wine. He scurried over in a few steps, and pulled the youth to look left and right. His pupils elongated into vertical slits. Other than a body of well-proportioned and firm muscles, and a second brother that was slightly smaller than him, he could not see anything else. Simba's level is higher than yours. His meditation technique is also more advanced than yours. You can't see through his foundation at all, Jon said with a smile. Simba started learning the origin of the first flame in April this year. He condensed his meditation foundation in 3 days, and became a demigod a month later. Old Yamant said proudly. Fuck, he became a demigod in a month. This talent. The dwarf's face contorted. The joy he got from comparing his second brother disappeared in an instant. He said angrily, those evil gods who went to hell back then were right. The son of a god is indeed very nutritious. After eating it, one will definitely become a god and live forever. It's a pity that they found the wrong person. Simba, it's all thanks to your uncles that you're able to live until now. That's fine. Simba will be your shield from now on, Old Yamant said with a smile. The dwarf's eyes turned. He hugged his nephew's shoulder and said, Simba, do you know that a humanoid creature called the Snow Lady has appeared in the world in recent years? Their eyes emit a faint blue light like the stars. Their skin is pale like the moonlight. Although their bodies are colder than ice and snow, they have a peerless appearance that humans can't reach. They came from the wind and snow. Some say that the wind and snow came with them. They're full of legends. They can communicate with humans, and even give birth to children. Simba said solemnly, they're all single deviant ghosts. In just this year, I've killed dozens of them. Killed all of them? Destroyed on sight, Simba said in a low voice. The dwarf bared his teeth and said, you can really do it. They're such beautiful people. They're deviants that invaded the world, Simba said with a frown. The dwarf waved his hand. Even Frost's god was chopped into pieces by your mother. What kind of threat are these deviant ghosts left? I think we should treat the deviant ghost girls like the children of the forest and the deviant ghosts. Didn't your mother plan to build a dragon island as a shelter for a minority of humanoid creatures? Deviant ghosts are also rare humanoid creatures. Deviant ghosts are different, Simba insisted. Tyrion, you can't be. Jon had a strange expression. He wanted to say something but stopped. The dwarf smiled calmly and said, when I was young, Old Nan told me the story of night watchman Brandon marrying a deviant ghost bride. I believed it at the time, but when I grew up, when I peed in the snow with my dick shaking, I was 100% sure that the legends were all lies. Perhaps the deviant ghosts were just like the scholars said. They were a clan of barbarians beyond the Great Wall. Because my dick couldn't even withstand normal wind and snow, why would Brandon marry a deviant ghost bride? Later, when the long night fell, most of the stories about deviant ghosts were proven to be true. I still had doubts. Could it be that the deviant ghost bride's body was cold, but that part was warm? I was already tired of playing with humans, and didn't feel anything. When I met that delicate snow girl, I couldn't help but be moved. I wanted to verify the truth of the legends one last time. I did it. Old Yemont was dumbfounded. John's expression was twisted. Simba looked at his uncle with eyes full of curiosity and admiration. My good nephew, let me tell you today that the legends are true. Although the deviant ghost bride was cold, she was cold but not painful. She was cold but not wooden. What was cold was not her body but her soul. From the inside to the outside, she was shivering non-stop. It was a little like soaking in an ice spring now. The dwarf hugged Simba and revealed a lewd smile. It was really comfortable. Don't destroy flowers in the future. You can really try it. I promise you. As long as you circulate the fire wizard power in your body to your dick, you won't be frostbitten. Tyrion, do you know what you're saying? Old Yemont was furious. He flipped over and found his crutch by the side of the pool. He slammed it on his face. Don't hit me, don't hit me. I'm just teaching my nephew to increase his experience. The dwarf covered his head and scurried away. Simba stopped the trembling old man and comforted him. Grandpa, don't worry. I have a wife. I won't mess around. Your wife is only 10 years old. Can she hold it in? The dwarf laughed. Simba blushed slightly. When cultivating the origin of the first flame, the 7 emotions and 6 desires can be used as firewood to burn into one's own magic power. What? The dwarf was stunned. John frowned. It sounds like an evil technique. Was the origin of the first flame created by your mother? Old Yemont nodded. Half a year ago, Astapo's magic mirror had an additional piece of information and a meditation technique. Danny must have specially prepared it for Simba. The world is born from the first flame. Life is a world. A person's desires are also a part of the world. Naturally, they can be ignited by the first flame and turned into magic power. Has Simba become a blockhead? The dwarf asked strangely. No. He only burns his excess emotions, allowing his soul to be in a peaceful state at all times. In such a state, his emotions are clearer and more delicate. Simba pondered. If you put a pepper into a pot of stew, you won't be able to taste the flavor of the pepper. However, if you throw the pepper into clear water and cook it, you'll be able to taste the spiciness very easily. Danny definitely won't harm Simba. Old Yemont's expression was indifferent. He wasn't worried at all. Seems pretty good. The dwarf smacked his lips. My life now is a pot of stew. I can't taste anything. Simba, let me take a look at your meditation technique later. Simba said, the meditation technique is in the magic mirror in the study. You can take a look for yourself. The origin of the first flame. It should be a simulation of the first flame, right? Such an intricate and profound witchcraft technique is just casually placed in the study. John frowned. Most people won't be able to learn it at all. It's more than 10 times harder than the Grand Wizard's meditation technique. Old Yemont said casually. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A gust of wind rose above the hot spring. The white steam was swept away, and their field of vision suddenly widened. This is. The 4 men were stunned. A song of the wind rang in their ears. A violent gust of wind, a gentle breeze, a warm spring breeze. Every wind was a note, and thousands of notes combined to form a harmonious song. After a long time, the song gradually stopped. The few of them recovered from their intoxication. They looked at each other and exclaimed in surprise. The Song of Wind. Danny sang the Song of Wind. 7 gods bless her. She. Old Yemont's lips trembled, but he couldn't continue. The last time the Song of Fire ignited the entire world, he was in tears and shouted, Mother, Mother bless us. Our Targaryen family has a true god. What about now? What should he say? How many songs of law did Dany sing? Not to mention true gods. Even the Divine King didn't seem to be her limit. She made the Targaryens rise from royalty to royalty. Now, she had the possibility of evolving into a god. Of the 4 Targaryen males present, only he and the dwarf weren't demigods. If they weren't gods, then what were they? That's too exaggerated. Is she even 30 years old this year? She has already mastered 3 complete songs of law. 2 of them are the most powerful basic elemental laws. The dwarf had a complicated expression. In the past 2 years, he was still indulging in debauchery. His magic power increased slowly, and his realm didn't change at all. Demigod was still a distant dream. The wind hasn't stopped. Jon suddenly stood up, causing a splash of water. Do you feel it? He closed his eyes and opened his arms to welcome the gust of wind. Ah, there's heat in the wind. The Dragon Queen is using the Song of Wind and Fire to send heat to the world, the dwarf shouted. No, it's not the Song of Fire that's heating. Simba frowned and thought hard. It seems to be a domain, but a domain can't possibly cover the entire world. Jon said with a serious expression, You're right. It's not the Song of Fire that's sending heat. It's the Song of Fire that's turning the cold ice power in the world into warm fire. Let's go out and take a look. The long night is really coming to an end this time. The ice and snow melted at a visible rate, turning into small streams that converged into a river. And in the center of the sky, the dark red fireball became brighter and brighter. The world suddenly shook, and the giant wind wall of Dany Rise's girdle collapsed instantly. Caw, 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 the sun in the shelter exploded into dozens of fire crows, chirping happily as they flew towards the sun. Oh, I'm the great wind disaster. The wind giant that was bigger than a pyramid stood blankly under the sun, looking around blankly, not knowing what to do. At the same time, Dany Rise's girdle in the world all disintegrated. But the humans in the girdle were cheering excitedly. The sun is finally out. Saint Dany has summoned the sun. Long live Dany Rise. The long night is finally over. I actually survived the long night. Sob, 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 sob. The Great Wall, East Sea gazing. Queen Sansa, wearing a dark golden fur coat, walked out of the castle, looking up at the dazzling golden sun with a shocked expression. She did it, she really did it. Creating a sun out of thin air. What kind of power is this? What kind of achievement? She clenched her fists and murmured blankly. Marjorie looked at the sky and observed the queen's expression. Then she smiled and said, Congratulations, Your Majesty, congratulations. Although her son had died a year ago, she was in good condition now. The white fox fur coat without any impurities set off her beautiful face, and the golden greatsword at her waist made her look especially valiant. She was promoted from the Chancellor of the Exchequer to the temporary hand of the Queen. After the dwarf left, Sansa was prepared to ask her brother Bran to leave Winterfell to help her, but Bran coldly refused. I'm the Dragon Queen's Kingsguard. Helping to build the Great Wall is my responsibility. The rest is nothing. Sansa was unhappy, but there was nothing she could do. She knew that because of Jon, her brothers were estranged from her. When Jon had just been exiled, that brat Arya still projected herself into her bedroom every night in the form of the Grim Reaper. She stared at her expressionlessly with her cold dead fish eyes, and the Grim Reaper's scythe in her hand kept moving around her body, scaring her to death. In the end, she couldn't take it anymore, and could only ask her dead mother to be the mediator, persuading Arya to stop scaring her sister. Oh, not only did Madame Stoneheart not blame her, she even praised her for her cleverness, because all the benefits fell into the hands of her brothers. Originally, letting Jon inherit Winterfell was Madame Stoneheart's last choice, but now, her daughter was able to get rid of the donkey after it had outlived its usefulness, and let the ancestral inheritance return to her son's hands. She was very satisfied with her eldest daughter's methods. Arya was indeed persuaded by her dead mother, but before she left, she gave her sister a good beating. After Bran, Sansa's second choice was her second granduncle, Blackfish Blinden. Old Blackfish didn't have much of a relationship with Jon, and he had always supported his granddaughter, but he was too old and had experienced too many tragic things. and the past 10 years had been too hard. It wasn't easy for him to stay up until the end of the long night, and he really didn't have the mood or the energy to go to King's Landing. He was now a monk in the great cathedral, and after becoming a priest and obtaining a divine spell slot, he returned to Rapid Flow City and lived out his remaining years in the cathedral. Next, Sansa extended an invitation to the Onion Knight. The old knight wasn't very knowledgeable, but his loyalty was guaranteed, and he was conscientious in his work. He didn't have the slightest bit of selfishness towards the monarch, and Sansa had always admired him. The old knight thanked the queen for her appreciation, and then without hesitation, he turned and walked towards the great cathedral of Baylor. He also wanted to become a monk. On the other hand, Elaine didn't leave King's Landing with the dwarf, nor did she return to the barbarian prime minister's residence. She volunteered herself to be Queen Sansa's prime minister. The barbarian prime is good, but the days are too dull, and there's no challenge at all. Also, I'm the future Prince of Dorne, and I'll have to return in the end, she explained. As for her and Tyrion's future, we don't have a future. He can't have children. I can have children, but I can't. In the future, I'll have to choose one of Quentyn's children to be my successor, but they can't be Tyrion's successor, Elaine said helplessly. Unfortunately, her sincere analysis still didn't move Sansa. Sansa thought that she wasn't talented enough. Back when King Aegon was still alive, the Dornishmen had already joined Storm's End fortress. Even when King Aegon was captured, Dorne finished the siege of King's Landing. Although they lost the war and Aegon died, Dorne, Storm's End fortress, and Sansa's relationship had always been good. Is your father willing to leave the mountain? She had her eyes on Prince Dowling. Elaine was stunned, and then said, when the sun comes out, my father will give up his title and join the great cathedral as a monk. The long night is finally over. Why are all of you planning to become monks? Sansa complained. Why, who else wants to become a monk? Elaine asked curiously. The only ones I know of are the Onion Knight, Ser Brynden, Ser John Clinton, Count Settiga, Count Mandalay, Bronze Yohn. Even Blackwater Bronson plans to become a priest at the High September when his son comes of age. Sansa sighed. These were only the prime minister candidates that she took note of. She could guess that there were more nobles in the Seven Kingdoms who wanted to become monks. If she asked Bronn, the reason was very simple. I've enjoyed everything when I was young. When I'm old, I don't have the energy and can't play anymore. Instead of lying in bed alone at home, I might as well go to the great cathedral with my old friends and become monks. Being a monk can at least strengthen the body and extend one's life. It's also easier to go to heaven after death. If one's heart is more devout and has a deeper understanding of the teachings, they might even be able to become a demigod angel like Meribat. Living a comfortable life with a guaranteed future. Only a fool wouldn't do such a good job. These were Count Blackwater's original words. He was almost 50 years old now. His body was starting to fail, and he gradually lost his strength and heart. A large number of capable old men had gone to become monks. Sansa had no choice but to promote Marjorie. Snapping out of her daze, Queen Sansa frowned. Congratulate me for what? Your Majesty, when the sun comes out, the deviants will have nowhere to hide. The world is at peace. Your official coronation is not far away. Little Rose said excitedly. Oh, we should celebrate. Sansa's face was filled with anticipation. She couldn't help but grin. For the sun, for the new era, and for the Queen, the people of the Seven Kingdoms will always remember that day. The Seven Kingdoms haven't held an official tournament for more than 10 years. When the time comes, we must gather the heroes of the Seven Kingdoms to compete. This time, we must allow women to wear the family badge and participate as official knights. I will also participate, Marjorie said excitedly. That's right. I'll leave this to you, Queen Sansa said happily. Right. What do you plan to do with the Iron Throne? Throw it away or use it again? Marjorie thought of the rusty iron in the warehouse and said hesitantly, the Iron Throne has always been a symbol of royalty. But does it still have any meaning now? If you don't use the Iron Throne, where will you sit? Of course I can't throw it away. Wearing the human crown and sitting on the Iron Throne is the true king of the Seven Kingdoms. Sansa said in a low voice. Marjorie nodded and asked tentatively, have you decided on the Dukes of Valley, River Gap, and River Bend? The Duke of the Northern Territory seems to be free. Sansa looked into her eyes. You want to be the Duke of River Bend? I do. Marjorie didn't avoid the question. River Bend is too strong and too big. I don't feel at ease, Sansa said calmly. Your Majesty, you have a human crown. The 7 gods will bless your dynasty for 10,000 years. Marjorie sighed. The Bow dynasty in the Barren Lands is still going. But tell me, between Tyrion and Prince Bow, who is the true king? I can think of 10 ways to usurp the throne right now to avoid the Dragon Queen's guarantee. A king should constantly strive for self-improvement. Why do you always want to rely on others? Even if she's a god? Sansa sneered. Marjorie frowned. Are you going to remove the Duke of River Bend? Sansa smiled and shook her head. I plan to redefine the boundaries of River Bend and River Gap. These 2 places are too big and too rich. The royal territory belongs to the Dragon Queen, and I need a new royal territory. I will take a piece of land from River Bend and River Gap to form the new royal territory. The new royal territory will be bigger than the future River Bend and River Gap. Marjorie gritted her teeth and said, Your Majesty, if I become the Duke of River Bend, I'm willing to give half of the Mander River to the royal territory. Yes, I will consider it. Sansa nodded calmly. Chapter 1089. Was the world a plain where the sky was like a pot lid, and the earth was like a chopping board? Or was it a planet like Earth? Dany's understanding of the world kept changing. At first, considering that it was a fantasy world with dragons and magic, she thought it was a plane that had nothing to do with science. Later, when she learned about the irregular changes of the seasons, especially when she confirmed that latitude and longitude were really meaningful to the climate, she thought it was a planet. However, the stars were affected by unknown celestial bodies and were moving in unpredictable ways. Later, she went to Sosros and saw the adventure notes of the Valeglia people. There was a female dragon king named Janinera Bellerus. She went back and forth for 3 years, but only found endless forests, deserts, and mountains in Sosros. Also, she went back the way she came, and did not go around the world. At that time, Dany's understanding of the world changed again. That time, she was a little lost. Even after entering the endless dark universe, she was still uncertain about the world. It was only when she entered the astral world and sang the complete Song of Fire, that the flames burned every corner of the world, that the world cast a complete 4-dimensional shadow in her heart. Ignoring the immaterial time dimension and the strange astral world, and only studying the 3-dimensional material world, it was like an orange that was not completely peeled. Take the orange, and use a fruit knife to cut a cross on it. If you cut all the way to the end, it would be divided into 4 pieces. What if you only cut to the middle? Cut to the middle, and peel the top half of the orange, to reveal the 4 pieces of orange meat. Open your mouth wide and bite down. The 4 pieces of orange peel spread out in 4 directions. This was probably the current appearance of the world. The Westeros, Ursos, and part of Sosros were on the uncut bottom half of the orange, which was barely a hemisphere. Therefore, the division of latitude and longitude had practical significance in studying the climate and time zones. The land of eternal winter in the north, the dark world in the east, the endless sea in the west, and the continents in the south. The 4 poles were on the 4 pieces of orange peel that spread out in 4 directions. Of course, the world's appearance was not as neat and balanced as the orange. The 4 poles were narrower and longer, like 4 twisted and elongated ribbons. The hemisphere where the material world was located was not round. It was not even a regular hemisphere. Instead, it looked like an iron pot that had been hit hard by a hammer. Some parts of the iron pot were even thinner because of the rust. There were even holes in the bottom of the pot, allowing the boiling juice to flow out of the pot. The world of the Song of Ice and Fire originally had a pot full of soup. However, as the soup leaked, the gods and devils scooped it up and poured it into the solar furnace to forge the sun. By this era, the new era had already begun. It should have been the end of the last era. The pot of soup had already dried up. Fortunately, Danny used the initial heat to repair the holes in the iron pot and added half a pot of new soup. Are you ready? In the dark and cold astral world, Danny held a weirwood cane and looked down at the soup pot world below. Why don't we wait a few more years? Your Song of Water and Song of Earth have a high chance of reaching perfection within 50 years. Perhaps you can also add the Song of Ice. Gather the 4 basic elements of earth, water, wind, and fire as raw materials and cook them with the supreme law of the Song of Ice and Fire. You should be able to create an even more perfect world. The mental waves in the weirwood were 60% similar to Door God, 30% similar to the dead Mother Earth Demon, and 10% similar to Frost God. Frost God was the fusion of Es God and the weirwood root. It was equivalent to a luxurious version of the soul of a shapeshifter. Danny was too familiar with dealing with shapeshifters. In only 3 hours, she burned the mountain-sized body of Frost God into pure divinity and life imprints. However, she did not kill them all. She took out the ice seeds that were suspected to be alien embryos in Frost God's body and threw them into the 7 levels of hell. She planned to create an ice purgatory. 7 years ago, Danny had obtained the crystal core of the Earth Demon. Together with the remnant souls collected in the underground palace of Thunder Island, she had about 40% of Mother Earth's life imprints. Es God, Mother Earth, and Door God all had incomplete life imprints. She simply crushed them all and merged them into the weirwood sapling. The effect was unexpectedly good. More than half of Es God's life imprints came from Door God's root and were originally one with the weirwood. If they could be separated back then, they could be merged now. Danny was not surprised. However, it was almost a miracle that Earth Demon could be merged. That was because before this, Danny had never successfully merged the imprints of 2 different life imprints. In other words, other than shapeshifters, life imprints could not be changed by humans. It's the opposite of what you think. Almost every life imprint can be merged, but it's very difficult for you to find the merging point. Think about it. I'm from this world, and Es God is from another world, but we perfectly merged to form Frost God. Even in worlds with different rules, life forms can merge. What's the reason? It's actually very simple to explain. It's like there are countless paths in a huge maze. 99,999% of people who enter will meet a dead end. But some people will find the only correct path and walk out smoothly. The merging point is the only path, Liang Mu Shujian said. She first merged Earth Demon with the weirwood trunk, while the old tree root guided her. How do I find the merging point? Danny asked humbly. By feeling. Can you teach me? This is one of my talents. I can't learn it. At that moment, Danny's expression was a little twisted. Fortunately, the old tree root quickly said, "Didn't the weirwood leave all his inheritance to you? He also gave you this talent. It's the green spring. Souls that drink the green spring can become shapeshifters. And don't shapeshifters have the talent to merge with the souls of their animal companions by feeling? Don't think of the green spring as a pure faith pool. It's more like a divine artifact that contains the Song of Law. You can try to merge your soul into the green spring in the future and become a qualified old god that responds to believers. You should be able to slowly grasp that talent." The so-called responding to believers meant that when the believers of the old gods prayed to the human faces carved on the heart tree in the forest of gods, or in the wilderness, she had to split a part of her soul onto the human faces to observe, listen to, and accept the sacrifices of the believers. For example, they would stuff a few bloody human heads into the mouth of the human faces. Thinking of the benefits of fusing with the life imprint, Danny made up her mind. Even if she hated the actions of the evil gods, she would pinch her nose and enjoy the sacrifices of the believers in the future. No. Who was she? How could she accommodate others? The entire world should accommodate her. She had to make the believers of the old gods change their customs. If they wanted to sacrifice, they could use brown sugar buns to replace human heads. We can't wait any longer. In 20 years, our world will completely enter the bottom level of the universe. I have a feeling that at that moment, the connection between the world and the four elemental universes of ice, water, darkness, and earth will be broken, Danny said with a serious expression. Breaking is a bad thing. If not for the land of eternal winter being connected to the ice universe, God wouldn't have found us. And the cold wouldn't have been able to enter, the newborn weirwood said doubtfully. Do you think that the ice universe injecting the power of the ice universe into the world is more beneficial or harmful to the world? Danny asked. I don't see any benefits. Otherwise, the weirwood wouldn't have built a great wall to block the cold, the weirwood said. Building a great wall to block the power of the ice is similar to building a dam. Danny sighed. The newborn weirwood was not door god, nor was he frost god or earth demon. The newborn did not inherit their experience and wisdom. I still don't quite understand, the weirwood said doubtfully. Every time the world falls and the sun is extinguished, why does the world fall into ice and darkness? Why is the western endless sea and the southern continent almost infinitely long? And an ordinary megalosaurus can't even fly to the other side in a year. They are both level 4 universes. But the dark world in the east and the land of eternal winter in the north are not that big. Why? The weirwood asked humbly. The land of the 4 poles is not the tumor of the world at all. Instead, it is the umbilical cord that has not been cut from the mother. Looking at the 4 long and narrow orange peel connected to the 4 sides of the iron pot, Danny had a complicated expression. When the long night fell, darkness and ice would fill the entire world. The power of ice and darkness was a great enemy to the living. But in the end, they were also a type of force. If the world of the Song of Ice and Fire was a system, not only would it not lose power during the long night, but it would also draw a large amount of elemental power from the 2 single-element universes. It was just that ice and darkness were not friendly to the living in the warm world. The demon gods of the dark world were like fish in water during the long night, because the ancient demon gods were used to cold and dark environments. But just because it was bad for humans did not mean that it was bad for the world. During the long night, it could be seen that the world was drawing a large amount of nutrients from the 2 umbilical cords. Back when Danny ignited the first flame in the smoke sea, all the laws had been burned away. All the elemental power, no matter how chaotic or high level, was fuel for the first flame. It was obvious that the power of ice from the ice universe and the power of darkness from the dark universe could also become fuel for the first flame. At this moment, the first flame that Danny left in the Earth's core was like an engine that drove the world forward. The power of darkness and ice poured into it through the sea of laws, slowly strengthening. It was very awkward. The fire power of the Earth's core was eating and bleeding. Overall, the first flame was still slowly shrinking. It was not making ends meet. The world was falling. Falling was the same as weakening. Weakened, it naturally needed to be replenished with nutrients. As for whether these nutrients would harm the living, the world's consciousness did not care. It was survival of the fittest. Even if the living died, there would be new species to fill the new era. The relationship between the world and the universe could be seen as a moving elevator and a building. The world of the Song of Ice and Fire was a cuboid elevator. The elevator had 4 walls, which represented the 4 universes' dimensions. Usually, the 4 walls also stabilized the balance of the elevator. Usually, the 4 walls also slowly poured power into the world. One could imagine that in an infinitely huge building, there were countless elevators rising, descending, opening, moving, being born, and being destroyed. The elevator rising meant that the world was thriving and was on the way to dimension. The elevator falling was a typical example of the Song of Ice and Fire's world, which kept falling. The elevator could also move horizontally from the 9th floor to the 8th floor. When the elevator fell, the door could not be opened. When the elevator reached the 8th floor and completed a fall, it also meant that at this moment, the door of the elevator opened. When the door opened, the air from the outside world, the power of the 4 universes, could more easily enter the elevator. At this time, the world would crazily absorb energy to nourish itself due to hunger. A huge amount of energy from the outside world poured in. Darkness and ice filled the entire world. The sea of magic boiled, and the transcendence returned. In the eyes of the living, a long night descended. A long night seemed to be a good thing. The world could open its stomach and crazily devour the energy of the elemental universe? Whether it was a good thing or not, she had to find out how the god of frost was going to save the world. He said that if the world entered eternal ice, the world would be constant at a certain level and would never fall again. Was he lying? No. If his promise could not be fulfilled, the door god would not have schizophrenia at all and split into two. The god of frost's way of saving the world was to take advantage of the short time when the world completed a fall. The elevator stopped on the 8th floor, opened the door of the elevator facing the ice universe, and pulled the elevator horizontally to the 8th floor of the building. Out of the elevator shaft, and into a small room on the 8th floor. Wouldn't it stop falling forever? But was this a good thing? Not necessarily. As a small room on the 8th floor, it also meant that it had become part of the ice universe and had no future. When Danny rode Wuxia to chase the son of heaven, she encountered many natural space, vortexes, and dark creatures in the dark universe. Because of the space vortexes, Wuxia lost her many times. Perhaps, those vortexes were the past that was pulled into a certain world on a certain floor? Perhaps, the dark creatures were the natives of a certain world hundreds of millions of years ago? She did not know, but she was sure that such a monotonous and unchanging future was really hopeless. It was better to fall into the lower universe and enjoy the peace after death. After moving up and down, there was also birth and destruction. The elevator was built on a certain floor of the building and retreated into the shaft. The world was born on a certain floor of the building by the first fire. The first fire was also divided into levels. The world that was born from the powerful first fire was on a higher floor. Did the building have a roof? Danny was not sure, but she must have a plan. Now her world was on the first floor, sliding from the first floor to the basement. About 20 years later, with a plop, the elevator left the shaft and smashed into the garbage pile in the basement. Naturally, the connection between the elevator and the four walls would be broken at that time. If the elevator left the shaft, theoretically, it would never be able to leave the garbage pile in the basement and could only slowly decay in the white frost. This was the reason why the god of frost wanted to jump ship and run away, and also the reason why the son of heaven and other demon gods killed the earth demon. Perhaps the scrap iron would be used to forge a new elevator in the upper level? Danny was actually looking forward to the lower universe. She felt that the ultimate secret of the universe might be hidden in two places: the garbage pile in the basement and the rooftop. Perhaps the cold basement was the origin of the Song of Ice, and the sunny rooftop was the origin of the Song of Fire? The combination of the two was the real Song of Ice and Fire? Perhaps only those who had been to the lower universe and the rooftop universe at the same time could truly transcend. This was not Danny's wild imagination. After the long night ended, the thick fog that shrouded fate had mostly dispersed to her. She had a feeling that entering the lower universe was her goal. Well, even at her current level, the future was uncertain. She should pay more attention to the present. Darkness came from the east, and ice came from the north. Then did the west and south input energy into the world? Yes. However, the power of the geocentric initial fire was weak, and the world could not digest it. The energy that entered turned into seawater and land. The reason why the endless sea in the west was so vast, and why the megalosaurus could not fly to the end of the endless continent in the south, was because they were constantly growing. The seawater and land in the south and west did not directly harm the world. In fact, they were even beneficial. For example, the subsidiary planes that fell from the astral world were thrown into the Sosros continent like trash. However, if the cold air and darkness could not be digested, the living people in the world would be doomed. That was why the door god built a shelter in the land of eternal winter, and the dark demon god built a lone peak at the edge of the dark world. However, the west and south did not build a river dam. Danny had confirmed with old Shu Zhen that when the door god was born, the four poles had always existed. Until today, it had neither increased nor decreased, for it would always be four. However, why was the four poles not connected to the four universes of Earth, water, wind, and fire, but dark, ice, water, and earth. Was there a single element universe of wind and fire? Assuming that the four poles were not unique to this world. Then was it possible that the four poles of other worlds were earth, water, wind, and fire? Or even more than four poles, the five poles were metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Danny had guesses about the above questions, but she did not have an accurate answer. She needed to see more worlds. Now, she had to gather a wave of energy before the world separated from the four poles, and tie a strong rope around the world. I'm ready. Let's begin. The new weirwood sighed. The Song of Fire was activated. Danny's eyes lit up with small flames. Then, her whole body was burning. Even the weirwood in her right hand was wrapped in flames. Boom! Danny turned into a human-shaped flame. The flame Danny was like a shooting star, rushing straight down to the half-orange below. Behind the shooting star, there was a long flame tail. Strangely, in the center of the flame tail, there were four intertwined white roots. The roots of the weirwood. She kept flying. The roots of the weirwood kept extending, as if they were laying down cables. Pop! Danny, who had turned into the law of fire, pierced through the magma layer of the world like a sharp arrow. If the world was a broken iron pot that was half filled with soup, she would have already fallen into the soup and passed through layers and layers of magma of different temperatures. She arrived at the core of the earth where the first flame had been extracted. She did not stop and continued to go down. What's she doing? In the depths of the earth's core, an inconspicuous white flame opened its eyes. It was Lalo. He was very unlucky, but also very lucky. After the Battle of the Smoke Sea, Danny was dissipating the first flame in the earth's core. Lalo had been peeping from the side. He only left the day before Danny woke up. When Danny woke up, the earth demon was surrounded and killed by the evil gods. Obviously, Lalo had no time to plot against the earth demon. After all, it would take a long time just to gather the remaining evil gods in the dark world. It would take even more time to persuade the evil gods to abandon the main world and enter the dark universe. Even if Lalo had the motive, he did not have the time. In fact, Lalo did not even have a plan. He went to the dark world to find his old friends only to persuade them to carry out Plan B, to support him as the savior. Plan A was, of course, to ambush in the Smoke Sea and kill the Dragon Queen. If the Dragon Queen was alert and refused to fall into the trap, the Alliance of Justice and Order also had Plan B, to compete with her for the savior title, and then force her to make a sacrifice. Well, after the Battle of the Smoke Sea, Lalo did not dare to think about forcing the Dragon Queen to her death. His goal was very simple. He wanted to force the Dragon Queen to tell him the secret of the first flame. Then he would sing the powerful Song of Fire himself. After regaining the status of a true god, he would try his best to summon the sun and not let the world completely fall into the lower universe. But to save the world, he could not defeat the god of frost. Therefore, Lalo planned to go to the dark world to recruit people. But he did not expect the evil god of darkness to be so stubborn. He would rather jump ship and escape, be homeless and wander around, just to destroy the Dragon Queen and the world together. Hearing the Son of Heaven's plan, he was so scared that he peed his pants. To be honest, Lalo's strength was not as good as the other three ancient elemental gods, but he did not completely lose his moral integrity. His dream had always been to save the world. He had never had the thought of completely destroying the world, and he could not accept it. But his strength at that time was not even 1/10 of his heyday, and he did not have the ability to fight against the evil gods. He did not even dare to show any thoughts of opposition. If he had opposed at that time, the bloodthirsty Son of Heaven would not have minded killing him. Therefore, Lalo endured the torment in his heart and joined the team that killed the Earth Demon. This was also the reason why the little devils in the dark world spread the rumor that Lalo killed Mother Earth. But in fact, Lalo did go to the underground palace of the Thunder Island, but he had been watching the door from outside. The Earth Demon was not dead yet, so he found a chance to sneak away quietly. This was also why Danny did not chase him and the Red God's church away. But Lalo did not dare to force the Dragon Queen's palace anymore. How cruel were the methods the Dragon Queen used to deal with the Son of Heaven and the evil gods. She chased him all the way to the dark universe. Lalo was afraid. He was afraid that she would kill him as soon as he saw her. So, he turned into an ordinary little flame and hid among the thousands of little flames in the Earth's core. What is she doing? Looking at the tree root that pierced through the Earth's core, Lalo was puzzled. Boom! The flame Danny pulled the weirwood through the entire world and came to the other side of the world. It was equivalent to going from the North Pole that was bitten, through the Earth's core, to the South Pole, the middle of the Sosros continent, more than 40,000 kilometers away from Slave Bay. A weirwood broke out of the ground in the Gobi Desert, and the roots of the weirwood extended to the other side of the planet, more than 100,000 kilometers. Danny stood on the edge of the weirwood, her right hand holding the tree trunk. At this time, she was the Song of Fire itself. After entering the material world, the Song of Fire naturally spread out from her body. Almost in a flash, with the South Pole as the center, flames spread out in the material world. The earth, the ocean, the mountains, the sky, the clouds, the forest, and even billions of creatures were enveloped by the illusory flames. Even if it wasn't the first time they heard the Song of Fire, seeing the entire world burning in fire again, the living people everywhere still screamed in fear and panic. This is the Song of Fire. Dragon Queen is chanting the Song of Fire again. There were also people who understood, although they didn't panic. She just summoned the sun. What is she doing now? John, Melisandre, and the other transcendent bigwigs were puzzled. Soon the world changed again. Hiss! In the land of eternal winter, the white dragon that had been hovering above the snowfield was on fire, and traces of spatial folds appeared around him. It was as if there were invisible restraints binding him. He flapped his wings hard and flew with all his strength, but he was spinning in place and didn't move a single step. Rumble, the ground under Little White was also covered in flames. At this time, as he flew with all his strength, the ground began to bend into an arc. Hiss! In the dark world, Little Green jumped up from the lonely peak, and rope-like spatial folds also appeared around him. He flew with all his strength, but he didn't move from where he was. The ground began to bend toward a point. Hiss! In the western endless sea, the seawater and trenches were burning in the fire. The continental plates seemed to have been melted by the flames and became soft. Little Red flew with all his strength. He didn't move from where he was, but he pulled the ocean to bend toward a point. Hiss! In the continent that was further south than the South Pole, Dahe was more relaxed than his brothers. The continuous mountain range became soft in the fire and was pulled by Dahe to bend toward a point. Rumble! The world was like beans in a sieve, jumping violently. Chapter 1090. What happened to the world? A month later, the world was still rumbling and shaking. The Dragon Queen's Song of Fire was still being sung. Humans gradually got used to it and no longer panicked. However, the doubts in their hearts did not lessen at all. Some people began to search for answers on their own. The devil dragon Tyrion and Jon, who was riding on the devil dragon, decided to explore the four poles. The dark demon god was almost completely exterminated by the Dragon Queen. Relatively speaking, the four poles were safer. Thus, they left Slave Bay and flew eastward. They flew and flew, crossing the Jade Sea and Wuxia, leaving the endless Daybreak Mountains behind them. Where did the Dark World go? They flew for 20,000 kilometers, but still did not find the Dark World. Is this a new continent? There's not a single living person, not even a blade of grass. It's all barren mountains and land. Jon was puzzled. It shouldn't be. After Asia, we'll enter the Dark World in less than 5,000 kilometers. I've been there before, and was even prepared to look for a few hellhounds to be guard dogs. The devil dragon Tyrion said in disbelief. Should we continue flying? I can hold on, but the pterosaur and devil dragon need to eat. Jon asked. Tyrion thought for a while and said, let's fly north. In theory, that's the trembling sea. There's food in the sea. As expected, they flew north for another few thousand kilometers and began to encounter islands of various sizes. However, The dwarf was not sure if they were still in the trembling sea. This was because he had never seen this area on the world map. Hey, look, there are traces of people there. After flying for another month, the dwarf finally saw smoke and a thatched cottage on a small island. They're really living people. Let's go and ask them where this is. It was the first time they had seen intelligent beings in 2 months. The uncle and nephew were very excited. 7 gods above, why are they here? Where are we? Landing on the empty ground in front of the thatched cottage, Tyrion was confused and shocked when he saw the striped people kneeling and kowtowing in front of the devil dragon. You know them? Jon asked curiously. There were about 40 to 50 people. Regardless of gender, they were all muscular. Their arms hung down to their knees. Their foreheads were slanted. They had huge square teeth and flat and wide pig noses. The most distinctive feature was the brown and white stripes on his skin. Tyrion frowned and said slowly, "If I remember correctly, they should be the natives of Sosros. More than 10 years ago, Dahe used to draw such people on paper with colored pencils. The Dragon Queen called them striped people or wild boar people. Why would a native of Sosros be in the Shivering Sea? And there's the continent of Ursos in the middle, if the entire continent in the south is Ursos." Jon was shocked. "I don't know." Tyrion scratched his head in distress. Roar, roar, roar. Just as the man and the devil dragon were conversing, some of the striped priests had already started dancing. Then they cut off their hands and dug out their hearts. The power of blood sacrifice fell on the devil dragon Tyrion and Jon's heads. Io, they really are offering us a blood sacrifice. It's exactly the same as what the Dragon Queen said. The dwarf was both surprised and curious, and he even revealed a gluttonous expression, as if he was savoring the aftertaste. Ugh, so comfortable. It's even more enjoyable than doing Snow Lady. I'm not a demigod yet, but I can still sense the power of blood sacrifice. The striped people's faith is amazing. Only evil gods can absorb the power of blood sacrifice. What are you doing? Jon said anxiously. How far do you think a person like me is from an evil god? Tyrion did not think much of it. He continued to raise his head and suck in the red mist that fell from the sky. Jon had no choice but to use his domain to burn away the red mist above his head. Ugh! The devil dragon Tyrion's body trembled as he let out an inexplicable moan of pleasure. After a long while, he sighed while savoring the aftertaste. It's too good. It's too wonderful. That feeling. Jon, trust me. If you don't try it, you've wasted half your life. I don't want to be an evil god. Jon shook his head. TSK. You're just a shadow-binding knight. How dare you pretend to be a saint here? The devil dragon shook his head. He was still in a daze from the aftertaste of the climax. He started to speak carelessly. In this world, other than your aunt who doesn't fit in with the world, which god doesn't accept blood sacrifice. Even the old god you believe in likes blood sacrifice very much. Absorbing it once is equivalent to at least 3 months of cultivation. Your magic power will increase. Oh no. Sister, don't. The Holy Mother is merciful. Don't. The devil dragon dwarf was getting carried away when he suddenly cried out in fear. Ha! The devil dragon struggled and howled. The nearby savages cried out in fear and retreated. What's wrong? Jon was shocked. Wet dragon worms jumped out of Tessa's red head. The dragon worms hissed at the sky. It was abnormally terrifying. Whoa, no, don't. Mercy, mercy, don't. The devil dragon Tyrion cried. What's wrong? Your power. Jon's expression froze. He said in surprise. Why did it decrease so much? What level are you now? Level 1. I lost the Holy Mother's favor and fell from level 5 Grand Knight to level 1 Beginner Knight. I almost broke the seal of the Holy Knight. After the devil dragon Tyrion caught his breath, he said dejectedly. If the seal of the Holy Knight was broken, he would not be able to control Tessa anymore. The fusion between man and dragon would naturally disappear. In the end, Dany still showed mercy and gave him a chance to turn over a new leaf. Jon's eyes brightened. Because of the blood sacrifice? I only know that I'm a bastard, an evil god embryo. I can be fearless, but I forgot my identity as a holy knight. In the teachings of the 7 gods, the blood sacrifice is the taboo of the taboo. More than 10 years of hard work, all gone in one day. It's such a loss. The price for this indulgence is too high. The devil-dragon dwarf stomped his feet and lamented. Ha ha ha. John laughed unkindly. After this, the dwarf's magic power was greatly damaged. After merging, their flying speed was reduced by a third. The progress of the two's exploration of the world was also much slower than before. After another 2 months, the world's tremors gradually calmed down. They came to a boundless sea. For a full 40 days, they did not see a single island. Fortunately, the devil dragon and pterosaur could swim and could rest in the sea. There were few fish in the sea, but there were big fish in the deep sea. For every sea monster the two met 7 or 8. Where are we? The dwarf asked blankly. John raised his head and looked at the blazing sun. He asked doubtfully. These days the length of each day is different. Did you notice? The dwarf was stunned. After carefully recalling for a moment, he said in shock. If you didn't say it, I would have missed it. Why is it like this? Even if the length of winter and summer is different, if you include the night, day and night should be 24 hours. Yesterday it was only 20 hours. A month ago, was there a day that was only 17 hours? That's too exaggerated. I didn't notice it. How does the sun move? John frowned. The dwarf said, I heard that the sun's home is in the Daybreak Mountains, which is my dear Cauldron Dukedom. Back then, when your aunt conferred me the title of Duke, she even smiled and said that the dukedom could be renamed Neon, the country of sunrise. The sun rises from the Daybreak Mountains, so the land to the east of the Daybreak Mountains is dark and in shadow all year round. This is very reasonable. John nodded and said thoughtfully, the sun will disappear in the sunset sea in the evening. We Westeros are the last place to see the sun. The people of Ursus call it the land of the sunset. But how does the sun return from the sunset sea to the Daybreak Mountains? I know. The dwarf had a flash of inspiration and laughed. Where are the deviant ghosts before the long night? The land of eternal winter. John blurted out. Then he said thoughtfully, the deviant ghosts are afraid of the sun. If they can live in the land of eternal winter, it means that there is no sun there. And the land of eternal winter is only one of the 4 poles. Yes, the land of eternal winter should not be in the prime material world. Perhaps there is light shining there, but the sun itself will not enter the land of eternal winter. So the Daybreak Mountains are the boundary between the material world and the dark world. In the sunset sea in the west, there should also be a boundary, the dwarf said. But this can't explain our current situation, John said helplessly. No, it can, the dwarf said slowly. The sun set off from the Daybreak Mountains, walked for a day, and then returned to its original point. What should its trajectory be like? A circle. We have been heading east, in the opposite direction from where the sun rises. Could it be that we are also walking in a circle? John frowned. This doesn't make sense. Is the world a ball? We live on a ball? That's ridiculous. Hey, there is an island in front. There is even a lighthouse on the island, the dwarf exclaimed. What? This is the lone lighthouse. The lone lighthouse of the Iron Islands. We are almost back to the Westeros. Half an hour later, in the stone courtyard of the ancient castle, the dwarf and John exclaimed at the same time. Actually, when they saw the familiar clothes of the islanders, they already had a vague guess. When they heard the familiar common language from their mouths, their guess became reality. Even so, when Count Gilbert told them that this was the Farwin family's lone lighthouse, the two of them were still shocked. Why are the 2 dukes here? The old count asked in confusion. The dwarf and the dwarf were the stars of the Westeros. Although the lone lighthouse was located at the westernmost part of the Westeros, they were not an isolated island. They would not be absent from any collective activity on the Iron Islands. In fact, the old count had even led his 3 sons and more than 50 subjects to participate in the final battle. The old man alone had killed 7 or 8 ghouls. Of course, as a part of the Westeros, the lone lighthouse had also received a lot of food and fruits from Dany and Rise during the long night. We set off from Slave Bay and determined the direction according to the shadows under the noon sun. We kept heading east. The dwarfs slowly recounted their experience. That's not right. We've explored the Sunset Sea in the west. We swam for a few years without reaching the continent of Ursos, let alone the 40 days of Megalosaurus voyage. In fact, there's nothing to the west other than the dark gray seawater. The old count shook his head. How many years have you swam? Tyrion was baffled. Jon looked around at the Farwin family members in the hall and smiled. The Farwin family has received the blessings of the old gods. We have a few shapeshifters. Gilbert smiled as well and nodded. In the past, we wouldn't have dared to admit our identity. Now that the old gods have merged with the 7 gods, the extraordinaires are no longer monsters. Tyrion recalled the introduction of the lone lighthouse Farwin family that he had read in his early years. He said with realization, it said that the Farwin family members can transform into sea lions, walruses, and even the overlords of the sea wolf-spotted whales. So that's how it is. Then, Your Grace, do you know why Lone Lighthouse Fort is called Lone Lighthouse Fort? Count Gilbert asked. That's because the lighthouse on your fort will be lit no matter if it's day or night, the dwarf immediately said. Why is there a need to light it even during the day? Gilbert asked again. The dwarf's expression changed. Do we need a lighthouse to guide the way during the day? The old count nodded slowly and sighed. You might have seen it from the sky. Lone Lighthouse Fort isn't an isolated island. There are a dozen or so small islands nearby. There are mines, mountain streams for sheep herding, and farmers cultivating farmland in the canyons of one of the islands. We Ironseed like to plunder. But who else would we plunder here other than our own people? That's why we have a normal life. We need to travel between the various islands often, and we need a lighthouse to determine our location. Before the long night, we'll continue to head west and realize that the sky and seawater are gray. The sunlight doesn't seem to reach there. Sometimes, gray shadows will cover the sea near Lone Lighthouse Fort during the day. We don't know when the gray shadows will come, so we just keep the lighthouse lit. Now that the gray shadows are gone, we'll come from the west. The sun there is the same as here, Jon said. The old count spread out his hands and said helplessly, if you have any questions, it's useless to look for me. The sun was summoned by the Dragon Queen, and she's also the one who chanted the Song of Fire. The earth is still shaking now, and it must be because of her. If we find her, all the mysteries will be solved. The Dragon Queen is more powerful than the gods in the legends. She might be recasting the world right now. His eldest son Gar sighed. The dwarf glanced at him and said thoughtfully, maybe we can follow the Westeros and fly north. If we can return to west again, it means that the world has become a ball. If we can't, does it mean that our world is an egg roll? Jon hesitated. We have nothing to do anyway, the dwarf said with a smile. Maybe after completing the exploration, I can write a book about the original appearance of the world. Gilbert shook his head and said with a complicated expression, no one will read the book you write. They won't believe it even if they read it. Why? The dwarf asked curiously. You're just looking at the big picture. The Dragon Queen has changed this world with her own hands. If it were you, would you believe what you saw or what she said? Even so, Jon, who had nothing to do, still agreed to the dwarf's plan. The two of them only rested in Lone Light Castle for 2 days, before bidding farewell to Fawn and his family. They followed the Westeros coastline and headed north. After passing the Great Wall, the 2 devil dragons entered the continent. He still remembered his sacred oath, never step into the 7 nations again in his life. Beyond the Great Wall was also part of the Westeros, but it no longer belonged to the 7 nations. The temperature in the Northern Territory has risen a lot, the dwarf said in surprise. Summer is here. Looking at the familiar landscape below him, the dwarf felt uneasy. He inadvertently recalled the time when he and Yrgrat were in the hot spring in the cave. The scenery was still there, and life and death were vast. No, Jon, if the world is a ball, where is the equator? Have you noticed it? The dwarf exclaimed. The equator? Jon was stunned, and said casually, if there really is an equator, it should be near Dorne, Lizzie, Volantis, and Slave Bay. Yes, it should be there before the long night. But it's different now. The equator is moving north. O 7 gods above. The dwarf suddenly came to his senses, and said in disbelief, Jon, you've suffered a great loss. The equator is now passing through the Northern Territory. Do you understand what this means? What? John still did not quite understand. The once desolate and cold Northern Territory will become the rich and warm Slave Bay, or the River Bay. The miserable bare island that can't even afford to raise its wife will also become the new Qingting Island. From now on, there will be no more snow in the Northern Territory. This will be the most fertile land of the 7 nations. And the Northern Territory is so big, the political situation of the 7 nations in the future. A casual action by the Dragon Queen can cause a fundamental change in the situation of the kingdom. This is the true power of the gods, the dwarf exclaimed in shock. Are you sure? John asked in surprise. Didn't you feel the change in temperature and light? He was thinking about something. The dwarf said, look at the sun and the shadow under the sun. If the shadow deviates from north to south by a smaller angle, it means that the position is closer to directly below the sun. We're still not sure if the line directly below the sun will change. Let's assume that it won't change. Then, that line will be the equator. We're now outside the Great Wall, but look at the shadow. The deviation to the north is not too big. This means that we're not too far away from the equator. If this were on Earth, the dwarf's words would definitely be wrong. The direct angle of the sun and the Earth changed with the seasons, so there was a division of the Tropic of Cancer. But in this world, whether there was a Tropic of Cancer depended on Danny's mood. If she found it troublesome and was too lazy to tilt the planet, the equator and the latitude of the direct sun would always coincide. Then the Northern Territory would be in big trouble. Being directly hit by the sun every day, the air pressure would be low, rain clouds would accumulate, and large-scale rain would fall. If water was lost outside the equator, there might be large-scale desertification. Extreme environments, whether dry or wet, were not conducive to human survival. Will Qingting Island be frozen? John asked curiously. It shouldn't be. Look, we flew around the equator for more than 4 months. How big do you think the world is? If the world is really a ball, its radius should not be less than 50,000 kilometers. And that's strange. The dwarf's expression changed and he exclaimed again. What's wrong now? The gravity is decreasing. Gravity? John had never read the physics books of the Slave Bay Academy. I'm a megalosaurus. I can clearly feel the strength of each flap of my wings. Now with the same speed it's easier to fly. You can try jumping a few times on the dragon's back, Devil Dragon Tyrion said. John did not jump on the dragon's back like an idiot. Instead, he closed his eyes and focused on sensing the changes in the rules. After a long while he said in shock, your senses are not wrong, but why is it like this? It's said that the higher the altitude, the lower the gravity. Looking at the ocean in the distance that was at the same level as the continent, the dwarf could not continue. The ice and snow beyond the Great Wall had started to melt. 10,000 miles away from the Great Wall, theoretically, they would enter the land of eternal winter. However, this place had also melted into mottled black soil. The gravity has decreased by half compared to when we were in the 7 kingdoms, and it's decreasing faster and faster. Another half a month had passed. They were at least 50,000 kilometers away from Winterfell. This place was covered in thick ice and snow. Sunlight could shine in, but it was very thin. Moreover, the days were getting shorter. We seem to be approaching the North Pole, the dwarf said. Suddenly, there were waves of wolf howls in front of them. There seemed to be more than one wolf. Accompanying the howls were crimson clouds that covered the sky and earth. Amidst the murderous aura, there were countless terrifying specters of dead souls. There's a peerless demon in front. John was shocked. The devil dragon he was sitting on started to hesitate. Devil Dragon Tyrion almost fell down under the pressure of the fearful aura. This is the gates of hell, where the underworld resides. Mortals, stop. The low and majestic voice was like thunder. It reverberated throughout the world, causing the snow on the mountain peak to tumble down. Gates of hell. John was puzzled. Fuck, I recognize it. Wang Kai, is that you? The dwarf was furious. You dog, you don't even recognize the second elder? The terrifying spirit that was pressing down on them like Mount Tai paused. The crimson clouds and resentful spirits that dyed the sky and earth were swept away. Hehe, you recognize me so quickly. My two masters, it's not convenient for me to go out. Please come over and talk, the demon said in a fawning manner. The pressure disappeared, and the two devil dragons flew forward again. After flying for 3 to 4 hours and almost 600 kilometers, they finally saw a continuous mountain range. The highest peak was almost 4,000 meters high. The mountain peak was covered in snow, but the lush weirwood covered the entire mountain peak. The red palm leaves and white bone-like tree trunks were even more dreamy than the 10 Miles peach garden. Amidst the beauty, there was a hint of eeriness and strangeness. At the foot of the mountain, there was a circular hole that was 100 meters high. It looked like the mouth of the Grim Reaper. Eerie and cold black fog escaped from the hole. A 3-headed dog that was 3 stories tall stood outside the hole. Heiress Taiwan Yulin, greet the two masters. The 3 heads reported their names one by one. Then, they bowed on the ground while shaking their heads. Shit. You really used that name. The dwarf and John's faces were distorted. Hehe, thank you for the name, second elder. Only these 3 peerless villains can guard the gates of hell. Of course, Wang Kai is a gift from the Lord. I can't abandon it. One is used at home, and the other is used by outsiders outside. Wang Kai laughed. The gates of hell is the entrance to the 7 layers of hell? John looked into the hole. It was so dark that he couldn't even see his fingers. He couldn't see anything. That's right. After defeating the strange ghost king, I came here. Taiwan nodded. Yuluan asked curiously, why did the two masters come to the gates of hell? Dong dong dong. The devil dragon Tyrion used his own head to knock Wang Kai's 3 heads and scolded. You know that the masters are here, and you still dare to act mysterious and scare the masters. I've been here for 2 years, and all I've seen are the dead. Now that I finally met a living person, and an acquaintance at that, I can't help but want to act cool. Taiwan in the middle laughed. Dong dong dong. The devil dragon dwarf knocked him 3 more times and said angrily, you dare to act cool in front of the masters? You've got guts. Forget it. You have to look at the master before you hit the dog. John glanced at the red-headed Tessa. Besides, you can't beat him now, so he has the right to act cool in front of you. It's okay. If the master is angry, he can hit me however he wants. Wang Kai was very self-aware and understood that a family dog was not as good as a family member. The devil dragon dwarf looked at it with his vertical pupils for a while and said doubtfully, how did you become so strong? You can create a large blood cloud from a few hundred kilometers away, and the pressure is even more terrifying. Just 2 years ago, when you were fighting the strange ghost king, you were frozen by him. Wang Kai raised his paw and drew a large circle in the air. This area is all in the range of hell, and I've been conferred the title of Guardian of the Gates of Hell by the Master, so I can borrow some of the power of hell. You guys coming here is equivalent to entering my divine kingdom. In order to act cool, I've lost hundreds of divine spell slots. Fuck. The dwarf knocked him 3 more times. John frowned and said, not only can you borrow the power of hell, you also have the Song of 3 Laws. Sigh. Those were all taken from my ancestor by the master. They were originally incomplete, and I'm not very talented, so I can only use them, but I can't even start on my own. I can't even leave hell. After leaving, those laws that don't belong to me will slowly disappear. Wang Kai said helplessly. Do you know what the Dragon Queen has been doing recently? John asked. Chapter 1091. Taiwan Hound shook his head. I'm not too sure about Master's situation, but the changes in the world are definitely related to her. Half a month ago, I met a few good friends in hell. Isn't it normal to meet the souls of old friends in hell? Tyrion asked doubtfully. No, they didn't die. Before I met Master, I had been living in the world of darkness. My friends were also there. Now that I met them in hell, does Master understand what this means? The land of eternal winter in the north, and the world of darkness in the east have merged together. Wang Kai said excitedly. Are you sure? The two were shocked. What's there to be uncertain about? I only have a few friends, but there are many demons in the world of darkness. Whether it's my friends or those demons, they all think they are still in the world of darkness. Wankai said. Could it be that the Dragon Queen used some means to move the monsters to hell to become demons without their knowledge? Have you seen any familiar landforms? The dwarf asked. The landforms have changed a lot. I grew up under a lone peak, so I'm familiar with it, but I haven't seen it in hell. However, those demons were definitely not caught. Their caves are still there. Wankai said. I want to go in and take a look. The dwarf said. Without Master's permission, living people can't enter hell. In fact, I only have two duties: to stop living people from approaching the gates of hell, and to stop the undead from leaving. I'm your master, the dwarf said with a straight face. It doesn't matter if you're my dad, Tywin Hound and Eris Hound said at the same time. The dwarf's face twisted. Can you contact Dragon Queen? Jon asked. I can only pray to Master. I'm not sure if she'll respond. The two showed disappointed expressions, Tywin Hound said again. However, I'm often in contact with Master Impermanence. Do you want to see her? Who is Master Impermanence? The dwarf asked curiously. Black and White Impermanence Arya, Little Master Jon's little sister, in charge of receiving the souls of the dead. She also has a petite, beautiful, noble and elegant she-wolf, Miss Nymeria. Eluan Hound said while drooling. You've taken a fancy to that she-wolf? The dwarf asked curiously. Hell's Gate is tough. We want a companion. Eluan said. Your size. The dwarf looked at Wuxia's penis. Your dick is bigger than that she-wolf. She'll grow slowly. When she becomes a demigod. Jon rubbed his nose awkwardly and interrupted. Hurry up and call Arya out. Oh, less than half an hour later. A dark beam of light streaked across the gates of hell and landed on the ground, transforming into a beautiful woman wearing a black and white yin-yang robe. Both the dwarf and Jon felt their eyes light up when they saw Arya's current appearance. Her brown curly hair fell all the way to her buttocks. She still had that long face, but her facial features were extremely well proportioned. Large and sharp gray eyes, a sharp and delicate nose, cold and white skin, pink lips. In his daze, Jon even thought that he was looking at his own mother, Lyanna. Have you been blessed by the Holy Mother? The dwarf rubbed his chin and looked at her with the eyes of a man looking at a woman. He praised. 2 years ago, you were still a female assassin who looked like dried mud. Now you're emitting a cold and charming fragrance like a winter rose on a cliff. Arya didn't even bother to look at him. She smiled and asked, Why are you here? Jon's eyes were gentle. He hugged her and sighed. Tyrion was right. Compared to 2 years ago, you really look like a beautiful princess now. Is that so? Arya's pale face blushed. She said happily. After the Battle of Smoke Sea, the Holy Mother perfected the death meditation technique, and even lent me the Frost God's Song of Death. Just a year ago, I finally broke through and became a true demigod of death. The side effects of the meditation technique that erased my emotions and changed my body's functions have all disappeared. The me now is the real me, the me when we parted at Winterfell. Arya rested her head on Jon's shoulder and sighed softly. I just realized that it's been so long. Almost 20 years, sister. Jon was very happy. He knew that the lively, and adventurous sister of the past had returned. Weren't you a demigod before? The dwarf asked curiously. Arya let go of Jon and smiled proudly. When I was in Raised Land, I was rewarded by the 7 gods. When I was learning the teachings of the stranger, my soul sublimated, and I became a demigod priest, a stranger's priest. At that time, the side effects of the meditation technique hadn't completely disappeared. Now I'm a demigod as a wizard, a priest and wizard dual-class demigod. Hey, you're paladin. You've been demoted? Arya asked curiously. Sigh. The dwarf covered his face and sighed. Can you take us to hell to find the Dragon Queen? First of all, living people can't enter hell. I can't violate this rule. Also, the Dragon Queen isn't in hell. Aren't you the Soul Reaper, the Black and White Impermanence? The dwarf asked curiously. Arya stopped smiling and said solemnly, The real manager of hell and heaven is a green prophet with the memories and abilities of the Dragon Queen. A two-headed god of faith, Tyrion exclaimed. Seems like you know. Arya smiled meaningfully. Where's the Dragon Queen? John asked. She should be at the intersection of the 4 poles. The 4 poles really overlapped like a 1,000-layer cake, the dwarf asked in shock. It's not overlapped, it's sewn. How do you sew? The two of them were puzzled. Arya pondered and said, it's like 4 pieces of brocade sewing together into a long sleeve. The two of them were even more puzzled. Seeing this, Arya didn't explain much. She only asked, why are you looking for the Dragon Queen? To find out about the changes in the world, and, John said hesitantly, there are some things I want to ask her. All right, I have something to ask her too. Arya pursed her lips. We'll enter the 4 poles through the spatial crevice at the edge of Hell. Then, she opened a spatial door in front of Hell's Gate. The mountain range where Hell's Gate was located was only close to the North Pole. It wasn't the North Pole yet. Standing on the mountain and looking to the north, one could see a stretch of low hills and plains covered in white snow. At this moment, after Devil Dragon Tyrion and John entered the spatial door opened by Arya, they didn't cross thousands of miles in an instant. They were still flying above the snowy plains. It was as if the spatial door was just an illusion and didn't have any effect at all. Holy Mother, this is the world of sleeves? The dwarf shouted in shock. They were indeed flying above the snowy plains, but it was as if they had entered a passageway with 4 walls. Below them was the snowy plains of the land of eternal winter. Above them was a desolate desert with no end. On the left was a gray sea. On the right was a continent. It was a world shrouded in darkness. They were all worlds that were real and not fake. The dwarf felt as if he was flying above the snowy plains for a while. Then he felt as if he was flying above the desert in the opposite direction. After a while, he felt as if he was flying above the sea with one of his wings down. Or he felt as if he was rushing out of the dark world. The feeling of time and space being turned upside down almost made him crash. The 4 worlds that were originally separated in the 4 directions of north, south, east, and west are now connected and sewn together. Look, the land of eternal winter is in the north, opposite the south. That's why the endless continent in the south is above us. To the west of the land of eternal winter is the endless sunset sea. Now the edge of the sunset sea is on the left, connected to the land of eternal winter. They definitely weren't connected at first, but the Dragon Queen forcefully. At this point, Arya was at a loss. She did not know what the Dragon Queen did either. In short, if you pass through the gates of hell and continue north, you'll only go around to the other side of the world. Perhaps you'll encounter the Saucerose continent, or perhaps you'll be able to return to the summer sea. Now that you're in the material world, you can only go around in circles. You won't be able to reach the 4 poles anymore. You know that the world has turned into a ball too? John asked curiously. Do you know what the 7 layers of hell are like? Arya asked. Deep underground like a 7-layered pie? The dwarf asked. Arya smiled and shook her head. It's more like a donut covering the Arctic Circle. The distance between the barren lands and hell is as far as the distance between the Northern Territory and hell. Surround the Arctic Circle? Why? The dwarf was puzzled. Because the Arctic Circle is the only landing point for otherworlders. A soft female voice rang in their ears. It was not Arya. The dwarf was stunned. He laughed and said, You really made us look for you. But when he looked around, he did not see her. Where are you? You two are like ants crawling on an empty porcelain plate. You've always been in my field of vision. But I was very busy before, so I couldn't be bothered with you. Danny smiled. Shit. Keep flying forward. The Arctic Circle is where the 4 poles meet. I'll wait for you there. Danny said and stopped talking to them. Rumble the world had been shaking for a few months. It was still shaking, but the amplitude was getting smaller and smaller. As they got closer to the Arctic Circle, the shaking was getting stronger. They were getting closer to the epicenter. Not long after, the 3 of them saw a shocking scene. The 4 worlds in front of them were not like 4 walls that were tightly connected. They were like 4 pieces of brocade that had not been sewn together. Between the pieces of brocade, there was an empty, dark, and deep void. Rumble, a white giant snake that was thicker than a mountain range, crawled out of the snowy plains of the land of eternal winter and plunged into the endless sea in the west. Then the waves surged, and a loud rumble came from the depths of the sea. The world shook violently. The white snake crawled out of the snowy plains again and plunged into the sea in the west. The position it crawled out from this time was a few dozen kilometers deeper than the previous time. The ground was drilled through, and countless rocks the size of small hills cracked. The dust on the ground flew everywhere. It was like a mountain in the air, floating at the place where the two worlds connected. When the white snake left this place and the laws stabilized, the small hills of earth and rocks would slowly fall. Danny clenched her fist and condensed the air nearby into this small area. The devil dragon Tyrion and the two-headed devil dragon inhaled hard and slowly recovered. Can we fly so high? The dwarf asked in shock. The space-time here is chaotic, and the laws are disorderly. Things that can't happen in the material world are normal here. Danny spoke, but her gaze was fixed on the sky. She used her spiritual sense to assist the weirwood, and sewed the 4 pieces of brocade together. Only then did the dwarf notice the dragon queen's appearance. Her appearance had not changed, and her temperament was more natural and easygoing. It almost made people forget the fact that she had already sung 3 songs of laws. However, she was now wearing a dazzling golden armor. It did not match her usual style. The armor was ordinary. It consisted of the most standard plate armor, skirt armor, shin armor, boots, shoulder armor, and gloves. However, the material of the armor was very strange. It had the clarity of glass, and it shone with golden light. It did not look like a light bulb. Instead, the armor is so mighty. Maybe the sun god should be like this, the dwarf blurted out. After saying that, he was confused himself. Why would I think of the sun god? Danny's eyes lit up and she praised. Your realm is not high, but your eyesight is not bad. What? The dwarf was confused. Have you seen the sun? Danny asked with a smile. The sun has been out for a few months. South of the Great Wall, the snow is almost melting, John said. Have you seen the sun? Danny's smile widened. She seemed to have asked a repetitive question. Is the sun in the sky fake? The dwarf frowned. Danny nodded. You've finally seen the sun. The 3 of them were confused. Dong dong dong. Danny tapped her chest a few times. I'm the sun. What? The 3 of them exclaimed. I'm illuminating the entire world, Danny said lightly. You're the sun? What about the sun you forged? The dwarf mumbled. I dismantled the sun and extracted the divine metal from it to forge this sun divine armor. It can help me minimize the consumption of my god power. In truth, I'm extracting the elemental power from the 4 poles without wasting any of my god power. Unbelievable, unbelievable. John gulped with difficulty. His face was filled with unconcealable shock. What's so unbelievable about this? I could have turned into the sun when I sang the Song of Fire. However, that's too much of a waste of my god power. If you're the sun, then what we see is you as well. The sun rises and sets every day, and you've been running around the world? The dwarf asked, puzzled. Hee. What do you think the current world is to me? Danny pointed at the 4 brocade world in the sky, with a smile. A toy that you can knead at will? The dwarf asked bitterly. Danny nodded with a faint smile. When I open my eyes, the sun rises. As far as I can see, it's the hottest time of the day, which is noon. I'm standing here without moving. The entire planet spins around before my eyes, representing the rise and fall of the sun. The world spins around me. Danny gestured around her. It represents the cycle of the 4 seasons. 4 seasons in a year? How's that enough? Arya was shocked. Every 3 months counts as a quarter. Spring sows, summer grows, autumn reaps, and winter rests. It's just right. It's extremely harmonious. Tyrion immediately thought of something. He frowned and said, Won't this make the farmers too anxious? If the spring plowing is delayed, won't the year be over? If it's like before, where the summer lasts for several years, everyone will be so calm. You're only thinking about the calmness of summer. Why haven't you thought about the hunger and cold of winter? I thought that there would be long summer after the long night. That's what you said back then. Now, many poems are saying that you'll bring an eternal long summer to the world, the dwarf said. I'm not lying. There's summer every year. If it's not long summer, what is it? Danny said matter-of-factly. Is this explanation okay? Are you saying that the final explanation is yours again? The dwarf's mouth twitched. Danny shook her head and said, if the world stays in one season, the disaster will be more terrifying than the long winter that lasts for several years. This involves the cycle of laws and energy. You definitely don't understand. But you can observe. Carefully observe the changes in the world. After 10 years, perhaps you'll be able to directly understand the benefits of the cycle of the 4 seasons. I'll observe carefully, the dwarf said. Now that you've become the sun, will you return to Slaver's Bay in the future? John asked. Look at me now. Do I shine so brightly that you can't look at me directly? John grinned. Is it night now? You can think about it. A rubber ball spins under the candlelight. The side facing the candlelight is day, and the side facing away from it is night. The sun exists forever. The only thing that changes is the angle of the light. Are we inside the sun? The dwarf said. Danny shook her head again. Have you played with lenses before? Have you read Principles of Optics? Is there a huge concave and convex mirror? The dwarf looked left and right. Space-time lens. No matter where I am, I can guarantee that light will be directed at this planet from one direction. Unimaginable. Incomprehensible, the dwarf said with a bitter face. Why do you want to turn the world into a planet? Are there any benefits? John asked curiously. Our world is about to fall into the lower universe. Danny sighed and explained the world's situation to them in detail. John said in shock. Not only did you sing the Song of Laws, you even summoned the first flame. Why can't you stop the world from falling? When the last true god fell, I hadn't sung the Song of Laws yet. At that time, the world had already slipped to the last level. We have to go to the lower universe. Danny's eyes flashed. Maybe there's something I need there. What is it? It's the same for worlds. Worlds with their own characteristics may be a great treasure. I've already toured our world. In the future, can I go to another world to find treasures? The dwarf said expectantly. Live until then. There's still 90 years. With your current cultivation base, can you live for another 90 years? The dwarf's face was bitter. He did not say anything. What does falling into the lower universe have to do with changing the world's appearance? John asked curiously. Is the fist more lethal or the palm? The Holy Mother's palm is stronger than any fist, the dwarf said. Danny glanced at him and said, the celestial convergence often happens in the lower universe. In other words, 2 or more worlds collide with each other. If we go down, we won't be able to escape. Now that I've built the world into a sturdy spiked hammer, when it collides with other worlds, it will only be the other side that will suffer. When the 3 heard this, they were dumbfounded. In addition, the combination of the 4 poles can make it easier for me to extract energy and defend against foreign invaders. The 4 poles are each connected to a universe with a single energy. If they are scattered everywhere, I can only choose one of them to extract elemental power. Now that the 4 poles are combined, the 4 poles are concentrated at the North Pole, and I can extract 4 elemental powers at the same time. For example, I can extract the 4 elements of ice, water, earth, and darkness from the 4 poles, and use the Song of Fire's first flame to burn them into fire elements. Then, through the Song of Light, the fire elements will turn into sunlight that nourishes the earth, and the sun will appear. The 4 poles are also the passageways for people from other worlds to enter our world. Guarding one line of defense is definitely easier than guarding 4. From now on, people from other worlds can only enter the Great Wall from the land of eternal winter, and only then can they go to other parts of the world. At this point, Danny's gaze fell on John's face. What plans do you have for the future? John's heart skipped a beat, and he guessed something. He asked in return, Aunt Danny, what do you want me to do? Danny smiled meaningfully. Do you know why I gave you the title of North Ice King? The dwarf's expression changed at the same time. Arya's face was also full of surprise. You want me to guard the North Pole as the world's first barrier? You already knew that I would end up like this? John said bitterly. Chapter 1092. John's title of Northern Ice Duke came from the Dragon Queen. Not long after Erlu's death, she led the centaurs and the Mother of Dragons guards to clear out the otherworldly ghosts on Ursos in a year. After that, she left the material world and stayed in the astral world for a few years. Before she left, the Dragon Queen bestowed titles to the nobles and knights under her command according to their contributions in the war. It was at that time that John, who was far away in the King's Landing, received two pieces of news. First, because of his heroic performance in the long night, the Dragon Queen bestowed him the identity of a noble illegitimate son. He could wear the three-headed red dragon emblem, inherit the Sisters of Darkness openly, previously it was borrowed, and build the ancestral hall for Riga and Liana openly. Second, he was bestowed the title of Northern Ice Duke. Basically, he had the same identity and status as the dwarf. It was also after that he added the three-headed dragon emblem to his armor and cape. But it was strange that he only had a title and no land. The dwarf's Prince Xeon was a hereditary title, and his title was just right for his land. He was a very standard prince with real power. But he didn't think too much about it at the time. He just thought that he was already the Duke of the Northern Territory, and there was no need for him to get a land as a fief. Now it seemed that he should have thought more about it. Northern Ice Duke was prepared for today? You really saw everything? That's right. The world is like a ball of mud in your hands, and the fog of fate can't block your vision. The dwarf was shocked but also relieved. The land north of the Great Wall is bigger than the 7 countries combined. I will divide it into 3 countries with thousands of miles of territory. The southern end is connected to the Great Wall, and the land is the most fertile for the 7 countries, and the free people outside the Great Wall. The middle section is a bit more barren and difficult to farm, but it can be nomadic. In the future, I will arrange for a group of centaurs to settle there, and Simba's son will be the cow. Their main task is to be the third line of defense and stop any living people from going south. The centaur's features are too obvious, and it's hard for outsiders to fool them. The northernmost territory is the coldest, and all the exiled criminals in the world are sent there to form the second line of defense against otherworldly invasions. The first line of defense is naturally the 7 hells. John, the Northern Ice King's fief is at the North Pole, Danny said awkwardly. What if I didn't give the throne to Sansa back then? He asked with a wooden expression. Danny shrugged. You're still the North Ice King. The lifespan of a demigod is measured in tens of thousands of years. When you're tired of the scheming in the King's Landing, you can go to the North Pole. John didn't expect her to give such an answer. His tense face couldn't help but twitch. You should have made it clear. Yrgrat and Little-Eyed are dead. Mother and child, 1 corpse, 2 lives. How tragic, do you know that? The dwarf spoke his mind. I think my reminder is clear enough. Don't tell me you two didn't feel it. Use plain language and accurately state the consequences, the dwarf said. Danny looked at him deeply. If I ask you to go back to the west immediately and kill Jaime, or else he'll make you miserable in the future, what do you think? That's impossible. Why would Jamma make me so miserable? The dwarf shook his head repeatedly. That's it. Danny smiled coldly. Let's not talk about distant relatives. If I say it, it'll only hurt both sides. Even if he's willing to listen, what about the future? Is he going to blame me for not warning him in advance? If something doesn't go his way in the future? I choose my own path, and I have my own life too. You've seen how busy I am now. I don't have the time or energy to keep an eye on the ever-changing river of fate for you. The dwarf opened his mouth and turned to look at the gloomy John. He sighed. It shouldn't be difficult for you to save Yrgrat from a difficult labor, right? Have you ever thought that there are some things that not only I know, but even Bran knows as well? But why is he like me, only hinting indirectly and never directly and violently intervening? Bran knows as well. Did he recover the Green Prophet's abilities? John was shocked. Danny's gaze swept across Dan and Arya's faces. She said meaningfully, I dragged him along the river of fate in the new era, for a few decades to see Stark's ending. Only by letting him understand, and with him as a witness in the future, you won't suspect that I'm deliberately targeting someone when things don't go well for you. Dan and Arya were terrified. Cold sweat instantly covered their backs. The Dragon Queen's hint was too obvious. Stark's ending was so bad that the Dragon Queen wanted to drag Bran along to prove her innocence? The three-eyed crow controls the Westeros world will. Now I'm the Divine King. Dany extended her right hand, as if she was holding something. While the three of them were puzzled, countless powdery golden stars gathered from all directions and formed a jade-like golden book in her palm. The book was not complete. 1/4 of it was damaged. It was as if a part of a complete book had been torn away horizontally. However, the fine golden stars only became extremely thin. They did not completely stop gathering. This is the manifestation of the world will. It will only be complete after I complete the project of merging the 4 poles. I wasn't lying when I said that I'm the Divine King. Everything that's happening in the world right now, the secrets of the past, and the fates of all living beings in the future are all in my hands. I can read it, rewrite it, and edit it again. The three of them looked at the golden book with dazed expressions. Countless images seemed to flash past their eyes. Dany pinched the book with 2 fingers and tossed it down. Their gazes were still following the book. They only snapped back to their senses when it disappeared. I call it the Jade Book of Fate. Whoever controls it will be omniscient and omnipotent. Perhaps it's still lacking a little. I know your fates, but I only revere the fates of all living beings. I've only ever watched and never changed them. I won't touch the Jade Book of Fate. It's always been in the custody of the Holy Mother. She'll protect the fates you've chosen to ensure the relative fairness of your fates. Holy Mother. The dwarf frowned. I'm not the Holy Mother. Dany gave them a meaningful look. The Holy Mother has 2 heads. Heaven is in the front head, and hell is in the back head. She's absolutely fair and just. She's compassionate and ruthless. She abides by the rules the most. Ah. The dwarf in Arya exclaimed. Jon, on the other hand, had a blank expression. That day when you killed the Ghoul King, I announced in front of everyone that a new era led by humans had begun. No god or devil could wantonly twist the fates of humans anymore. Others might not understand, but the 3 of you should have a deep understanding of it. In such an important occasion, I didn't have to say such empty words. In the past, my fates, Rhaega and Lyanna's fates, Jon's fates, and even Tyrion and Arya's fates were all planned out by the gods a long time ago. Of course, you've changed your fates now, because I was the first one to do so. It's hard for you to understand the difficulties involved. Dany was really speaking from the bottom of her heart. She could change her fates only because she was a transmigrator. But how many transmigrators in the world knew their fates in advance? In fact, if she hadn't transmigrated into the Dragon Mother with extraordinary talents, for example, if she had transmigrated into Robert, who had just finished the Battle of Ruby Beach, even if she knew her fates, she wouldn't have been able to change them. Because the most important thing to change one's fate was power. The process of Jon changing his fate was too easy. The dwarf and Arya were confused and couldn't understand her feelings. How did my fate change? Arya was puzzled. Dan and I stared at her deeply, causing her scalp to go numb. Do you know your own personality? Arya glanced at her and said shyly. Jon said I'm lively and active. I like adventure and freedom. With such a personality, can you endure the rules of Bravos forever? Arya was stunned. Won't Bravos be destroyed by the deviant ghost disaster? According to the original fate, it won't. Dany shook her head. And you, after completing your mission, will be assassinated by Jaqen. Another faceless one will wear your face and announce to the public that he is sailing a ship to explore the Sunset Sea. Since ancient times, countless people have tried to explore the Sunset Sea, but no ship returned safely. So you can reasonably disappear. What about Bran? Jon frowned. Bran is not the king of gods, and he doesn't have the Book of Fate. He can't control anything outside of Westeros. The 3 of them were silent. With a sigh, Dany continued the previous topic. I said that from now on, humans will be the real protagonists of the new era. The subtext is a promise to all the living humans' fate will be determined by his own choice. No one will be able to play with other people's fates, including me and the 7 gods. And the power that guarantees the fulfillment of this promise is the absolutely fair and just Holy Mother. She calmly looked straight into John's eyes. So, now you understand why Bran and I didn't directly tell you the result of your choice? Why didn't I specially descend to the mortal world to save Yegaret? Why didn't I break the rules for you and resurrect your wife and child? Such a fate is too bitter. I would rather it be distorted by others, Jon said bitterly. The dwarf shook his head and said seriously, Jon, you are wrong. When the rules are first broken for an exception, the rules lose most of their meaning. Today, you feel that your fate is too bitter and want the gods to change it. Tomorrow, will the gods choose a sweet fate for you according to their own taste? Dany glanced at him and said, You have asked what you need to ask. Is there anything else? What is the material structure of the future world like? The dwarf asked curiously. Dany flicked her finger, and a thought that recorded the four-dimensional structure of the world fell between the dwarf's eyebrows. He held his forehead and groaned for a while before exclaiming, There really is an equator, and it really passes through Carlin Bay. The Northern Territory has a great advantage. Dany nodded and said, Winterfell is going to change its name. Can it be called Neverwinter? From now on, the people of the Northern Territory will rarely encounter heavy snow. Jon and Arya were dumbfounded. The dwarf said with a complicated expression, The Sosros continent has crossed the South Pole, and there is a large continent to the north of the Trembling Sea. The future economic and trade center may shift from the Summer Sea to the Trembling Sea. Braavos will definitely become one of the richest port cities. Slaver's Bay is a bit of a loss, he said again. It is not a loss. Slaver's Bay is near the Tropic of Capricorn, and the climate is more pleasant. Moreover, all the land under the heavens belongs to the king, and all the people on the shores of the land are the king's subjects. Why should I care if the sun shines in the front yard or the backyard? The world is so big, even if Simba has 10 sons, it won't be enough. Looks like we have to find him a few more lovers, the dwarf muttered. In the end, it was Arya who asked a question that had been hidden in her heart for a long time. After Yegaret died, I went to find Sansa and asked her why she was so stupid and worried that Jon would steal her Iron Throne. You had promised that whoever wears the human crown, you would ensure that her dynasty would last for 10,000 years. She told me that you would most likely redefine your promise for Jon. Would you? She stared into Dany's eyes and asked. She did not participate in the trial. After killing King Strange Ghost, she did not return to the barren land. That day, she took Nymeria, King Kong, and Wonkai to the 7 hells of the land of eternal winter. Later, she chose to exile herself and did not return to the Westeros. She did not need to go back personally. Her mental projection could instantly go to any corner of the world. There was a moment when she really wanted to cut off a part of Sansa's body with her scythe. When Arya used the scythe to draw on Sansa's body, she was not trying to scare her. She was just hesitating and did not know where to start. Perhaps she saw the determination in her sister's cold eyes. Sansa was so scared that she cried. She cried and told her the reason why she messed with Jon. Now Arya wanted to know. Since the Dragon Queen could see everyone's fate, did she know that her words would cause Jon and Sansa's current situation? Chapter 1093. Dany smiled with interest. Why would she think that? Arya frowned and recalled. She said she had been studying you and studying you. She knew you very well. On the day you killed the Ghoul King, you didn't say it explicitly, but you kept hinting at Jon to let him accept the human crown. You even changed your promise for Jon. The vassals' achievements belong to their lord. If you do not reinterpret your promise, Sansa will rightfully wear the crown. At that time, the 7 kingdoms will be convinced and won't call her liar Sansa behind her back. She will be at ease. If his heart was stable, he wouldn't do anything bad in the future. Although Sansa got the throne from Jon in the end, because of your words, her dynasty lost 90% of its legitimacy and was mocked by the people of the 7 kingdoms. That's why she's afraid of Jon. When the first promise was broken, your second promise no longer made her feel safe. She's sure that if she doesn't do anything now, if one day Jon challenges the Iron Throne, you will most likely redefine the meaning of the human crown for him. At this point, Arya paused and looked at the Dragon Queen's expression with her gray eyes. Dany said slowly, "The human crown, the deed of saving the world, I deserve it. The 7 blessings bestowed by the gods. The meaning of the human crown is written in plain words for everyone to see. It's not just a sentence, it's a rule. No one can redefine it, including me." Arya frowned and thought for a moment. She still didn't know the Dragon Queen's real answer. Shaking her head, she continued, "Sansa is not at ease with your promise. She's afraid and feels uneasy. She feels that she must act immediately and cut off any possibility of Jon touching the throne. If it wasn't for the incident with Ygritte, even if her plan against Jon was exposed, there wouldn't be so much hatred between her and Jon. But if Jon rebelled, or if Jon's children showed their desire for the Iron Throne, she would do something that would hurt their relationship even more in order to protect her throne. At that time, there might really be blood and hatred." Dany was stunned. In the next moment, countless lights and shadows flashed past her eyes. After a long time, she sighed and said, "I am also a part of the world. Every choice I make will change the variables of fate." Sansa's conjecture wasn't entirely correct, but it wasn't entirely wrong either. "I do want Jon to wear the crown. If I didn't say anything, Jon would confess in front of everyone that he had secretly pledged his loyalty to Sansa during the Great Judgment in Fairy City. At that time, Sansa's throne would indeed be very stable. She won't attack Jon immediately." "Not immediately?" Arya frowned. With her suspicion and Stark's careless personality, there is no doubt that she and Jon, or Jon's children, will have conflicts sooner or later. Jon and Arya looked suspicious. "Once your uncle Brandon Stark dared to barge into the Red Castle. He almost pointed his sword at the Mad King's nose and shouted, 'Tell Rhaega to come out and die.' In the future, under the instigation of some power game players, how likely is it that a certain Stark will spout nonsense in the Red Castle again after a few glasses of strong liquor?" Dany mocked. "Hee." The dwarf covered his mouth and snickered. Jon and Arya looked stupefied. Sighing, Dany continued, "I'm not as Sansa speculated. I just want to help my nephew get the Iron Throne. With my current realm and strength, I don't need to hide my emotions, much less lie. That day, I said that even if a beggar killed the king of the other ghosts in the final battle, I would still make him king. The reason is simple, for justice and justice. A long time ago, I had a conversation with the old Sea King about Yeser and Ahai. I asked him, Yeser and Ahai saved the world. Why weren't they elected as the human emperor by the living? The country of descendants of Hair Cologne was located in the remote and desolate Skeletal Mountains. It wasn't even built by Yeser and Ahai. This meant that the savior never wore the crown his entire life. He sacrificed his wife for the living, and in the end, his achievements and destiny belonged to Lalo. But look at his sacrifice and ending. Why are the heavens and the gods so unfair to heroes? The Sea King smiled, and told me that it was already a great honor for him to save the world. We kings were envious, jealous, and hated him. How could we be willing to give up our power? I only gave him a perfunctory smile back then, but I swore in my heart that history would never repeat itself. She looked at the 3 shocked people and said calmly, "Merit must be rewarded. Karma is a cycle. Good and evil will be repaid. This is the principle in my heart. If the gods and devils don't care, I'll care. If the heavens and earth don't care, I'll reason. Even if my father and son work together to steal the honor of the lowest beggar, I won't allow it, let alone Sansa." After a long silence, Dany spoke again. "Arya, your soul could ascend and become the stranger's Darkwing Angel. You should have a deep understanding of the teachings of the 7 gods, and have a high degree of acceptance. Tell me, is the good and evil in the teachings of the 7 gods the same as the good and evil in the laws of the 7 kingdoms?" Arya was stunned and said, "The teachings of the 7 gods are stricter. Some of the rights that belong to the ruler in the laws of the 7 kingdoms are crimes that go against the teachings. For example, in the north, the Lord can ask for the right of first night for his people. For example, The nobles of the seven kingdoms can strengthen the women in their territories and hurt their own people. But in the eyes of the Heavenly Father, they will all go to hell. In fact, I have seen too many knights and nobles with good reputations who held the atonement scroll, but ended up in hell. Because of that, I have a true understanding of the teachings of the seven gods. Arya used to believe in the old gods. Later on, her soul could ascend, and the priest class became a demigod a few years earlier than the wizard class. She did not go to Chizong's place every night to listen to his teachings. Hound and Varys listened to Chizong's teachings about sacrificing one's life for a righteous cause. The dwarf did not listen, and Arya felt that it was not in line with her beliefs. But Arya was the first and only believer to ascend her soul among the 4 disciples. The reason was simple. She would send her spiritual projection to the Jade Sea every day to harvest the souls of the dead and send them to hell. In hell, she had seen the Heavenly Father's judgment of the dead too many times. Arya could not quote the scriptures like Seven Zong and explain the doctrines with fervor. She could not even remember the doctrines of the seven gods. She was the silent nun, the wife of a stranger. She rarely read the doctrines of the other 6 gods. However, through her experience in hell, she gained a deeper understanding of the doctrines of the 7 gods. She even had an epiphany and became a demigod. The person who recited the scriptures every day did not become a bodhisattva, but the cold-faced killer, who did not understand the scriptures and killed people every day, suddenly became a Buddha. It was not hard to imagine how Varys and Hound were at that time. Arya was deep in thought. The justice and justice of the 7 gods will not accommodate the laws made by mortals. Dany looked satisfied. Whether or not I see Jon and Sansa's final outcome and fate, I will give the Savior a chance to break his vassal's vassal oath with any monarch on that day. The justice of the 7 gods will not only not accommodate the laws of mortals, but also do not care about their fate. In other words, everything has its own rules. Fate has its own rules, and the justice of the 7 gods is the common rule of fate for the world and all humans. Then, she turned her gaze to Jon and sighed. As I said that day, I set the rules of fairness and justice. It is up to you to choose your own path. When I persuaded you to accept the crown, it was because of my personal feelings for you. I hope that you can change your tragic fate after I make a fair judgment. You hope that he can change his fate, but will not change the rules you set just to change his fate? The dwarf asked with a complicated expression. Not only Jon but you too. Dany looked at him deeply. If you continue to fall and seek death, you will really die, even if you are the illegitimate brother of the King of Gods who controls fate. Tyrion's eyelids twitched. He asked, what about Simba? Simba has a better fate than all of you, but he is also under the rules. He has a good life because he has a good mother. It is not that his mother cheated for him, but that his mother put in a lot of effort to arrange the best education for him ever since he was born. The dwarf said with a straight face, Are you looking down on our parents? Because our parents did not raise us to be perfect sons of God, so we have a bad life? But who can control reincarnation? I met Daddy Tywin, so I am destined to be raised into a little devil. Does this conform to your rules of fairness? Dany said calmly, Your Daddy Tywin can at least ensure that you grow up safely. But Simba has faced a life and death crisis since he was born. When he was 4 years old, if I did not receive a revelation from the prophecy, his little bones would have melted by now. Jon sighed. It is not easy for everyone. Aunt Dany has also gone through hardships to achieve what she has today. The suturing of the 4 poles is almost done. I am very busy. If there is nothing else, you can leave, Dany said. You can leave first. I have a private matter to attend to, the dwarf said to Arya and Dan. What is it? Dany asked after Stark and his sister left. Can you see what I want to do through the timeline? The dwarf asked. I don't want to live a tiring life. If Arya did not remind me, I would not have realized that Sansa might have another ending, Dany said calmly. What ending? The dwarf asked curiously. If I did not say anything that day, and did not insist on fairness and justice, and gave her the crown directly, she could have been the queen for at least 20 years before she killed Jon's eldest son, Stark. Ah, The dwarf was shocked. She could really do it? That is Id Stark we are talking about. The queen 20 years ago and the current Sansa are two different people. What about now? What is her ending? The dwarf asked again. What personal matters do you have? Dany frowned. That book of fate. The dwarf pursed his lips and said hesitantly. It is the manifestation of the world's will, right? You want to see it? I can see it. The dwarf was pleasantly surprised for a moment. Then, he quickly shook his head and said hesitantly. I was thinking, you have already turned the world into a planet, and casually turned the world's will into a book. Then, can you save the vanishing undead from the river of time? Dany looked at him strangely and said, Death is the final piece. The dwarf immediately said, Dying with grievances is the greatest regret for both the living and the dead. Who do you want to save? My father Tywin. The dwarf gritted his teeth. And my mother and Tessa. I owe them too much. Chapter 1094. With my current level, I'm still unable to extract physical substances from the river of time. So you're saying that you can really reverse the past in the future? Tyrion was stunned. Dany nodded. Even now, I'm still unable to create an independent first flame. Think about it. Where did my first flame come from during the coastal battle? Where did it come from? The dwarf asked in confusion. The future. That's not right. If the future changes the present, wouldn't the future change as well? Everything else aside, the outcome of the coastal battle was a decisive factor in the future, Tyrion said. It sounds impossible, but it's already happened. We can't understand it, because our understanding of time isn't deep enough. Then, after a moment of silence, Tyrion asked, Can you tell me what happened to Tessa? Dany glanced at him indifferently. She clenched her right hand again, and the golden stars fell into her palm, forming a golden jade book. You want to read it yourself? She tossed the book over. The dwarf did not expect her to be so straightforward. He did not react in time, and was hit in the face by the jade book. Swoosh! His body disappeared instantly, as if he was sucked into the book the moment he came into contact with it. When he disappeared, the book disappeared as well. It was as if the golden book was absorbed by Tyrion. Dany looked up at the sky, and continued to weave the brocade of the four worlds. Woo-woo. About 3 minutes later, the dwarf suddenly appeared on the spot again. His face was covered in tears as he bawled loudly. Dany glanced at him in disdain. She waved her hand, and both man and dragon fell into the sky. Jon and Arya were flying close to the snowfield when they felt a gust of wind coming from behind them. Then they heard the dwarf's wails. Air, give me air. Wisps of a gentle breeze entered his mouth and nose, and the dwarf finally regained his strength. What did you talk about? Jon could not help but ask. I stayed in the jade book for 300 years, the dwarf said with a face full of vicissitudes. Nonsense. We've only been gone for 3 minutes. Arya snorted. What? Only 3 minutes? The dwarves were startled and completely woke up. They looked left and right, and as expected, they could still see the Dragon Queen's figure above them. What the hell, I really? The dwarf cried out, then stopped as if he was deep in thought. Is the jade booklet the jade booklet of good fortune? Jon asked. Yes, it's that supreme treasure, Jon said hesitantly. When I first saw it, there seemed to be many illusions in front of my eyes. Me too. Arya stole a glance at him and blushed. It's the same for me. The dwarf nodded. That's the Book of Destiny. It records the fate of everyone in the world. Fate? Yes, the first thing we saw when we first saw it was probably our future destiny, Tyrion said. Ah, Jon and Arya cried out at the same time. What's wrong? The dwarf asked curiously. The two stuttered at the same time. Jon, what did you see? Arya turned her head to the other side, not letting the two see her shy eyes and blushing cheeks. She saw Jon and her doing something embarrassing and comfortable on the top of the snowy mountain under the silver moon. Her heart raced, but she was very confused. Jon did not notice her strange behavior and said, I think I saw Val or give birth to a daughter for me. A daughter? Arya was shocked, and the lust on her face disappeared. Her expression became cold. John had a wife, and his wife gave birth to a daughter for him. That's a good thing. The dwarf said bitterly. Home is home when you have a child. Hee, it is indeed a good thing. John grinned. Do you think her name is Leanna, or Danny Leezy? Or Yrgrit? I thought you would definitely choose Yrgrit, Tyrion said. The smile on John's face disappeared and he sighed. Yrgrit is an ancient word. It literally means that the god of fire kisses a red-haired girl. And it means that the old god wishes the red-haired girl good luck. It is also what the free people often say. Born from the kiss of fire. I have dark brown hair, and Val, is pure gold. There is a high chance that my daughter will have long silver hair. If she has a pair of purple eyes, Danny Leezy will be more pleasing. If she inherits my hair, I inherited my hair color from my mother, so I can call her Leanna. You didn't see her hair clearly? Tyrion asked. It was very blurry, and the child is too young. John shook his head. Little sister, what did you see? He turned to Arya. Arya's eyes flashed and she said calmly, I saw the two of us sparring at the peak of the North Pole. Oh, that's possible. John smiled and nodded. I have decided to accept the Dragon Queen's title and guard the North Pole forever. We should be able to see each other often in the future. Tyrion, what about you? He asked again. The dwarf hesitated for a moment and said helplessly, I saw my hair falling, my beard turning white, my face filled with wrinkles that seemed to have been carved by a knife, my body as thin as a piece of firewood, and my eyes without light. I lay on the bed alone waiting for death. Arya covered her mouth and laughed. She was very happy. That's impossible, right? That's so tragic. John exclaimed. Even if you can't give birth to a son, at least we will send you off. Other things aside, just Simba and my daughter. How many children will they have by then? They're also your family, so it'll definitely be lively. Is that even human language? The dwarf said angrily. What's wrong? John was confused. I'm going to die. The dwarf cried. There were beliefs in this world, and usually people with beliefs would not avoid death, so John did not see through the dwarf's thoughts. Arya, on the other hand, had been his senior for a few years, so she understood his desire for immortality. She smiled and said, dying on the bed, dying of old age, without the torture of illness, without the sword, that's enough happiness. I don't want to die. I haven't lived long enough. The dwarf shouted, You haven't lived long enough now. After a few more decades, you won't be able to move anymore. When you are about to die of old age, you will definitely feel that you have lived long enough. Also, you will definitely go to heaven after you die. Maybe you will be like Aegon, getting an official position, and becoming a saint respected by the world. John comforted him. Mystic Dragon Tyrion shook his head. No, I want to see the scenery of the other world. I want to explore the ultimate secret of the world. I want to sing the Song of Law too. John sighed helplessly. Then did you ask Aunt Dany for help? I was going to leave this question to the end, but she seemed to have noticed something, and threw the Book of Fate directly at my face. Shaking his head, he slowly said, I asked her where Tessa went, and she threw the book to me. I thought that the book could only look at what happened in the past, but I didn't expect that looking at history was only the simplest function of the book. Its real function is to protect fate. Dragon Queen did not lie. Not only did she not play with the fate of mortals, she even put everyone's fate into the book and handed it over to the three-eyed, two-headed Holy Mother to protect. This way, things like Lalo interfering with fate through Asha's prophecy will never happen again. Everyone's fate will be decided by their own choice. Even their birth is decided by themselves. He was shocked. How is that possible? People are not even born. How can they decide their own birth? John shook his head and said, Do you know about reincarnation? The dwarf asked. There is no reincarnation. Only people who are similar like me, Yasuo and Yahai. John said, Not necessarily. Arya's expression was solemn. There might not have been reincarnation before, but now the 7 hells are forging the 7 paths of reincarnation disc. What reincarnation disc? John was puzzled. There are not only evil people in hell, but also ordinary people. They do not have merits to go to heaven, nor do they have any bad karma. What do we do? According to the rules of the Book of Strangers, they should be reincarnated. John was deep in thought. Yes, the 7 hells should have a reincarnation division, but there wasn't before. And now the Dragon Queen is forging it, which is the reincarnation disc. Based on what they did in their previous life, it will determine their starting point in their next life, Arya said. It seems that the reincarnation disc is not finished even after 100 years, the dwarf said with a frown. You saw it in the book? Arya was shocked. Yes, I saw that there is still no reincarnation after 80 years. Didn't you say 300 years? I can't even live for 100 years. Why should I care about the world 300 years later? The demon dragon Tyrion rolled his eyes. Those 300 years have been repeating my fate, different choices, different fates. Isn't that cheating? John was stunned. Sigh. The two-headed Holy Mother is the most impartial. The Dragon Queen looks cold on the surface, but she is very gentle on the inside. She is very willing to take the back door for us. The dwarf sighed. You didn't take the back door? When you left the North Pole, you seemed to be crying so sad. Arya held back her laughter and asked, I cried because I saw Tessa. The dwarf's expression dimmed. Where did Tessa go? John asked curiously. The demon dragon sobbed and said, that day, she was rotated by 100 northern border soldiers. She was in extreme despair. When I was lying on top of her, she was already dead. Her soul was dead, and only her body was left. She took 100 silver coins and a gold coin, and left Casterly Rock City. She stumbled back. Whoa! He howled emotionally. She didn't go anywhere. She returned to the place where we met all alone. She's dead. I've been asking where did Tessa go every day, but I've never really looked for her. I'm a bastard. I should go to hell. All right, if you really want to repent, you can go to hell with me later. Arya laughed coldly. I don't need to prove anything to you. I will redeem myself for my sins. The demon dragon Tyrion slowly regained his composure. How do you redeem yourself? A woman after drinking? Arya looked at him with disdain. I will ha 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 ha. There seemed to be a hole in the clear sky. From the other side of the world, evil black smoke spewed out, accompanied by the demon god's terrifying laughter. After 10 million years, the dimensional vortex has finally shattered. After 10 million years of being sealed, I'm finally back. The demon god's voice was filled with hatred and joy. Sealed for 10 million years? The dwarf was shocked. Could it be a peerless demon king from the ancient times? You! 2 blood-red eyes the size of Ferris wheels appeared in the black smoke. A megalosaurus that can talk but not a demigod. And a 2-headed megalosaurus. Are you Targaryens? How did you know? The dwarf was shocked. I didn't expect that after 10 million years, that bitch Dany Rise still has descendants alive. The demon god sighed. Chapter 1095. That's a demon god, right? Tyrion asked softly. Jon nodded, and said with a strange expression, it's very powerful, at least comprehending 2 songs of law that are close to perfection, but its brain. Where did the Sea of Law go? The black smoke fluctuated wildly, showing that the demon god's heart was not calm. What's going on? Why did the world turn into the shape of a sleeve? At this moment, it finally noticed the 3 worlds above its head, and to its left and right. Could it be that after 10 million years, the Sea of Law will disappear? The worlds will distort and collapse, and our world will finally be destroyed. Under the strange gazes of Jon and the rest, the demon god wailed in despair. Only demon gods who signed into the investiture of the gods can touch the Sea of Law. Normal extraordinaires do not have this restriction. Demon dragon Tyrion shouted. Stupid dragon. What are you talking about? I can't sense the Sea of Law anymore. The demon god said angrily. The Sea of Law has been put into the King of Gods' cauldron by Dany Rise. She's now the King of Gods. Tyrion said. King of Gods? Dany Rise. The demon god was stunned. Impossible. Dany Rise is only a chess piece of the gods, a medium that Lalo used to cheat the first flame destiny from the world will. How could the gods allow her to live, and even let her become the king of gods? The demon gods who refused to obey her were all burned to ashes by her. The dwarf said with a smile. No, impossible, Lalo, where are you? Night Lion Inami Storm God? The demon god's roar shook the sky, and it was like a thunderclap. Its spiritual will spread across the world without restraint. Where did this fish escape from the net come from? The sky suddenly darkened, and a jade-like giant hand appeared out of thin air, and grabbed the black smoke demon god Locke like a chick. Then the giant palm suddenly disappeared. The entire process was silent. The demon god did not even have time to shout, let alone struggle. Looking at the empty sky, Tyrion and the rest were stunned again. Who's that demon god? The dwarf was the first to speak. John shook his head in confusion. Probably a mental patient. You're Danny Liz? Have you really become a divine king? A transparent vortex the size of a marble floated in front of Danny, and inside it was a ferocious-looking four-legged evil god. The demon god was no bigger than an ant, and looking out from the glass ball cage, the dragon queen outside was as tall as a mountain. I didn't expect you to achieve such shocking accomplishments in a mere 10 million years, said the devil god bitterly. Less than 10 million years. It has only been 11 or 12 years since you were thrown into the space-time gap by the door god. The long night has just ended. Danny laughed. What? Only 12 years? Impossible, impossible. I've calculated it very clearly. It's at least 10 million years. The four-legged eccentric shook his head. Ha, ha. If you had prepared to locate the time and space of the space-time crack, you wouldn't have been trapped inside, Danny sneered. When the four-legged monster jumped out, she was also shocked and thought that it was the S-god. Later, when she calculated with her fingers, Danny almost laughed out loud. Back then, when the sun had just been extinguished, the foreign ghost king blew the horn of winter under the Great Wall. The Great Wall collapsed, and the door god appeared. Inami, the storm god, Lalo, and a large group of powerful demon gods were prepared to touch the door god's corpse. One of the unlucky ones thought that the door god had been dead for 10,000 years, and that they might be able to capture a mere remnant soul. In the end, that peak demon god who had comprehended 2 songs of laws was easily captured by the door god. With a single move, he was thrown into the space-time gap outside the astral world. Now, more than 10 years later, Danny's project to reforge the world was about to be completed. The 4 poles were merged into one, and the space-time folds were flattened. The demon god sealed within regained his freedom. 10 million years of pain and torture have caused my brain to hallucinate. How can a lowly mortal become a divine king in a mere 10 years? Ha, it's all an illusion. You can't fool me. Look, there's still a space-time barrier around me. I'm still sealed. Ha, I'm very awake. The four-legged monster had gone mad. Another half a month later, the sleeve sewn together by the brocade of the 4 worlds was finally pierced in front of Danny. However, the world did not return to its peaceful state. Instead, it shook violently again. This time, the tremors were greater than the previous one, and the area was wider as well. Standing by the Black River, one could see the ripples on the surface of the water. The dwarf and John were shocked to discover that they had spent more than a month flying from the Great Wall to Hell's Gate, which was more than 40,000 kilometers. This time, they left Hell's Gate and flew back, but it only took them half a month. The distance was shortened by almost half. What's going on? Is the planet shrinking? The 2 of them were puzzled. Indeed, the world was shrinking. Previously, they had compared the world to an orange that had been cut in half. The skin of the orange was spread out in all directions, and the orange meat in the center was bitten off. In truth, there was a problem with this comparison. The orange was originally round, and there was a complete orange meat in the center. However, the world was not orange-shaped, and there was no complete orange meat in the center. Danny squeezed the irregular world into a ball, but there was not enough orange meat in the inside of the ball. The planet she squeezed out was missing close to 4/5 of the Earth's fire. 4/5 of the planet was empty. In order to make the sphere more solid, she could only do her best to compress the volume of the planet. As a result, the surface area of the world shrunk by several times. The areas that had shrunk were all uninhabited areas, and ordinary people could hardly detect them. Thus, the world shook violently for another half a year. Half a year later, the shaking did not completely stop. Near the Arctic Circle, there were still small tremors. Screech in the dark universe, Little Green looked up and roared. Buzz! With his body as the center, a giant magic array spread out in a circle with a radius of 100 miles. Using flames as runes, a thin layer of magic array was outlined. Just the radius alone was 100 miles, and Little Green, who was in the center, was as small as a sesame seed. Huff, huff, huff! The giant magic array was like the entrance of a powerful range hood. It madly devoured the dark power of the dark universe, and even formed a funnel-shaped dark tornado around the magic array. The endless dark power burned in the flames with the characteristics of the first flame, and was absorbed by the Megalosaurus. Then, through the weirwood roots tied to the Megalosaurus, it was transmitted into the dark world, the material world, and finally poured into the Earth's core. Bam, 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 bam. The Earth's core was like a real heart, and it pulsed powerfully. Screech, screech, screech. The same thing was happening in the ice universe, water, and earth elemental universes. With the benign input of the 4 elemental universes' energy, the planet was expanding in an imperceptible manner. It was like pumping air into a balloon. Sigh. Nobody knows what's the situation in the lower universe. We can only try to accumulate energy before we go in. With your song of fire with the characteristics of the first flame, you should be able to ignite the other worlds into Earth's fire power, right? Little Weirwood asked. The worlds in the lower universe are barren to begin with. If I were to plunder them, it would be equivalent to the end of the world. There are thousands upon thousands of living beings. How could they be innocent? Danny shook her head. She looked at Little Weirwood with a strange gaze. If you can say something like that, it means that your demonic nature is too strong. You need to cultivate your body and mind. She frowned. Survival of the fittest. Everything is for the survival of our world, Little Weirwood said. Those who live purely for the sake of living are beasts. Intelligent beings should have higher aspirations. Thinking about the door gods and earth demons' habit of blood sacrifices, Danny said, Don't just sit around all day. If you have time, read the 7 Stars Bible more. If you encounter something you don't understand, listen to the teachings of the 7 gods. Strive to become an enlightened monk. Okay, Little Weirwood agreed. Don't lose all your energy to the Earth's core. Absorb some of it to strengthen yourself. It's best if your roots can grow to the size of a mountain range. Bury them deep underground, penetrate the Earth's core, and spread all over the planet's crust. Regulate the Earth's veins, channel the Earth's fire, and act as the energy channel of the material world. Okay. Danny stood at the center of the Arctic Circle. She looked around and saw the glass ball that was still floating in front of her. There was also the 4-legged demon in the ball that kept shouting, Illusion, it's all an illusion. You can't fool me. Her heart skipped a beat. Her red lips moved slightly. Lalo. In an instant, countless images flashed through her purple eyes. Finally, the camera stopped at the red magma in the Earth's core that was emitting white light. An inconspicuous little flame seemed to have sensed it. It swayed slightly. Hee. Danny chuckled. She extended her right hand. True Holy Mother palm transcended the limits of time and space. With a light twist, it was easier than a retired old man twisting a black and white chess piece on a chessboard. The little flame didn't even have time to react before it landed beside the 4-legged demon. Fulford, why are you in the Earth's core? Lalo asked in surprise. Hee, you can't fool me. Illusion, it's all an illusion. How can I be in the Earth's core? Hee. The 4-legged demon shook its head vigorously. You were banished to the space crack by the Weirwood back then, right? Lalo asked hesitantly. The 4-legged demon stopped shaking its head. It stared at the flame with its blood-red eyes. I'm in the space crack. Lalo, how did you get in? I'm in the Earth's core. This is, oh my God. It finally saw the familiar smiling face at the top of the sky. Illusion. The flame fluctuated violently. It was on the verge of collapse. Yes, it's all an illusion. You can't fool us, the four-legged demon said hurriedly. However, Lalo was awakened by its words. He wailed miserably. Oh no, it's not an illusion. No, ha ha ha. Danny laughed heartily. Lalo, you didn't expect this day to come, did you? No, don't kill me. I can help you. I have the status of a true god. I'm willing to give up the Song of Fire completely. I'll comprehend the chorus of the Song of Fire and stabilize the Sea of Law so that the world won't continue to fall. Lalo said hurriedly. You don't know that the world is about to enter the lower universe? Danny asked curiously. Lower universe? Where is that? Lalo was stunned. You killed the Earth Demon, the last true god. The world is hopeless, Danny said. I didn't kill Mother Earth. She and I are old friends. I want to save her, but I can't defeat the children of heaven, Lalo explained hurriedly. Then she asked doubtfully, even if the bottle fell from a building, there should be a fall time. How is it hopeless? Moreover, you have the first flame that far surpasses the status of a true god. It was no wonder that he was at a loss about the current situation of the world. If it wasn't for the alien Laura, Danny wouldn't have known that the world was about to fall into the lower universe so quickly. Well, it was 3 years after she sang the Song of Fire that she really saw the boundary of the lower universe. Lalo's current realm was that of an ordinary demigod. He couldn't see anything. As he wasn't registered in the investiture of the gods, he had been in a state of disconnection from the Sea of Law. He didn't know much about the situation of the world. He thought that after the sun came out, the world was about to ascend to a higher dimension. I'm too lazy to explain to a dying person, Danny said lightly. Chapter 1096. I can't be bothered to explain to someone who is about to die, Danny said calmly. I've saved the world. I've contributed to the war against the ghosts. I've even joined the United Front against the ghosts. You once swore that no matter what grudge you had, you would never. Ugh. Lalo, who was yelling excitedly, was suddenly stuck. Danny had indeed said that in the long night, she would not attack any faction that fought against the ghosts, even if there was a blood feud between them. When she said that, the world was in a special situation. Not only was Slavers Bay being surrounded by the Allied army, but the Seven Kingdoms also had Cersei, Erlu, High Court Tyrell, and many other factions that had a grudge against Targaryen. So she needed to use this oath to make them feel at ease against the ghosts. But now that the long night was over, it was time to settle the score. Danny, rise. You can't deny my achievements in the long night, right? He begged. 20% of your achievements, 80% of your mistakes. If you didn't mess with the Righteous Alliance to go against me, millions less people would have died in the world, and Anami and the Storm God would not have gone astray, Danny said coldly. Lalo cried out. I'm innocent. Everyone gathered together because of the fear of the twilight of the gods. They wanted to stay together for warmth. I didn't feel the threat of death back then. I was only pulled into the Righteous Alliance later. Danny frowned and thought for a moment, then said, Your life is worthless now. It doesn't matter if I kill you or not, but you have to give me a reason not to kill you. I've contributed to the world, Lalo quickly said. You're just doing your duty as a true god. I want to know what benefits you can bring to me, or to the world in the future, Danny said. I'm the first flame since the world was born. There's still some use for me to keep, Lalo said bitterly. There are too many first things since the world was created. The first human, the first piece of shit. What's the use of that? I can help the world adjust the earth's fire, Lalo said. You're like a chef who's bad at cooking but has evil intentions. A chef who might poison the food. There's no use for you, it's better to kill you. I'm knowledgeable and can be your advisor. For example, forging tile steel and building Blackstone Castle. Lalo pleaded. I can find any secret in the River of Time. No, some of the rivers that are related to the secrets of the gods have long been cut off and destroyed by the people involved. Lalo said hurriedly. The secrets contained in the River of Time are definitely more than what you know. Lalo was anxious and at a loss. I'm a true god. And for a long time, I was the number one true god in the world. Why can't I find any benefits now? Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the four-legged monster, who was looking at him in confusion. He had an idea and shouted, "Danny Alice, you are so powerful, but you are the Holy Mother. You even killed almost all the dark demonic gods. Do you know that the world will lose balance because of this?" "What balance?" Danny asked curiously. What would happen to a world that only had kindness and justice, without any evil or darkness? Lalo asked. Danny was deep in thought. If the gods were divided into factions, the 7 gods would definitely be lawful and good. She had thought in her early years that gods, like celebrities, needed a persona. Hence, the persona she set for Blackie was absolute lawful and good. At that time, she thought that if the world needed a balance between good and evil, in this world where lawful and evil were everywhere, the 7 gods who had lawful and good personas would be very powerful. Now, the facts seemed to prove her thoughts at that time. If she killed Lalo and the four-legged monster now, there would be no more powerful evil gods in the world. Then, if balance was the truth, then an evil heavenly god would definitely be born in the future? Why would you have such an idea? Danny asked curiously. Isn't the supreme law of the universe the song of ice and fire, light and darkness, life and death, kindness and malice, justice and evil? As long as the opposite attributes are balanced and unified, one can control the strongest power, Lalo said. It's rare for you to have such insight. Danny sighed. You think it makes sense too? Lalo was surprised. I really couldn't find a reason to live, so I just said it randomly. You have to change your attributes in the future, Danny said in a low voice. What attributes? Lalo was confused. Danny explained the 9 factions grid before saying, the 7 gods are lawful and good, so you have to be chaotic and evil. I'm not evil enough? Didn't you want to kill me because I'm an evil god? Lalo said blankly, you're Lalo of fire, which can be considered lawful and neutral. Lalo of Shadow Devil is the true chaotic and evil. The complete form of Lalo of Shadow Devil and Lalo of Fire is lawful and evil. I want you to give up the characteristics of Lalo of Fire and completely transform into a Shadow Devil. Lalo was a little hesitant. He was actually quite ambitious and always wanted to be a hero who saved the world. Even the teachings of the Red Gods mostly urged people to be good. It was easy to understand after thinking about it. How could the teachings of the Church, which could become the mainstream religion of humans, blatantly encourage evil? Why, you can't do it. Danny narrowed her eyes. Can't I be lawful and evil? I have many believers, and it's so difficult to be a bad person without morals and beliefs. Lalo of Fire begged. Your Majesty, he can't, but I can. Someone suddenly interrupted. Danny and Lalo looked over, but the four-legged monster had unknowingly regained his consciousness. You're not crazy? Danny asked curiously. The four-legged monster squeezed out an ugly smile and said, I've never been crazy. I'm a powerful heavenly god who has comprehended 2 songs of laws. How can I be crazy? It's just that reality is too magical, and I can't accept it for a while. I heard your conversation just now, and slowly, I confirmed that everything in front of me wasn't an illusion, and gradually accepted reality. Oh, Danny nodded and frowned. You want to replace Lalo and become the future Demon King? Demon King. Lalo and the four-legged monster were stunned. Great Demon King, the king of evil demon gods, on the same level as me, the divine king, Danny said. Plop, the four-legged monster knelt down and kowtowed. He cried out excitedly, Thank you, Your Majesty, for your reward. I'll definitely be the most sensible and honest great demon king. Hey. Lalo panicked. Fulford, don't forget your identity. 5 million years ago, I didn't even agree when you wanted to be my subordinate god. And now you dare to steal my great demon king position? Be honest, and I'll let you be a little demon king. You also know that was 5 million years ago? I was just born then, and I wasn't even a demigod. You were a true god, the boss, but you can't be the boss forever. The four-legged monster pointed at Little Flame and mocked. Look at yourself. Not only did you lose your true god position, but you've also weakened to an ordinary fire demigod. What right do you have to be the boss in front of me? Without a little demon king, I only need a dog. In order to keep it a secret, the remaining one will be fed to my big black, Danny said coldly. Little Flame and the four-legged monster shuddered and said in unison, I'm willing to be the great demon king. After saying that, they looked at each other and said anxiously, Your Majesty, Fulford is an idiot. He thought that he had stayed in the space-time crack for millions of years, and after coming out, he couldn't accept reality and almost went crazy. The other said, Your Majesty Danny, Lalo is an idiot. 5 million years ago, I was just an ordinary monster. 5 million years later, I mastered 2 songs of law and dared to challenge old fish Liang Mu alone. However, Lalo didn't grow at all in these 5 million years. Now, he's even degenerated into an ordinary demigod. How sad. If you need a dog, you should choose a smart, strong and good breed. Moreover, he doesn't want to be chaotic and evil. I'm chaotic and evil to begin with. I'm a natural demon king. Lalo hurriedly argued. I have the position of a true god. With my talent, I can quickly comprehend the chorus of the Song of Fire. However, Fulford's potential has been exhausted, and he'll be like this for the rest of his life. If your Majesty doesn't believe me, you can keep the 2 of us in the space-time whirlpool and see who escapes first. Ha ha ha. You're a fellow who hasn't improved in tens of millions of years, and you're saying that I've exhausted my potential? The four-legged monster couldn't stop laughing. Sigh, looks like I can only choose Lalo. Danny sighed. The four-legged monster was stunned and said in disbelief, Your Majesty, you can't really believe that his talent is better than mine, right? In just 500,000 years, I've comprehended the Song of Clouds and the Song of Smoke. In the entire dark world, there aren't many more geniuses than me. In fact, for the first 500,000 years of my life, I've always been the number 1 person in the transcendent world's younger generation, or the number 1 person in the middle generation. Lalo was overjoyed and shouted, Your Majesty has good eyesight. You can see through the surface and see through my talent. Danny said with a wooden face, You've all misunderstood. I want to choose an idiot. What? The 2 demons were stunned. Danny said, My big black is one of the 7 gods. In the future, I might leave this world, and the throne of the divine king will naturally be handed over to him. However, Megalosaurus is dull by nature and has poor cultivation talent. Therefore, I have to choose a great demon king whose talent is inferior to his, lest my dog becomes an ingrate and bites my big black. With Lalo's talent, there's no one more suitable than him to be the great demon king. The flame in the magma of the earth's core was extinguished and turned into a lump of flickering charcoal. The four-legged monster was dumbfounded. He opened his mouth so wide that his chin almost fell off. After a long time he howled, No, Your Majesty, listen to me. My potential has been exhausted, and I haven't improved for millions of years. There's something wrong with my brain. After that, he even put on a silly look and muttered, Illusion, you can't fool me. Everything is an illusion. Chapter 1097. The 7th Floor of Hell. The Hall of Judgment, a dark underground palace. Ugurlu woke up from his stupor. He hugged his head and wailed. His lost personality and humanity returned to his body. He regained his moral integrity and emotions. Oh gods, what have I done? Shireen, my Shireen, sob sob sob. Memories of the past flooded his mind. Urlu knelt on the ground, covering his face and crying. Oh, the dead have no tears. But because he was too emotional, his soul fluctuated violently, as if it was about to dissipate. Bastard, bastard, I'm your brother. How dare you use the most vicious witchcraft to kill me? A handsome man beside him pointed at Urlu and cursed. Longley. Urlu looked up at him. His expression was ashamed and angry. He ground his teeth. If you had pledged your loyalty to me like I did to Robert, none of this would have happened. When you betrayed your family and your brother, you should go to hell. Longley was so angry that his face turned green. Do you have any self-awareness? The 7 kingdoms don't like you. How can you be king? It turns out that they were right not to choose you. Look at what you've done after that. Where am I? Erlu looked around. The spacious and dark stone chamber was like an underground palace. There was only a torch on one of the walls. O Light King! Erlu retreated in shock. It was a human-shaped torch. An old man with white hair was embedded in the grayish-black stone wall, like a relief sculpture. He raised his chin, raised his head, opened his mouth and straightened his tongue. The dim flame the size of a broad bean came from the tip of his tongue. It was as if he had become an oil lamp, and his tongue was the wick. At first glance, Erlu thought it was a human-shaped stone lampstand. But when he approached curiously, wondering why the statue was so lifelike and even the painful expression on his face, the old man suddenly opened his eyes and looked at him. O Light King, you deserve to go to hell. His tongue and the wick swayed violently. The old and familiar voice came out of his mouth with difficulty, but it was unusually clear. Hell? What hell? I was clearly in the great King of Light's flaming paradise. In the darkness, a woman with a hoarse voice said excitedly. In the spacious and dark underground palace, only one wall was lit by a bean-sized lamp. Erlu and Renly were closer to the oil lamp, and further away, there were many people lying on the ground. At this moment, they woke up one after another. They stood up and walked towards the light in a daze. Mia! Erlu turned pale with fright when he saw the woman walking over. You're dead too. Uncle Stannis? Why are you here? Where are we now? Mia had heard hell the moment she woke up. She rubbed her eyes and finally saw Erlu's face clearly. Not only is Mia dead, we're all dead too. A man walked out of the darkness. You. Lonley was dumbfounded. Who are you? Why do you look so much like me? Are you Uncle Renly? I am the bastard son of King Robert. The man sighed. Gendeli? Mia cried out. What's going on? Why are you dead? I'm dead too. A slightly immature female voice sighed. Then Dominia walked over. Who are you? Erlu asked in confusion. The tall girl said bitterly. You should have seen me before. My mother Zhong once brought me to the Red Castle to find you. Ah, it's you. Erlu realized. Then his eyes turned sharp. He said coldly. Why are you wearing the king's armor I made for Mia? Dominia looked down and realized that she was still wearing the armor she dyed in battle. I am Aunt Mia's successor. I chose Gendeli, Mia said immediately. Renly grabbed his hair and shouted angrily. What's going on? Mia. Mia's husband, Prince Andar Royce, woke up. Then, there were Earl Alistair and the others who were sacrificed to the Red God, as well as the Red Heart Knights who died in battle. There were hundreds and thousands of them. Where are we? They were at a loss. The 7 hells, of course. The old man who acted as a lamp laughed strangely. Compared to the Lalo purgatory I was in, this place is like heaven, Gendeli said with a frown. Ah, why didn't you go to the heaven of fire and light? Right, why did you die? Mia was shocked. Gendeli looked at Mia with a complicated expression and sighed. You shouldn't have chosen me as your successor. Hearing this, Dominia hurriedly explained. I didn't want to kill you. It was Priest Bonello. After he murdered you, he explained to me that you had a grudge against the Red Deity and me. Wait. Renly raised his hand and shouted. I died early, so I don't know many things. First, tell me who you are. I'm confused. Dominia said. King Robert had many illegitimate children. After he died, Cersei brutally massacred them. Only my mother, Zhong Gendeli and Mia survived. Later, King Stannis took over the King's Landing. He was the king for a few years, and Aunt Mia was the successor. After that it was Gendeli and I didn't embarrass the House of Baratheon. I participated in the glorious final battle, and killed 5 ghouls before dying together with a dire bear. Oh, you're not bad. Renly nodded and then frowned. Where's my nephew Idric? He's always in Storm's End. How can Cersei reach him? Dominia glanced at Erlu and said hesitantly. It seems that Lord Stannis. By the 7 gods, you even killed Idric? Renly shouted in disbelief. Hehehe, a bastard nephew is nothing. Your brother is powerful. He dared to burn the fake nephew of the Dragon Queen. But he dared to do the same to his own daughter. The old man sneered. You're crazy. Renly's lips trembled and his face was pale. Erlu wanted to say something but stopped. His Majesty only took Idric's blood. That boy wanted to be king, and got involved with the sparrow. He lost the power struggle, and was killed by Cersei. His Majesty had no choice, but to sacrifice Princess Shireen. He had died once before, and after being revived by Lawler, he had lost the emotions of a living person. He was no longer the man he was then. A loyal knight of the Blaze stepped forward and defended the king. Justin, why are you here? Erlu was both touched and confused. I'm Dominia's Red Knight. Of course, I have to participate in the final battle. Justin sighed. Sir Justin sacrificed himself to protect me, Dominia said. Mia frowned. Even the queen died on the battlefield. The final battle was tragic. Dominia looked at Gendry and nodded. Sir Richard was first cut into 4 pieces by the evil ice god to protect me. Sir Song-gu was also chewed to pieces by the giants to protect me. Benello shouldn't have killed you. But with your body, you can't participate in such a battle. Although I'm dead, the glory of Theon and I will never fade. What's the point of saying this now? Aren't we already in hell? Gendry said coldly. Theon of Bella has no descendants. Erlu covered his face and cried. Ha ha ha, Theon of Bella's family. The old man who acted as the lamp laughed. I'm happy to see you in a worse state than me. You. Lonley looked at him carefully and exclaimed. You're Wade Fry? What, he's Wade Fry? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A group of people surrounded him. His mouth is too wide, and his face is too distorted. I almost couldn't recognize him. We're really in hell. Sob. I was still in the great Light King's heaven. 7 gods bless me, Mother of Mercy, I'm free. Sob sob sob. I'm finally out of the hell of the evil god Lalo. How vicious, he actually forged me into chains, burned me every day, tortured me every night. Some people laughed and cried, while others wailed and cried. It was a mess. Where's Shireen? Where's my Shireen? Erlu suddenly woke up. Not only were there Lalo's believers here, there were also people who died from the evil witchcraft of the red-robed monk, such as Lonley. There were also many people who were sacrificed and burned to death, such as his uncle from the Yu family, the old Count of Brightwater City, Elixir. Shireen was also sacrificed, so theoretically, she should be here as well. Quiet. Suddenly, a cold female voice rang out in the room. The voice was not loud, but many of the undead felt as if they had fallen into a purgatory of fear, and shuddered. Old Wade's reaction was especially intense, his eyeballs almost popping out, and the fire in his mouth rose more than 3 feet. Ho ho ho, blood devil. Arya. He almost used his throat to speak, staring at the black and white robed girl who had suddenly appeared in midair. You're Arya Stark. Erlu was shocked. Arya. Jean Deli looked at his childhood friend, who was like a goddess, and felt sad and sad. He quickly lowered his head in shame. The results of your trial are out. Arya's expression was cold, and she did not even look at them. What trial? Who's the judge? Lonley asked, confused. The Heavenly Father's trial, the trial for all of you. The results of the trial will decide your future. Arya said calmly. You're Arya Stark-Ides. Lonley frowned. Didn't we meet back then, when you were still a dirty little boy? I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Arya pointed her finger, and 7 to 8 lords of different ages floated out of the crowd, each of them surrounded by a golden holy halo. Wisps of black gas came out of their 7 orifices, but were immediately burned away by the golden light on the surface of their bodies. They let out comfortable moans, and their pale faces gradually became rosy. Their dull and numb eyes regained their light. They regained their vitality. Lords, your actions when you were alive have been recognized by the 7 gods, and the Heavenly Father has declared that you will go to heaven. Do you have anything else to say? Go to heaven. They were confused for a moment, and then they pointed at Erlu who had killed them and scolded him. Then they laughed and shouted, The Heavenly Father is wise, the Holy Mother is merciful. Arya waved her hand, and a few golden lights shot into the sky and disappeared into the underground palace. Lonely Bella Theon, you will serve 100 years in the first level of hell, and then reincarnate. Do you have anything to say? Go to hell? Why? Chapter 1098. Why can't I go to heaven? Renly panicked. You're not qualified. That's not right. I know the other knights. Their morals are definitely not as good as mine. For example, Sir Costa. I admire his talent and loyalty. And I even made him the acting mayor of Storm's End Fortress. But I know his background. He has 4 or 5 illegitimate children, and he likes to curse people. Renly was not convinced. Costa was the same as you. He was killed by Melisandre with shadow sorcery. After his death, his soul entered Lalo's hell, and was tortured by all kinds of evil methods. You begged for mercy, but he kept cursing Lalo. In the past 10 years, he recited the 7 Stars Bible to resist the pain and suffering. His soul even showed signs of ascension. It hurts. Renly stomped his foot and said, The hellfire demon stabbed me in the butt with a red-hot iron rod, and, sensing the strange looks from the people around him, he quickly omitted the details and said, I begged for mercy because I couldn't take it anymore. After you begged for mercy, did the demons stop torturing you? Arya asked. Well, Renly was stunned and said, They seem to be torturing me even more. Yeah. I kept begging for mercy, and the demons kept laughing. Immediately, there was a large group of people who agreed with him. Lalo is a bastard. You're just sacrifices, but I'm his believer. A knight with a red heart said angrily, Don't all believers go to heaven of light and fire? Mia asked in confusion. I don't know. Anyway, I've been tortured by the demons of hell. Lalo only needs believers who are valuable to him. They are either very devout, talented, or have the king's blood. The rest are all sent to hell, Arya said calmly. That's not fair. A red god believer complained. That's what happens when you believe in an evil god. Arya turned to Renly and continued. You were tortured, and then you begged for mercy. You even listened to the demons, and cursed the 7 gods you believe in. This is not a sin. The Holy Mother and the Heavenly Father can understand your behavior. However, not making mistakes does not mean that one has merit. Without merit, how can one go to heaven? Alright, Costa is a tough guy. I'm impressed. But Sir Reed also begged for mercy. I saw it with my own eyes, Renly said excitedly. Do you know how Sir Reedy died? Arya asked. Sacrificed? Lonley asked. Back then, right after Robert's death, Stannis was preparing to spread the teachings of the Red Gods on Dragonstone Island. When he abolished the beliefs of the 7 gods and the old gods, Sir Reed was the first to stand up and firmly oppose it. He was also killed because he stopped the red-robed woman from burning the statues of the 7 gods. Therefore they are righteous men unlike you, Arya said. This. Lonley was stunned. He begged. It's fine if you don't go to heaven, but why do you have to go to hell? I've been in Lalo's hell for more than 10 years. Please have pity on me. Arya sighed and said, I actually sympathize with your experience. Your sins are less than most who go to heaven, but rules are rules. I can't help you. What? Many who are more sinful than me go to heaven? Lonley shouted excitedly. Why? Is it because I like men that the Holy Mother discriminates against me? The Heavenly Father is just, and the Holy Mother is merciful. They will not discriminate against anyone. As long as you don't force others, it's not a sin. Arya shook her head. Then why? Lonley was confused. You don't have the atonement scroll. Erlu sighed. Then what is it? Lonley was confused. Sigh, you died too early. Erlu no longer resented his brother. He sighed and explained the atonement scroll. Then he turned to Arya and said, Can you put all of Lonley's sins on me? Lonley was shocked. His expression was complicated. Lonley's sins are many and varied, but they are not serious. For example, he once slandered you behind your back, saying that your dick is rusty, and that you haven't slept with Silas for years. Bastard, Erlu glared at his third brother. Lonley smiled and said, Is there a mistake? I think it was the imp who said that. Arya nodded. Tyrion started it, but you did say it more than once. Because of that, Rumors about Stannis and Silas began to spread among the nobles of King's Landing. I won't take the blame for him. Let him go to hell for pulling out his tongue. Erlu ground his teeth. That's not a big sin, is it? Lonley grimaced. Slander is enough to send him to hell for pulling out his tongue, not to mention he's your brother. It's 10 times worse. The Heavenly Father is just, Erlu exclaimed. Then he asked, what else? He said Shireen is disgusting, and that the sooner she dies the better. Seeing his second brother's fierce gaze, Lonley hurriedly explained, Shireen has the grayscale disease. Isn't that disgusting? There's no antidote for grayscale disease. When the patient is petrified, they will suffer unimaginable pain. An early death is truly a relief. How is that slander? Lonley felt wronged. It's not slander, it's unkindness. You said those words in front of Shireen. Can you imagine how she felt at the time? Shireen was young, but she was smart and sensitive. Your words troubled her for life. Even when she was burned to death, she kept thinking about those words. Are you still human? Erlu's eyes were red. Lonley took a few steps back and said awkwardly, I thought she couldn't hear me. Can't you see that she's crying? I didn't see it. You avoided it like the plague. You didn't even look at it, Arya said coldly. This kind of small sin is human nature. Does everyone have to go to hell without the atonement scroll? Lonley said dejectedly, you can make mistakes. As long as you do more good deeds, the good deeds will be greater than your sins. You can still go to heaven. But you keep committing small sins without any good deeds, Arya said. Impossible. I helped Robert raise his illegitimate son. I often throw coins to the beggars on the street. Lonley's heart was moved. He said emotionally, when your direwolf bit Joffrey, I even advised Robert not to blame you and your sister. No matter how you look at it, that's a great deed, right? Arya shook her head. Those are only good deeds. They're not good deeds. Just like the bad things you do every day, they're not sins. For example, you fooled around with many men out of lust. Lonley's face reddened. He shouted, tell me what counts as good deeds. Arya pointed at Erlu. He has a lot of good deeds. In his early years he defended Storm's End. He advised Robert to be diligent and frugal. He helped Jon Arryn to govern the country and save the people. When Balon rebelled he quelled the rebellion. He also had merit. He saved the wall. He had great merit. He defended Winterfell. He also had merit. He protected the King's Landing and his territory. Erlu's eyes widened. Tears welled up in his eyes. His lips trembled. He couldn't speak. I didn't expect the Heavenly Father to. Did the Heavenly Father make a mistake? How can defending Storm's End count as good deeds? He's rebelling. He's helping his brother betray Targaryen. Someone shouted in disbelief. Arya said, let's not talk about whether Robert's rebellion was justified. It's not wrong to defend one's own castle. Besides, the good deeds of defending Storm's End have nothing to do with battle results. This incident mainly shows Stannis' character. His perseverance, wisdom, and courage. Wisdom is in line with the crone's teachings. Courage and perseverance are in line with the warrior's teachings. The Heavenly Father's judgment of good deeds doesn't depend on how many people the person saved. Any action that is in line with the teachings of the 7 gods is good deeds. How many people did Wen Tianxiang save? The only reason he could become a saint was because he sacrificed his life for a righteous cause. I've also advised Robert to drink less, Lonley said. If you can persuade him to hate you as much as he hates Stannis, then you will have good deeds, Arya said blankly. Lonley was stunned. He smiled bitterly. Then it's not easy to get good deeds. If it's easy, then everyone can go to heaven. Stannis can go to heaven? He killed me. Lonley frowned. Arya shook her head with a complicated expression. Stannis will go to the 7 hells and be punished for 100,000 years. What? Everyone exclaimed. Erlu was expressionless and said nothing. Arya looked at him and said, you have a lot of good deeds, but you have sinned even more. You already know that the souls of those who are sacrificed will be possessed and tortured by the evil god after they die. So sacrificing evil gods is a great sin. Do you have any objections? Erlu shook his head. Aside from the blood sacrifice, you have committed 2 crimes of kinslaying, Lonli and Shireen. You sacrificed Aegon and violated your holy oath to Sansa. You can change your faith to the Red God. That's not a sin. But sacrificing those who oppose you and burning the godwood and the statues of the 7 gods is blasphemy. It's a great sin, Erlu said bitterly. The Heavenly Father is very fair. I accept this judgment. Lady Arya, please tell the Heavenly Father that I am grateful for this judgment. Grateful for the judgment? Arya was confused. Maybe you should thank the Holy Mother for taking back your humanity from Lalo. Being resurrected by Lalo has a price. He will take away the most precious thing in your soul. I know. Erlu nodded and said with a gloomy expression. Actually, I wasn't free after death. I didn't even have my own will back then. I was muddle-headed like a tortured beast. I'm grateful that the Holy Mother made my soul whole and gave me a new life. But I'm even more grateful that she acknowledged me. What acknowledgement? Arya and the others were confused. Erlu sighed and said, the good deeds are acknowledgement of my past efforts. I've been longing for things that I couldn't get my hands on all my life. I didn't want to get them from my enemy in this way. If only I was born 20 years later. The last battle of the Long Night should be where I contributed my wisdom, strength and life, not the Iron Throne. Arya frowned and thought for a while. She still couldn't understand him and said, I don't need to convey your words. If you really have the heart and convert to the 7 gods, you can look up to heaven even if you're in hell. Also, your good deeds aren't enough to offset your sins. You can't help others bear their sins. You 2 brothers will go to hell. Erlu nodded silently. Lon Li's handsome face turned pale. He pointed at the people around him and asked with a trembling voice, do they have extra good deeds? Help me. Chapter 1099. Arya waved her hand, and a handsome and tall knight involuntarily separated himself from the crowd. Earl Dandelion, we meet again. Yes, we meet again. The first leader of the Brotherhood without a flag, Lightning King Barry Dandelion, was filled with emotions. You've grown up and become a powerful Grim Reaper who serves strangers. It's hard to imagine. However, Noble Heart's ghost also said that wherever you go, there will be death and blood. Becoming the Grim Reaper should be the most perfect ending. Arya's face darkened. Ever since she left Winterfell, death had been with her. She played with Butcher's underling, Michael, and he died. She went to King's Landing. Her father, the Northern soldiers, and the nannies all died. She was saved by Raven Yoren. Yoren died. She joined the team of Night Watchers. Only a few people were left in the team of hundreds. Her group of friends wandered with her in Hudgian County. Along the way they died. Only Jean Deli and Fatty parted ways with her in time and survived. When she finally reached Ruan River City, the Red Wedding began right in front of her. She teamed up with Hound and killed a few attendants of the Demon Mountain. Even Hound's fate was unknown. Hound didn't appear in the original novel. After being alone again, she went to Bravos and death followed her. Earl, you've been righteous and honorable all your life. Even after being resurrected by Lalo, you've never done anything dishonorable. In theory, not only can you go to heaven, but you'll also have great virtue and become a saint in heaven. However, you believed in the 7 gods for the first half of your life. After entering Hudgian County and witnessing the Red God's resurrection technique, you abandoned the 7 gods and changed your faith to Lalo. Believers of the 7 gods naturally can't enter heaven. This is why I didn't let you go to heaven with Costa and the others. Now the Heavenly Father gives you 2 choices. First, wander around hell. When you feel tired, you can start the cycle of reincarnation at any time. With your merits, you'll definitely have a noble identity, a happy family, and a good marriage in your next life. After a short pause, Arya sighed. Or, you can go back to the holy kingdom of the god you believe in. Lalo's divine kingdom still exists. Everyone was bewildered. Arya nodded. Since you're here, I'm sure you can guess what happened to Lalo. He was arrested by the Dragon Queen and will be put on trial in the human world. But he shouldn't die. Great trial. Dandelion's mouth twitched. In front of everyone? Yes, people all over the world will know about this. Those who have the ability to rush over can also be there in person. Arya looked at the crowd and said, "Some of you may need to testify in court." Ha! Everyone exclaimed in shock. How powerful! How ruthless! Erlu muttered. Is a god that has been judged still a god? Dandelion's faith was about to collapse. Of course. He'll be imprisoned in the 7 levels of hell forever. He'll still be a demon god. But his divine kingdom will no longer be light and fire. Instead, it'll be shadows, blood, and lava. It won't be comfortable, Arya said. Why didn't the Dragon Queen kill him and the Light King? Dandelion asked in disbelief. Because Lalo knelt and begged for mercy. He told her about his achievements in fighting the deviant ghosts. Before Arya could finish, Dandelion spat out. He didn't spit out blood. His soul exploded. Arya was stunned. She hurriedly cast a soul-focused divine spell, and barely managed to save the Lightning King, who was on the verge of having his soul dissipated. Send me to reincarnation. His eyes were lifeless. He looked like a puppet. Hey, Earl Barry, wait. Renly stepped forward and grabbed his hand. He begged. For the sake of our friendship, save me. 100 years of hell's punishment is so painful. Dandelion's fief was at Darkhaven. Theoretically, he was a vassal of the Storm's End Keep. Renly was the Duke of the Storm's End Keep. However, the Earl of Darkhaven wasn't a traditional vassal of the Storm's End Keep. Between the Storm's End, Dorne, and the Riverbend, there was an unofficial administrative area that spanned hundreds of kilometers. That area was made up of mountains, swamps, and grasslands. It didn't always belong to a duchy. Today it was occupied by Dorne. Tomorrow, a heroic lord would appear in the Riverbend. Then, the Storm's End Keep would be conquered by the High Duke. The day after tomorrow, the Storm's End Keep would conquer the area again. It was also possible that a local overlord would appear, resisting Dorne in the south, the Riverbend in the west, and the Storm's End Keep in the north. That area was called the Dorne Borderlands by the 7 Kingdoms. Knowing the uniqueness of the Dorne Borderlands, one could understand why some major events in the Targaryen dynasty often happened there. For example, why was Aegon V, old Yamont's Eggy brother, hatching a dragon in the Summer Hall? Why did Legger bring Lyanna to the Dorne Bliss Tower to live in seclusion? The Borderlands were close to the Riverbend, Dorne, and the Storm's End Keep, but it didn't have a sense of belonging to the 3 kingdoms. It was one of the few places in the 7 kingdoms where the royal family could interfere with the power vacuum. Controlling the Dorne Borderlands could also subtly suppress the Riverbend, Dorne, and the Storm's End Keep. Therefore, some wise Targaryen monarchs had always invested in the Borderlands. Because of this, the royal family had many industries in the Borderlands. Because of this, even though Dandelion was a gentleman, he didn't have much affection or loyalty towards the theoretical monarch, Renly. I was your vassal when I was alive. After I die, I have no reason to be loyal to you, the Lightning King said calmly. The friendship between a monarch and a vassal is gone. But the friendship between us is still there, Renly said agitatedly. Dandelion's gaze was sharp. You still dare to talk about friendship with me? Back then, when I followed my father to the Storm's End Castle to pay tribute to you, you secretly touched me. You deserve to go to hell. At the end of his sentence, he was embarrassed and angry. Even his face was red with anger. Renly said aggrievedly. Back then, I saw that you were too beautiful and was delighted. I just wanted to see if you were a kindred spirit. Sigh, it's also my fault for being young and frivolous. But after you rejected me, I didn't force myself on you, did I? If you don't try, no one will know what they truly like. Back then Enough! Arya waved her hand and sent Dandelion away. The bestowal of merit cannot be forced. Dominia looked at Renly sympathetically and asked, I participated in the final battle. Did I get any merit? There is great merit, but you also committed the crime of kinslaying, Arya said. I didn't kill my kinslaying, the tall girl said anxiously with a pale face. You weren't the mastermind, but you tacitly approved of Bonello's actions. Your merit and demerit cancel each other out. Go and reincarnate. John Deli, you. Facing a friend who had gone through life and death together, Arya couldn't be indifferent. I'm going to hell too. John Deli muttered. Arya nodded lightly and sighed. You've been dragged down by my mother. Madame Stoneheart broke the sacred oath countless times, and violated the guest's rights countless times. Even if there was a reason for it, she still committed heinous crimes, and has already gone to the 7th level of hell. You're an accomplice, so you'll also be in hell for 20,000 years. John Deli's face was ashen, and his body swayed. An accomplice will also be punished for 20,000 years. What about the mastermind? Erlu frowned. 9 billion years, Arya said woodenly. Hiss, everyone sucked in a cold breath. You'll never be able to rise again. At this point, Erlu had no complaints about his sentence. Ha 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 ha, retribution, retribution. Wade Fry laughed excitedly. My mother has a son and a daughter. All of them can earn great merits. She'll definitely go to heaven before you. Arya said coldly. I have descendants too. River Delta City is still here, Wade shouted. The gatekeeper Ollie, I know. You can count on her. Arya smiled mockingly. How long will Wade Fry stay in hell? Renly asked curiously. He has no merits, but he has a lot of sins. He has to light up a sky lantern for 80 million years. Renly wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead and muttered. I should be satisfied. It's only been 100 years, and this is only the 1st level of hell. Erlu gathered his courage and asked again. Miss Arya, where did my daughter Shireen go? His voice was trembling. Shireen was sent to heaven by the Dragon Queen immediately. Heaven? Erlu sighed. His body seemed to have shriveled up. That's good, very good. He wanted to see her again, but he was afraid that if he did, she would look at him with hatred and disgust. Now that he could not see her, he knew that she had a good ending. He was very disappointed, but he also felt a strange sense of relief. Your Majesty, what do you think of this dress? Marjorie called out excitedly. The setting sun was like blood. King's Landing was immersed in the bustle of hope. On the balcony of the Red Castle, Queen Sansa leaned against the railing and looked at her kingdom. She was a little distracted. Your Majesty? Marjorie waved her hand and had the tailor stand aside. She walked to the balcony and said softly, Your Majesty, half a month later, on the summer solstice, it will be your coronation ceremony. It's time to try on the Queen's coronation. Sansa turned around and looked. The coronation had the silver background of the direwolves. It was decorated with many gems and pearls. It was simple and elegant, but it did not lose its dignity and luxury. It matched the human crown very well. It seemed that the master tailor from Mir lived up to his reputation. A few days ago, she would have been overjoyed to see this dress. She would have turned 49 times in front of the dressing mirror. But now, Lalo has been judged. She sighed. The joy on Marjorie's face disappeared. She frowned and said, Although I did not go to Slaver's Bay, I watched the live broadcast through the glass candle. I did not expect Lalo's true form to be a lava giant. I did not expect him to kneel at the feet of the Dragon Queen like a dog and beg for mercy. Sansa smiled bitterly and said, I did not expect it either. But we should have thought of it. In the Battle of the Smoke Sea, almost all the demon gods in the world were killed. The gods had to sign the investiture of the gods before they could use the Sea of Magic in the King's Cauldron. After that, the Frost God's corpse was placed on the battlefield. She sighed and muttered, She is the king of gods. But why is she so strong? Your Majesty, some people can only be learned and looked up to. They are destined to be unsurpassed, Marjorie said carefully. I understand, Sansa said gloomily. After a moment of silence, Marjorie said, Your Majesty, when you were at Slaver's Bay, no one was looking after the human-headed dog. I don't know where it went. Littlefinger in the kennel? Sansa frowned. Yes, let it go. I wanted to free it, but since it ran away, let's not bother about it. By the way, how did the people of King's Landing and the vassals react to Lalo's judgment? Sansa asked. Marjorie smiled and said, The normal people were shocked for a while. After all, the Dragon Queen has too many crazy achievements. But the red-robed monks in King's Landing could not accept it. There were cries everywhere, and it was too horrible to look at. Bonello burned himself to death on the same day. Hundreds and thousands of Red God believers followed him to commit suicide. Fortunately, Holy Light One Hand appeared in time and told them that committing suicide was a great sin. If they died, they would go to the 7 levels of hell. Marjorie covered her mouth and laughed softly. The red-robed monks were stunned. They collapsed on the ground and cried. They could not even die. They could only live in torment. It was too difficult. Chapter 1100. The followers of the Red Gods are all over the place, while the followers of the 7 gods are the exact opposite. Many priests and holy knights broke through their bottlenecks while watching the live broadcast of the trial, including those who broke through in the last battle. There are more than 100 level 4 priests in the Holy Church now. The big black man from Volantis, Machiro, was even more exaggerated. The moment Lalo knelt down, his soul suddenly ascended, and he jumped from level 3 to level 5 divine priest. A demigod? Little Rose sighed. Sometimes I wonder if I should give up my power and completely convert to the Holy Mother, so that I can become a divine priest in my lifetime. Sansa's gaze paused on the sapphire necklace around her neck for a moment, and she smiled. Can you give up power and wealth, wear linen clothes, work hard, and live on dry bread and water? In an instant, Marjorie recalled the days when she was praying under the watch of the old nun. She shuddered and smiled sheepishly. I'm just a normal person. I can only live the life of a normal noble. At least you have some self-awareness. Sansa turned around and returned to her bedroom. With the help of her maids, she took off the same armor as the Dragon Queen in her early years and changed into the queen's robes. It was very smooth. She looked at herself in the mirror. After turning 64 times, she still felt that it was not enough. Your Majesty, did you see the Dragon Queen in Slaver's Bay this time? Marjorie had already thought of all the praises in her head and said them in different order 10 times. She was getting impatient, so she started to change the topic. Sansa smiled. Of course I saw her. She did not treat me differently, and even discussed the marriage of Simba and little Danny with me. We plan to hold 2 weddings for the 2 children, one at Slaver's Bay now, and another when we return to the Westeros. The Dragon Queen even promised 2 divinity as a wedding gift on the same day. What's a divinity? Marjorie asked curiously. The position of a god. Simba will become the sun god, driving the sun god's chariot, bringing light and vitality to the human world. Little Danny will be conferred the title of moon goddess after she becomes a demigod. She will be in charge of the moon star, spreading moonlight and peace to the world. Margaret's face was full of shock. The sun god and the moon god, the legend has become reality. Yes, my daughter will become a goddess, the legendary moon goddess. Sansa said excitedly. What kind of royal clan is this? It's clearly a god clan. Margaret said sourly. Compared to the godhood that could allow one to reach the sky in a single bound, the fiefs, titles, and properties of River Bend's male nobles suddenly became extremely cheap. So cheap that she felt that it was boring. The auntie, who was in her early 30s, was actually jealous of that teenage girl. She, Little Rose, used to be the flower of the palace, the princess of the River Bend, the #1 socialite of the 7 countries, the goddess of all men's dreams. She had countless titles, but why didn't she meet someone like Leg? Her first husband, Yuluin, was a homosexual. Her second husband, Joffrey, was a big pervert, a mad king. Her third husband, Tomon, was a little fat boy who hadn't even grown his hair yet. Her fourth husband, Luwin, was a demon. Her fifth husband was a bootlicker. Her sixth husband was a boorish uncle without any emotions. Her seventh husband was also a bootlicker, and even went back to the same old grass. Nymeria had only married 3 husbands, unifying the east, central, and west of Dorne. She, Margaret, had married 7 times, but she was still in the same place. Sansa caught a glimpse of Little Rose's expression in the mirror. She felt comfortable and empathetic. Even she, as a mother, was envious of her daughter's good fortune. After another round, she smiled and said, "The clothes are good. Let's go take a look at the Iron Throne." "The Iron Throne is in the warehouse. We haven't had time to polish off the rust." Margaret frowned. "I'll just take a look." She said that she would just take a look, but when she saw the Iron Throne, she couldn't help but sit on it. The next day, when the queen went to court, everyone noticed that her walking posture was strange. She was twisting and turning, as if she hurt her butt. Thinking of the handsome singer in the queen's palace, the officials and servants didn't dare to ask. A week later, Holy Light One-Handed was urgently summoned to the Red Castle. It turned out that the queen's butt really was hurt, but it had nothing to do with the singer's lost track. For the next 3 days, the queen didn't appear in court, but Princess Danny and Prince Leg from Slavers Bay rushed to her. After seeing the queen, the prince's expression was grave, while the princess's eyes were red and swollen. The day before the queen's coronation, the lords of the 7 kingdoms gathered at the king's landing. Clang, 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 clang. The bell in the great cathedral of Baylor rang 7 times. "What? The queen is dead?" Jamie, who was practicing his one-armed spear technique, was so shocked that he fell off his horse. He was still in high spirits, preparing to perform well at the New Era, New Dynasty, New Queen's tournament the day after tomorrow. "Is it a coup or an assassination?" He found Lancel in the great cathedral, and asked with a grave expression. Holy Light One-Handed frowned, and shook his head. "The queen accidentally cut her, but when she was trying to sit on the Iron Throne. The wound was very deep. Almost half a kilogram of flesh was cut off. She used Saint Healing to stop the bleeding, but the Iron Throne hasn't been used for many years. Although it was cleaned, there are still many inconspicuous rust and filth." Tetanus. Jamie was dumbfounded. Now that Saint Healing was widely used, everyone knew that it wasn't omnipotent. It could only strengthen the body for diseases such as germs, allergies, and tumors. It couldn't cure them directly. That was why the Priest Academy had divided the professions into scalpel priests and apothecary priests. Yes, most of her but was infected with tetanus, and it went deep into her organs. There's no cure. The queen was too careless. She didn't use high alcohol or Dragonstone Red Potion to disinfect the wound. Instead, she used Saint Healing to heal the wound, but the germs were locked in her flesh. When I was treating her, the pus that was squeezed out from the wound contained a lot of fine rust. Lancel sighed. How did she get hurt so badly? Even the Mad Monarch only cut his arm and thigh. Jamie was puzzled. Didn't Yulon blast the Iron Throne away? It flew for several miles. The Iron Throne was made from a combination of iron and iron swords. Even the iron plates were tilted up from the blast, Lancel said. This, Jamie's face twisted. She didn't see it. Yes, she saw it, and she carefully avoided it. However, she happened to be wearing a queen's royal dress that day. It was extremely well ironed, and it was the kind that showed off her figure very well. It was quite tight, and she was used to wearing armor. She subconsciously did the action of wearing armor. It was a big action, and she tripped and fell on it. Sigh. If she had come to me earlier, I would have asked the scalpel priests to cut off the rotten flesh and clean it again. This kind of injury wouldn't be a problem. But the wound was in an awkward position, and the queen didn't want outsiders to know. She only thought that she was a priest, so silly. At this point, Lancel couldn't help but slap her thigh. She said excitedly. She even planned the King's Landing Magic Academy herself. Professional potion priests and scalpel priests have a 5-year education. Did she just play around during those 5 years? That's ridiculous. Jamma's face was full of disbelief. I've never heard of a king who died from having his buttocks cut off by the throne. If the Iron Throne isn't destroyed, Queen Sansa won't be an exception, Lancel said seriously. Why? Jamie was puzzled. When I first saw the throne, I felt that it was covered in an ominous aura. You mean the curse of the Iron Throne? Jamie was doubtful. I don't know if it was cursed before, but in the past decade, many people have cursed it. In fact, I've already sent Maribad, Machiro and Rando Tarly to capture Melisandre, Lancel said in a low voice. His guess was correct. A week later, The red-robed woman was arrested and brought to justice. She confessed to her crime, without hesitation. It had been a few years since the great battle, and the red-robed woman had long left the Westeros. She had no home, so she could only return to a certain Jade Sea town where she had stayed for hundreds of years. She worked from sunrise to sunset in a small manor. She was self-sufficient and became a farmer. When Meribad and the others arrived on the terrasaur, the sun was setting. She carried a small pumpkin and was about to make steamed meat with pumpkin powder. Facing the priests of the 7 gods who had suddenly rushed into the kitchen to kill her, she was surprised but didn't resist. She allowed them to tie her up, but she didn't completely admit to her crime of murdering Queen Sansa. The bloody battle before Yuluen left the King's Landing was a sacrifice. It was even more terrifying than the sacrifices at High Court and the Shield Islands. To please the Storm God, Yuluen not only offered blood and fire, but also cut off the blood of the kingdom of the King's Landing. The king has the blood of the kingdom, so naturally the kingdom has the blood of the kingdom. At this point, Melisandre hesitated for a moment, then sighed helplessly and confessed. Even His Majesty Lalo was imprisoned, so there's no need to hide some secrets. A long time ago, I told Stannis that he needed the mystic dragon, and hatching the mystic dragon required the sacrifice of his closest kin, Princess Shireen. He slapped me twice and threatened me with murderous words, telling me never to have any ideas about Shireen. So, I chose the second path for him to take over the King's Landing. She glanced at an inconspicuous old man among the clerics. At that time, many people didn't understand. The deviants were about to cross the Great Wall. So what was the point of taking over the King's Landing? I told him that after His Majesty sits on the Iron Throne, he can command the vassals of the 7 kingdoms. That was only part of the reason. I'm not stupid. Didn't I know that after the appearance of the Dragon Queen riding the Megalosaurus, the value of the Iron Throne would drop by 90%? Plus, Stannis has no one in the 7 kingdoms. Not many would be convinced if he sat on the Iron Throne. Then why did you keep encouraging His Majesty Stannis to take over the King's Landing? The level 2 cleric Davos couldn't help but overstep and asked loudly. I wanted to steal the blood of the Westeros. Use the fate of the 7 kingdoms to hatch the mystic dragon. This way, not only would Shireen not die, but Stannis would also benefit greatly. Without the fate of the 7 kingdoms, what would happen to the 7 kingdoms? The Duke of the Western region, in the first row of the judgment bench, was puzzled. Just like the king without the blood of the king. Like Jean Deli, he became a tuberculosis ghost. The vassal was shocked. Jean Deli was plotted against. Aunt May shook her head. His Majesty Stannis and the 8-clawed spider Varys have long lost the blood of the king. But aren't they still living well? Bran coldly said, ignorance is not scary. What's scary is knowing half of it. It is because Stannis lost the blood of the king, that all his efforts, after that, were destined to be futile. He will never become king. Why? Aunt May was stunned. She hesitated and asked, if the kingdom lost the blood of the king, what would happen? Bran said, the blood of the King's Landing came from Targaryen. After the Mad King was killed, 60% of it was lost. After Robert died, another 30% was lost. So, you can see how chaotic the 7 kingdoms were in those years. Ah, is that so? Everyone was shocked and doubtful. The chaos of the 7 kingdoms was not entirely due to the loss of the blood of the king. In fact, the will of the people can change the fate of the kingdom. The cause and effect of the two are very mysterious. I only know a little about it, but I can be sure that as long as the vassals strictly abide by the laws of the 7 kingdoms and the teachings of the gods, the scattered blood of the king will slowly return and continue to strengthen. For example, now, after 8 years of the long night and 3 years of cleaning up the ghosts, the people of the 7 kingdoms are united. The blood of the King's Landing is 100 times more than when Aegon the Conqueror ascended the throne. Bran said calmly, but the queen is dead. A commoner in the crowd shouted, what does the death of the queen have to do with the blood of the king? The Iron Throne fell into a latrine pit, and Hammer even took a dump on it. It would be strange if he didn't get a tetanus after his but was cut. A female knight wearing simple iron armor mumbled. A female priest with a flat nose hurriedly pulled her back. As she retreated, she scolded in a low voice. Babla, are you trying to kill Hammer? Hammer has already taken a dump for 10 years. What is there to be afraid of? Besides, Hammer's identity is different now. He is a top student of Dragonstone Island Magic Academy. Can he be as good as the red-robed woman? Xinguang one-handed waved his hand to silence the commotion in the hall, and said to Aunt May, continue. Stannis rejected my suggestion, and died in Winterfell. Shireen was also sacrificed. Yuluin blew up the Red Keep and burned down half of the King's Landing. The blood of the king was also sacrificed to the Storm God. In response to Yuluin's request, the Storm God cursed the Iron Throne. Anyone who sits on the Iron Throne will die a horrible death. After Stannis obtained the Iron Throne, he kept it in a warehouse. It fell into a latrine pit, and was too dirty. Another reason was the curse. When His Majesty was burned to ashes by Jon, I entered the warehouse and added another curse. Anyone who sits on the Iron Throne will be cut, and their wounds will fester. But when I cursed the Iron Throne, Sansa was tens of thousands of miles away from it. Also, I wanted to curse Jon Snow out of anger. I thought he would ascend the Iron Throne. Even though that was the case, little Dany's mother had passed away. How could she listen to such excuses? Why didn't you remind my mother? If Yuluin was the only one cursing her, you could have just watched from the sidelines. But you put poison in the wine, and watched as another person picked up the cup without saying anything. Isn't that a crime? The red-robed woman couldn't refute little Dany's words. Sigh, I didn't like your mother either. I was happy to see her in trouble, but I didn't expect her to die. Aunt May sighed. Then she asked doubtfully, didn't she have the human crown? What about the 7 blessings of the 7 gods? Little Dany frowned, and looked at Xinguang one-handed in confusion. The nobles and citizens in the Hall of the Red Keep also looked at the Archbishop curiously. It had been 3 or 4 years since the birth of the human crown. The inscriptions on it had long been known to the world. Countless singers and poets had even written songs and poems for it. The 7 blessings were no secret. The 7 blessings came from the 7 gods. Naturally, the Archbishop of the 7 gods should give the most authoritative explanation. Lancel's expression showed obvious hesitation. This matter concerns the Queen's reputation. It's not convenient to talk about it in court. If Dany and Princess Liz want to know, we can talk about it later. He approached little Dany and whispered. Little Dany glanced at Prince Leg and sighed. The more you try to cover it up, the more rumors there will be. Just tell me. I believe my mother won't make a mistake of principle. It's not that big of a mistake. Xinguang one-handed nodded and returned to his seat. He sighed. The 7 blessings are the Holy Mother's protection and the solidified advanced holy healing. The old woman's wisdom, when activated, can help the Queen get rid of negative emotions and keep her mind at its clearest and most active state. The warrior's armor, the golden-winged armor that the Queen once showed in front of others. The blacksmith's diligence, solidified advanced stamina. The maiden's light, passive evil vanquishes. It's only effective against demigods. Any god or demon that attacks the owner of the human crown will be attacked by holy light. The stranger's cloak, when activated, can temporarily enter the gray world of death and achieve complete invisibility in the material world. Finally, the Heavenly Father's blessing, immune to all curses and blood witchcraft of any level. The 7 blessings are too powerful. Wearing the human crown is practically invincible. Everyone was shocked. At the same time, they were also confused. If the human crown is so powerful, why did the Queen die? Think about it. If someone like Joffrey or Cersei were to wear the crown of men, would the 7 gods be willing to side with the evildoers? Of course not. To activate each blessing, the king's integrity must meet the teachings of the corresponding god. Queen Sansa was brave, diligent, loved her people and wise. That was why she could activate the 4 blessings of the warrior, blacksmith, holy mother and crone. The 4 blessings are already very powerful. We all know that after a monk joins the great cathedral, They will usually specialize in one god's teachings. For example, the warrior's son worships the warrior, but he may be lacking in other teachings. No one is perfect. The 7 gods have high expectations for their believers, but the 7 gods are very benevolent and allow us to slowly perfect a few. Everyone nodded silently. Unfortunately, Queen Sansa only activated the 4 blessings. The maiden represents purity, loyalty, and freedom. The queen prefers the handsome and strong. Everyone knows that. The archbishop rubbed his nose, hiding the slight fluctuation in his heart. He thought of another queen, and his former role was the handsome and young one. The queen is alone. It's not wrong to have needs, but it's definitely not in line with the teachings of the maiden. Everyone secretly glanced at Benjen's storm behind Princess Dany, and nodded silently again. Little Dany also knew about her mother's situation, and sighed silently. Among the 7 gods' believers, the stranger is the least. It's normal that the queen couldn't activate the stranger's cloak. As for the Heavenly Father's justice, Queen Sansa is usually fair, and just when she investigates the cases of the 7 kingdoms. But 3 years ago, Lancel hesitated. This involved an old case related to the royal family, and he really didn't know how to say it. Or rather, he really didn't want the church to be involved in the royal family's rotten affairs. Seeking power under the pretense of a fair trial, Holy Light Lone Hand carefully chose his words. In the teachings of the 7 gods, after the king and the vassals have completed their duties, the 7 gods won't consider power games or power struggles a sin. Sometimes clever power struggles can even win the favor of old women. But it's clear that Queen Sansa's actions back then were completely against the Heavenly Father's teachings. Many times, many actions are not wrong in the teachings of the 7 gods, but they can't be blessed by the 7 gods. Everyone fell silent again. In general, the 7 gods were very lenient with their believers. There was a very wide area between hell and heaven, and ordinary people lived in this area. But if you wanted to go to heaven, the requirements were very high. The 7 blessings of the human crown were very powerful, but the requirements were also very high. To a king with an ordinary character, the human crown was no different from a normal golden crown. And the more virtuous and noble the king was, the more the human crown could display the power of a divine artifact. After this, everyone had a deeper understanding of the human crown. At the same time, they also respected and admired the Dragon Queen, who created the human crown. Hee, heaven's will, this is heaven's will. Melisandre laughed. You're not completely innocent, little Dany said coldly. The vassals of the 7 kingdoms, and the priests of the Holy Church, didn't have a good impression of Melisandre, and more importantly, no one defended her. And so, she was convicted of murder. Half of it. The lone foreigner was sentenced to death by the Westeros. I contributed greatly in the fight against the other ghosts. I want to follow the traditions of the 7 kingdoms, and apply to be the new Night Watcher at the North Pole. Helpless, Aunt May could only choose the last option. The old Night Watchers weren't guarding the Great Wall anymore. After the long night ended, the Dragon Queen dismissed the Night Watchers on the Great Wall. Everyone was given 50 gold royals, 100 acres of fertile land, and a long night medal to return to their homeland. Of course, not all the Night Watchers left. Many of them came from noble families. They really wanted to protect the 7 kingdoms and humans. They only received a long night medal, and continued to stay on the Great Wall. They repaired the East Sea Kingdom, while waiting for the Northern Ice King to return, and bring them to the Northern Ice Kingdom. In the end, Aunt May became the first new Night Watcher to reach the North Pole. The new Night Watchers were different from the previous ones. They didn't discriminate between men and women, and there were fewer restrictions on their bodies. Other than not being able to leave the Northern Ice Kingdom, and having to go to the Northern Ice King's residence regularly, they were no different from ordinary free citizens. After the trial, Queen Sansa's funeral was held as scheduled. It was very grand. Tens of thousands of people were sincerely mourning for her. The nobles were also solemn, and did not have the slightest bit of playfulness. Sansa's reputation in the 7 kingdoms was actually quite good. Although everyone called her Liar Sansa John, who took the throne, also had the nickname Idiot John. Compared to Robert, Emperor Qiao, the Mad King and the Whore Empress Dowager, Sansa's achievements and image were perfect. Of course, she couldn't be compared to the Dragon Queen. But now, even the citizens subconsciously excluded the Dragon Queen from the ranks of mortals. According to tradition, Sansa's body was arranged by Sister Silence and placed in the great cathedral to receive the final farewell from all the nobles and nobles. Oh, because it was summer, and because the queen's body was swollen when she passed away and her buttocks were festering, the smell was quite strong. After the citizens of the King's Landing mourned, they started to gossip again. They even secretly called her Rotten Buttocks Sansa behind her back. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.